Today's Sunday session is brought to you thanks to the fine folks at More Beer. Visit them right now at morebeer.com.
Feels like work. Shooting the shit for 2 hours, drinking beer and talking beer. What a wonderful experience.
Can we not have the barf bucket near my mixing board?
I think everybody could read the book.
I knew you were going to use this book as an excuse to quit doing this show.
Mrs. Bub, if you want, I can mail you the Bub Timer.
Yeah, Newcastle, especially in the can. Have you ever had it in the can? No, I have not had it in the can.
Notice I closed my eyes and I concentrated really hard.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
All right. Hey, and welcome to the program, everybody. It's another great show here from the Hop Grenade in lovely downtown Concord, California. We disrupted Concord, California over the weekend.
Its loveliness.
Yeah, we disrupted its loveliness with drunkenness.
Yes.
Took it over.
We de-lovelied it.
Yeah, puking and peeing and great beer, so that was good.
Yeah.
That was the preemptive part of the puking and peeing.
Right.
And then we had a beer festival.
Then we had a beer festival. It was really great.
Yeah.
What a great time to be in Concord is what I feel like, because the Hop Grenade's here. Welcome to those of you in our live studio audience, and for those of you at home, too, we got a great show planned for you tonight. One of our favorites. Societe Brewing Company is finally in studio. Yeah. I feel like this show in particular is, 6 years in the making-ish?
Yeah.
Something like that, where we've been fans of Societe all this time. We've been friends with Societe. They've been busy building a company. We've been busy doing
ruining a company.
Things, that we do. And it's finally, our lives have come together in such a way that Dougie is here in the studio with us.
Wow.
The original Dougie.
Yes. The original.
He doesn't even have a last name anymore. He's just Original Dougie.
Right.
That's his rap name. And it says it on all his work clothes.
Yeah, OD for short.
OD. Forget OGs. He's OD.
Right.
I might OD on our 2013 Beer of the Year, which is the Harlot from Societe. That's on tap tonight.
Oh, that's right.
Plus 5 other Societe brews are pouring right now. So get on down to the Hop Grenade tonight. We might go through a couple of them ourselves. And then maybe some others will last through the week. We'll see.
Hopefully.
You don't get Societe beer in very many places up in Northern California.
No, absolutely. I know of 2, us being one of them.
Yeah.
That's it. It doesn't really happen.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Thank you.
Chad over at Sonol keeps... I know he's giving you guys shit about beer. Every time I see him, he's like, hey, so have you talked to the Societe guys? And I'm like, yeah, I just talked to them last week when they were dropping off beer.
Right.
Hey, what's the...
I don't pick up his calls anymore.
You do, yeah, you're like, I can't take it anymore. I can't take the guilt.
What's the deal with Societe? I mean...
Yeah.
What is it with them? What's going on? That's my Chad impression.
And Chad's, Chad helped build this company too. I love the guy. He's got a great beer bar too, and I want to help him, but part of me doesn't want Societe to be poured in the next town over. We have it here.
Right.
So I always tell him, oh yeah, y'all put in a good word. And then I forget every time I see you guys.
Yeah. and you call it Mike and go, dude, Chad is a dick.
Yeah.
Seriously, I heard they're like over 90 days on some invoices for people. So just, look, word of the wise.
Yeah.
And let's be clear, this isn't putting in a good word. Don't get confused.
Yeah, this is me saying, don't worry about that Chad guy. And I was like, you'll see him at Winterfest. Knowing full well that Dougie wasn't going to be here for Winterfest anyway. So I was like, yeah, you can talk to him then.
Yeah. Don't talk to anybody else.
Let's go. And then, Mike was at the booth, and who cares about Mike?
Right.
Really.
I should be like,
I'm just going to ask Mike for beer.
I'll help you out.
Now, Mike from Societe is here, and he won our Assless Pimp something or other award of the year.
Oh, nice.
I forget what we gave him.
Yeah.
It was like a combined award.
Pantless asshead pimp.
That one. Yeah.
2014 Ass Man.
I kind of like assless.
Assless.
He's a very skinny person.
He just took a bow in the next room.
Well, it was a very important award. It was for the...
You should take some of Bio's ass.
It was for the listener who, spends
that was rude.
The most time promoting the Brewing Network and really putting the word out and adhering to the Brewers Code. All of it. It's a very important award that we gave.
It is a very important award.
To Mike.
Yeah.
Nothing you do here is that important.
No, That's true.
Just to be clear.
I tried to explain our Beer of the Year award, which probably is the award we do take rather seriously, sort of, kind of, to Faction. I saw Roger at our beer festival on Saturday.
Oh, God. I wish I could hear that.
Well, it was the Rare Barrel was there, and it was Jay, and Roger was there, and I was explaining to Roger that Faction was nominated as Beer of the Year, but they didn't win, that the Rare Barrel won. And he was trying to wrap his head around what the award was at all. I said, well, we all pick a beer that we liked, and then we see, which one was our favorite of the year. Roger just couldn't wrap his head around it.
I don't get it.
I didn't win, so I don't understand.
So he didn't understand
stupid. Who cares?
What is it?
Anomaly was nominated. Do you guys remember his reaction to Anomaly back when he was on the show?
That he didn't like it, is all I remember. Yeah. I hope I got that right, Roger. I've been sort of describing it as your kind of middle finger to people who say, I don't like dark beer. Can you describe the concept behind Anomaly and what the beer is?
No.
Thank you.
That's it.
Well, this was a great show.
There you go.
Right?
That's how much Roger likes his own beer.
And I told him that too. He said, what was I nominated for? And I said, Anomaly. And he just walked away.
Yeah.
So
at least he gave you an answer.
Yeah.
No.
No, absolutely not. But Society won the award in 2013, just beating out the Rare Barrel.
Yeah.
2013, and the Rare Barrel won it in 2014. Their Beer of the Year. Although the Rare Barrel won it for every beer that they make.
Right.
Because we couldn't pick one.
Right.
So,
and we're a Society, we had a clear winner.
Right.
Yeah. Just one.
Yeah. I think it was the only one we tried.
That's right.
That's probably it. We were like,
there's this one.
The Harlot.
I love it.
Well, that's what's on tap now. We were talking before the show with the Society guys. We were thinking that maybe we should try to finish the Harlot tonight. One keg of it.
I'm going to be working on the Haberdasher, so you guys have fun.
Yeah,
what is
me
that?
Too.
English IPA. It's like 5.2
it's really good.
or something like that.
You like that one?
Yeah.
I haven't had that yet.
Me too. It's great. Really malty.
Well, I'm going to try them all tonight, but I'm in for trying to finish the Harlot. Dougie, we down for that?
Yes.
What do we bring? A 5-gallon keg of that one? Or is it a half barrel? That's a fiver? Okay,
It's a
good.
Mike question.
So Mike says 5. Good. I don't want us to die.
I think
just if it.
Speaking of Mike, use your mic, baby.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You don't have to sit close to me. It's okay. You can actually.
Kim smells funny
Kim on the
sometimes.
cheek.
I showered.
Today?
Travis and I, every year at GABF, Saturday night session, we get through all of our beers, and we go over to the brewery booth. And so far now, 3 years in a row, we've killed a keg of Hot and Roth between the two of us.
Wow.
So if 8 of us can't kill a keg of Harlot,
There's
I
something
think
wrong.
with you guys, not me. I know I can do it.
Yeah, clearly you're doing your part. All right, well, we'll see what we can do. We couldn't have picked a better beer to try to finish, in my opinion. So, and then Bevo's hopefully driving me home, or I'll sleep here in the studio tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll drive you home. If you puke in my car, though, I might
Again.
throat punch you.
Doesn't a baby ride in that thing?
She doesn't vomit.
Puke all over your car.
No, there's not.
Whatever. All right, we got a lot to do tonight. Society's in the studio. If you want to call and ask them questions, 888-401-BEER, 888-401-BEER, or hit the chat button on our homepage, and Bevo's in there to answer your questions. Let me get through a couple of quick announcements, then we'll talk to you a little more about Winterfest. Announcements coming up. San Francisco Beer Week is upon us, finally, and we're doing something pretty much every night of SF Beer Week here at the Hop Grenade. So on the Monday night, we're doing an all-star show. We're bringing in several breweries to come and talk to us on our Monday show. So when does SF Beer Week begin exactly? That's Monday, February 9th, we'll be doing that. Right now we have, I think, Port Brewing Company or Pizza Port
Yes.
booked already?
A couple other ones in the pipeline, too. I'll know more this week.
Okay, fantastic. So we'll be doing our Monday show with an all-star cast. On Tuesday, we're doing a Society night. We got the Society boys coming back up here. A couple of ideas we're tossing around for our Society event. Nutters night.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic.
We were thinking of Nutters night. Not where... well, for one, maybe we would give you a discount if you showed up wearing Nutters.
Hey, as long as I get a discount, I'll put my Nutters
You'd
on.
put your Nutters on? Will you put your Society Nutters on?
Of course
though,
I would.
That they made for you specially.
Yeah, of course. It shows my shape, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, we know.
Okay.
What if you got painted on?
Painted on? No, I couldn't do that.
Oh, I might give an extra discount if you
It looked like I sat in like blue cottage cheese or something. I don't want that.
like a blueberry pie.
You need to iron your nutters.
But the other part of Nutters Night, we were thinking we might pair beer with nuts, different type, macadamia nuts,
Legumes,
maybe? Thank you. So we call it Legume Night with so that really only BN fans understand what the hell the night is.
Well, I think it would match with like the super hoity-toity, snotty side of like craft beer pairing.
Legume Night.
I think peanuts are the only nuts that are legumes.
Oh, they are. Oh, so it doesn't
Aren't
even
Brazil nuts or anything? No.
Well, that
every other nut
is not a legume.
Sorry, JP.
Well, hey, peanuts are good, man.
It'll save us money if we only have to pair all the Society beers with peanuts.
Salted, roasted.
The other idea
Drop
that we had,
peanuts.
JP, that I think you'll like, we're still working it out, is I thought maybe we would do a roast where Society gets to roast the Brewing Network and the Brewing Network gets to roast Society for our event that night. I know you've always wanted us to do some form of roast on the BN, and we thought maybe that could be a good time to do it. So a couple of ideas going, but whatever we do, we'll have lots of Society beer on tap. We'll have the Society boys here. That's on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we're doing a beer and cheese event. We've got a couple of great local creameries coming in to do that with us. On Thursday, we're having, what did I call it?
Jews and Brews.
Jews and Brews night with Schmaltz Brewing Company. They're coming in here to do Jews and Brews with us. That's going to be fun. There was talk about a couple of different Jewish bands maybe playing. Jew-Tang Clan is on the docket. We're trying. We might get them in. And I forget who the other one was.
Rage Against the Jew Machine or something. No, it wasn't. What was it? It was a rapper, wasn't it?
No, that was Jew-Tang Clan.
Judas.
Oh. Judas. Yeah, we're actually looking to get Judas Priest now. And that'll be a good show.
Do you get a discount if you're Jewish?
I think so, yeah. I mean, what else would we do on Jews and Brews night, really? So we got Schmaltz.
Of course, a Jew would ask for a discount.
mitzvah. I'm not Jewish.
All right, so we got that coming in.
I think that Society roast will be amazing. What are you, Hungarian or something? Because you're eating a lot of food.
What a Slovak.
All right, and then on Friday we got Firestone Walker coming in and their barrel program to do a barrel night. And rumor has it that we might get Vinny from Russian River in with us on that night too to do a whole barrel program. So the whole week of SF Beer Week is going to be exciting here at the Hop Grenade. Stay tuned for more details, and you can go to hopgrenade.com for our calendar over there to learn more about it. All right, get all these updates and more over on Twitter and Facebook. Subscribe and join the BN Army. You become a recurring donor, and you get entered into the More Beer monthly donation giveaway. That's a chance to win $100 to More Beer, our great local homebrew shop. They're a sponsor of this show and every Sunday session, Monday session show that we bring you. Just hit the subscribe button on our homepage. Also, you can shop on Amazon and support us. You just hit the Amazon logo on our homepage, then you shop as usual. We get a little piece of the action, and usually we have an Amazon product of the week, but today we're so excited about having Society in here that we thought, screw it.
Right.
Dougie's our product of the week.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do today. All right, send your show ideas over to Scott the Jew. That's Scott@thebrewingnetwork.com, and send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Before we get to feedback, let's talk a little bit about our 6th annual Winter Brews Festival. We just held it here in Concord at Toto Santos Park. Raise your hand in the room and even out in there in the live studio audience. If you went to Winter Brews Fest this weekend, anybody go on Saturday? Keep your hand up if you drank too much at Winter Brews Fest this weekend on Saturday. Ashley, you were working. Put your hand down. Our manager's out there. Yeah, hand up.
I was hammered.
Great time.
Yeah, remember that stain you came into? Did that.
We had something like 54 breweries in the park, about 3,000 people this year. It was a really good time. And Kim Shimke, you went. Any highlights from Winterfest for you this year?
Yeah, so I actually had Flat Tail's Kumquat Sour. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think a lot of people have caught on to Flat Tail yet, so there wasn't a huge line. But it was really, really good. And I met Dave, who we always sling insults on Twitter, and for the longest time, I think he thought it was still you.
For sure.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and so I got to actually say, "You're not talking to JP. That is me."
Was he embarrassed, or did he like it better?
He wasn't fazed by it.
Okay, good.
He was just.
He's like, "You're the shithead."
Yeah.
You're just kind of like, "Yeah, okay, cool." And then the very next day, he made a mom joke. So,
Nice.
business as usual with that fella.
Good.
Fuck Flat Tail.
Yeah, Flat Tail makes some nice beer, and they just released their beer in this market. We've been talking about them for a couple years now. They came, but now they're actually distributed down here. They did a little release party, so keep your eye out for Flat Tail. So they had a good sour beer, huh?
Yeah, that was really good.
Mind-blowing.
Did you make it over to Tasty's Tasting Room, our homebrew feature of the event?
I walked by it. I didn't get to taste any of the beers. I had like 4 beers the entire fest.
Oh, you did?
Because you had me working it.
I know. I like to do that.
I had to actually, not take blurry photos and not have grammatical errors all over the place.
I appreciate that.
The line at Tasty's Tasting Room was so long anyway,
It was a long
I wouldn't
line.
have waited.
Let's be clear. She wouldn't have had to wait.
I wouldn't have waited.
I just went around the back and talked to Paul Brown.
There you go.
It's like, hey, Paul, what do you got? I need the drinks.
I don't like cutting.
We poured more out of the back, I think, than the front.
You did?
I think so.
Yeah.
Typical Brewing Network.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's Tasty's Tasting Room.
Right.
Yeah. How many
It leaks
homebrewers?
more out of the back than the front.
Well, we had 35-gallon kegs, about 5 barrels.
5 barrels of beer.
Yeah.
You had a Blind Pig clone, did you not?
I had one of those 30 beers.
That was your beer?
Yep.
Did you clone Blind Pig?
It's not quite the same. Mine's probably just a little bit better.
Really? Yeah. Now, do you think
I'll have to back off on something.
Why, was it fresher or?
Well, it's hard. We drink a lot of fresh Blind Pig around here, so that's all I know.
Okay.
Just seemed to have more hop character that.
Okay.
I like.
And tomorrow Hop Grenade will be in smoke because someone will light this place on fire because of that comment.
How dare you talk about our Blind Pig? Interesting. Any other highlights? I heard people walking around talking about some sort of oatmeal chocolate chip cookie.
Matt Sager had a raisin oatmeal cookie beer.
Okay.
And which he's won lots of awards for. When the AHA used to have a club-only competition,
yeah,
there's like 60 different homebrew clubs across the country. Enter that. He won first place in that for that beer.
Interesting.
And I guess it was a spice beer or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, people were raving about that when I heard that. And
yeah, it was a big. Then anything that IPA in it was a big seller. People going for the IPAs. But a couple sour beers went over really well.
Homebrew sour beer, how's that coming along?
It's like it's all right.
You know what I mean? Like it's very hit or miss, right?
Yeah, I have aceto. I noticed that a lot.
Yeah,
it's hard to.
They just called it Rodenbach clone.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That's what I would do.
Make a brown beer and merge it together. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you guys run out of beer?
No, we didn't actually.
Okay.
It looks like we only poured about 4 barrels, just based on my inventory afterwards.
Okay. Do you get to take all the homebrew home?
No. The homebrewers get to take their leftovers home.
Okay.
Sadly, in a way, they like their kegs to kill.
Sure. Yeah. So Moscow didn't end up with beer; it doesn't belong to him or anything.
No, we watch for people like that.
Well, speaking of homebrewed sour beer, I do have an extra bottle that I brought in for you idiots of the beer we drank on the last Sour Hour.
That's so nice of you.
You're welcome. It was made by Matt Miller, Dr. Lambic, who's now the sponsor of the Sour Hour.
Oh yeah,
and it's a Creek. Fabulous.
Okay.
You wouldn't have no idea that it isn't top quality commercial. So it can be done, homebrewers. So the pristine sour beer can be done.
So you brought the empty bottle?
Tested it for us.
Yeah, just to show you the label, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Which has a grog tag on it, by the way.
There you go.
Mike Mraz of Mraz Brewing Company. Speaking of, because I think there might be some bottles around here. He told me he left some. They ran out of their Saison. He told me that Jamil gave him 50 points on his Saison that he was serving that day.
I was
Peach
there.
sour Saison.
Yeah.
Peach sour Saison. Now, if you know the show at all, you've heard Jamil say, I've never given 50 points to a beer. I haven't had a 50-point beer. 50-point beers don't exist. Apparently, he told Mike Mraz. So his beer was 50 points. So was he drunk or was the beer that good? Did you have it, JP?
I did have it. For me, that beer was changing all the time. Like you first drink it, and then there's that Saison spice yeast character that you kind of get with classic Saisons.
Okay.
And then there's peach underneath, and then as you drink more and more of it, maybe your palate gets used to that thing. The peach kind of comes up more, and then the Saison kind of drops off, and you just get this really funky peach beer thing. And I was talking to him a bit about it. He goes, I wanted to make a beer first that has peach flavorings, not a peach beer.
Right.
A beer peach, I guess, if you will. He was like very adamant that I want the Saison character to come through, and he pulled it off. I mean, he did exactly that. It was really good.
Would you have given it 50 points? As a BJCP judge yourself, JP?
45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wouch. Ouch.
Wouch.
They're from El Dorado Hills.
Yeah.
That was my
only
favorite
brewery
beer
there.
of the fest.
It was your favorite?
That's
The
nice
peach
from
Saison
Sacramento.
from Mike Mraz.
What
I
would-
was there when Jamel was going on his rant about it.
And would you also have given it a 50?
I said upper 40s, no problem.
Above 45?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had
I
a
would be
beer like that.
comfortable
How would I know?
giving it a 48.
Oh.
No problem.
Nicole Ernie, did you have this beer on Saturday? You're here hanging out with us. You get past Beardy's beard first.
You can't.
Yes, I did.
Great.
All right,
I'm lost in Beardy's beard. Hold on.
Nicole apparently just was hanging out with Doc because she is rolling through that K-hole right now.
Well, I'm standing over here. I feel like I have to channel Doc.
What would you have scored it?
Let's see.
probably hard
Probably
to do.
also in the pretty high 40s. I mean, it's hard to fault anything with that beer. It
Yeah.
was really beautiful.
50 or 49 or 48?
Oof. Yeah, that's hard.
What category is this in?
That's the thing, like,
beer?
I think so.
Yeah, it would have to be fruit beer, wouldn't it?
No, because it was also sour.
It's sour. So
So
26 or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Specialty beer then.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably like 49 or 50. Yeah, one of the two.
So, wow.
Okay.
Well,
This is great.
Do you mind if I jump in on this?
Go ahead.
Just really quickly, and this might kind of help you guys out on how we think.
Yeah.
I mean, grading it style-wise, BJCP means a lot, but how good was it? Yeah. Did you guys fucking love it?
It sounded like it. Everybody...
Well,
right, so who cares about the number of the rating?
I agree with that in general. However, only because Jamil has always said a 50 doesn't exist and then told a brewer on Saturday that he gave it a 50.
Right.
That was the only reason I bring it up at all.
Mike Mraz
is a great
crushes
brewer.
it. Yeah. I think I've never had anything bad from him.
Yeah.
That was Jamil just creating his own environment.
I mean, I don't think people at beer festivals should be going around saying, "Oh, well, this doesn't really fit the style."
Totally not.
That I agree with you. Yeah, absolutely.
But we're not normal people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that beer was
Found
really
that out a long time ago.
special.
We can do that.
Hardly people at all.
No.
Well, then what?
Sorry, Nicole?
That beer was really special. That's one of the reasons why I didn't end up drinking too much at that festival, because I started with Drake's Jolly Roger, and then I had that beer pretty shortly after that. I'm like, I'm fulfilled.
You were solid.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay.
I could drink another beer. I could not.
All right.
I got what I was looking for.
Well, he left us a case here. It wouldn't fit in the cold box on Saturday because we were just full up with beer. Let's get some in the cold box. We'll try it later on tonight.
I have a connection. My friend works in the tap room there.
Oh, is that right?
That's right.
Maybe we need a keg of it on tap here is what we need.
See what I can do.
All right. Anybody else want to chime in with highlights from the fest? Moscow, you were there all day working too.
Yeah, well, I can't say that I loved what the Rare Barrel was pouring because when I went to their booth at like 1:07 p.m., it was already gone. They went through everything.
Yeah. Wow.
And I echo Kim's praise of Flat Tail's, was it like a kumquat Saison or cucumber or something?
Yeah.
Or no, sour rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was stellar. It was off the charts.
It was really good.
They also had like a sort of a half-carbonated mead.
They did. I saw that. I didn't get to try it though.
But it was an imperial mead or something. Whatever it was.
Aren't all meads imperial?
They had like an iced cider. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, maybe that was what it was.
Yeah,
I
their
prefer
friends
imperial
at
mead.
Two Rivers did an 11% cider where they took the apple juice, partially froze it. 2 towns?
Yeah,
okay, 2 towns.
Not 2
Sorry.
There's a lot of things that are doubled up in the cider business.
There's 2 of a lot of things.
Yeah, there are. Yeah. And 2 dummies.
So they took the raw juice, froze it, and then fermented it to get the 11% cider.
How was that?
Huh.
It was
pre-fermentation.
Really good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't taste like it was 11%. And I said, so Dave, this is the penny dropper, right? He said...
and then and then he handed you his panties?
Right, yeah.
He goes, here, wash these, and you stumbled and fell and dropped them all,
I tripped on them, yeah.
And his pants filled out.
Brewing question.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you ferment it first and then freeze it later?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd get a different fermentation from the yeast stress being that high gravity and everything.
Wouldn't it be more stressed out with all that sugar in there?
Well, right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
You would get more esters, just get more character out of the yeast during the high gravity fermentation versus if you just did a regular cider and then iced it.
Okay.
And then, finally, I will mention Tioga Sequoia.
Yeah.
They're brewing fantastic beer, and they had 3 dark offerings, a couple porters and a stout, or maybe the other way around. All 3 of them were excellent, and they were blending them. Really good stuff.
Okay.
What about Monkish? Did anyone get to have their Selah?
No.
That's a phenomenal beer.
No. I heard
That's
someone-
a Saison brewed with Brent.
A friend of mine who attended the fest came
It's
up
my
to me and
favorite.
said, you got to try to make it to the Monkish booth. And I never made it over there. But he said the same thing. Fantastic beer.
Yeah, I would agree with Selah. Great beer.
It's amazing.
Occasionally we have them on tap here at the Hop Grenade, too. Some Monkish stuff.
On
So,
tap?
yeah.
I've seen them in bottles.
I think we've had them on tap before, too. Yeah, I think we had them on last week sometime. So
Nice.
Yeah, good brewery there. Well, I had a great time. I want to thank you all for attending, those both in the studio and outside of the studio, listeners, fans, people of Concord. Also, all your efforts here at the BN. It was a good time. I heard people on the BART from San Francisco saying that basically everybody on the BART train was coming out to our fest, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Bunch of good fest goers. Didn't really have too many drunken shenanigans at the fest itself. We caught one guy who had snuck in. He was very proud of himself. He didn't have a wristband or anything, but he somehow had gotten a glass and was drinking, and our wonderful volunteers finally caught him.
Nice.
The police came over. Here's how cool the Concord cops are. They escorted him to the front gate and forced him to buy a ticket.
What did he already drink?
Wow. Isn't that cool? Like, they could have thrown him out. They could have, because I had said to our volunteers and everybody, like, if you find anybody, like, if they bought a designated driver ticket but they're drinking, they're out. If they're not supposed to be here, they're out. The cops were super cool. They waited in line with him until he bought a ticket.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Or else it's stealing.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Concord PD is really awesome.
Next year, we need to donate to Concord PD, some sort of fun children's fund. I'm sure that they have set up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did he get to come back in, or did he get kicked out?
Oh no, he bought his ticket and he came back in, and then we probably threw him out at some point for being drunk later. But no, I don't think anybody really got thrown out. We had there was a couple weird things happen. We all have walkie-talkies on, those of us who are just kind of manning the different posts, and it comes across the walkie-talkie at about 2 o'clock, middle of the fest, that a World War II veteran in one of those like scooters with like the flags, like he's wearing all he just came barreling through the exit gate, and he did, and everyone tried to stop him, and he was like, just get out of my way, I'm a vet. And he charges through, and it's coming across the radio like we're supposed to throw this guy out. And one of our Randy the Mexican, who's our fastest running volunteer of the day, goes. I see him. He's running across the park to go like tackle this vet.
Of course he is.
And I'm like, and I go, you know what, Randy, just let him go, man. It's fine.
I didn't need your help in Da Nang, and I don't need it now.
I'm like, what are we gonna do? Are we really gonna throw this guy? We're gonna turn his scooter around and point him back out the. That was really the only incident, and I don't even consider it an incident. It's almost a badge of honor, I feel like.
Basically, you got streaked by a vet.
Oh, here's a weird one. Here's some inside info. At about 1:30, what comes across the headset from Bevo is, guys, so... Are we allowed to let a person with a concealed weapon weapon permit into the festival?
Yes.
And I'm standing, I'm talking to somebody, and all I could think is, and I think I said it out loud, no. And some guy comes up to the front booth to Bevo, and what does he do? Does he, like, show you his weapon and say, am I allowed in?
He had one of those wallets where, like cop wallets where like you open it and then it has like the special flip down thing.
Okay.
So he was showing me his ID
So
and he
a
was
wallet.
like 67. So first of all, slow your roll, homie. Second of all, like he's like, oh, also I have this concealed weapon permit. Am I allowed to come in? And I was like,
no.
I don't think I can answer that right now. Hold on just a second.
So she calls me, and I'm just going, I don't care what permit you have. You can't. Why would you even bring a weapon into a beer festival?
Because you can.
Well,
he just wants to because he can.
It's not concealed anymore, is it?
No.
Now everybody knows.
Yeah. So we didn't allow that.
No, because you can't drink and have a concealed weapon.
No,
doesn't matter if you have a permit or not.
Terrible idea.
Well, was he getting a DD wristband?
No, I think he bought a regular one, right, Beef? Or did he then come in, or he just walked away?
No, he walked away. He did not join our festival.
He walked away. He got on his scooter. He went to the exit, and he drove
And he
in.
drove out. Exactly.
He walked over to the hop grenade and got a beer.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, I've seen undercover cops not undercover, but off-duty cops carrying weapons get kicked out for drinking. Like, you're not allowed to do it.
Right.
If cops aren't allowed to do it, even though you took a class, you're not allowed to do it either.
Hey,
dude.
I took a class for this thing.
We got super hammered on 2-Buck Chuck and shot at stuff. It was amazing.
Yeah, so those are really the only incidents. That was a first for us. We've never had anybody ask if they can bring a weapon inside, so that was kind of fun. And
you mean you didn't get tickets to the gun show and flex real hard?
I didn't. No,
that's stupid.
The only other incidents, so the rest of the night went great. The hop grenade was busy. I think the only people we had to throw out were friends of mine, which was very strange.
As per usual.
I had to throw out like 3 people, and I knew them all. I had to apologize to my poor general manager. I'm leaving. I'm like, sorry that everybody who was a dick were my people. So that kind of sucked. Then there were some other people that we denied access. It was this couple, and the woman was so upset that we wouldn't let her in that she was crying, and they called me over to talk to her, and she's like, we love the hop grenade, and we come here all the time. And I'm like, yeah, I'm really sorry, but you're drunk, and we can't. We hired people. We had a bouncer at the door just to, either if we were at capacity you couldn't come in, or if you were drunk you couldn't come in. And she's talking to me for 15 minutes. She was so upset that she couldn't come in, and her drunk boyfriend's there. And we're going to write. She's crying the whole time. We're going to write a Yelp review. You won't let us in. And I'm like, all right, well, my name's Justin, and I'll open the app for you if you want, but you can't come in the bar. And I couldn't believe how upset she was. I was like, there's a bar next door. You could try that one. And there's another one down there. I don't know. I just couldn't believe how Like I've never cried outside of a bar before. I think.
There's a bar down the street it says police on it. Just walk in there and demand to be served. You'll be fine.
Can you describe, Jay, the text message that Jay Goodwin just sent me?
Jay Goodwin from the Rare Barrel. Holy Jesus.
Speaking of crying.
Did he text everybody?
I believe he sent a picture of Beardy in his... can you put on the Society cam here, the Dougie cam?
It's the George Costanza Beardy.
Beardy, did you pose for this, or is this Photoshop?
I think the money shot.
I've never seen that picture before in my life.
Yes, Dougie has zoomed in on the George Costanza. Beardy, where did this photo come from?
I don't know. Jay is blackmailing me for something.
This is unbelievable.
I don't think that's how blackmail works.
This is Jay from the Rare Barrel sending us half naked, almost entirely naked Beardy photos.
On like the velour.
Let me see
couch.
your arm, Beardy. Let me see. I want to see if this is Photoshop.
This?
Flex your arm that way.
Those are really good triceps.
Dude, that's you. That's
That's
Beardy.
That's you, dude.
Lifting half barrels.
That's you. Here, hold it up to the window so the people out in the studio audience can see it as well. That's naked Beardy, apparently. Where was that photo shoot at? At the Rare Barrel? Or? At the Rare
Barrel. Yeah. So when Jay comes up to Heretic...
you should just stop there.
All right. Yeah. So Jay came up to Heretic on Friday, and he left his backpack at the Rare Barrel, and... I said, hey, if you ever want to see this again one piece, it's going to cost you. And he said, can I see it tomorrow? And I said, sure. And then Chris Kennedy's like, hey, you know what you need to do? He's like, remember that picture that George took to impress that girl in Seinfeld?
George Costanza, yeah.
And I said, yeah. He's like, you should do that.
All right.
And I said, all right, Chris, that's really weird. And then, so I thought about it.
Chris, it was weird for Chris to think it, but not for Beardy to do it.
So, no, I think that's a good point. I think it is.
Beardy went away and thought about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And hung out with JP and Push, and we had a good, fun family game night. And then afterwards, it's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make that picture happen. And so then I left it in his backpack, in his laptop.
Nice.
So didn't say anything to him.
Yeah.
Obviously, he found it at this point. And so he just opens up his backpack, flips his laptop open, and there it is.
I'm happy he shared it with us. Would you mind if Kim Shimke Instagrammed it out to our fans?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Kim, can you take a photo of the photo and Instagram it
or
for us?
someone could just text it to me, and I could use that.
Oh, you
photo.
can do that?
And then there's that.
Jay can send it.
That's weird.
Jay is actually on line 1 right now, so
good.
we may want to take that.
This is perfect.
Jay, sounds like you got a real awesome picture.
Justin, I'm on the way to the hospital. My girlfriend just had a heart attack.
Jay, what is this?
You never told me that men could be this muscular.
It's her computer, Warren. Thank you.
So she got the vapors.
So you're welcome.
Right.
How did you explain it away, Jay?
Well, here's the thing, honey.
I just told her that,
it's a part of contract room.
That's what I look like. That's what I look like back in college when I was up.
Happy Throwback Thursday. Am I doing it right?
Yeah. He's like, you were an albino ginger in college?
Yeah, time has been very kind to you, Jay.
Weird.
So he got into his Honda Fit and drove away.
Yeah.
No, those were the good old days.
Well, thanks for sending it in to us. We might never have known about it without you.
Yeah, I just opened up my laptop to see Doug and Mike's beautiful faces on there to tune in, and instead I got that. So thanks, Beardy.
I don't even want to tell you about what Dougie and Society sent me last year. So the first year of Winterfest here in Concord, they thought they were going to make it, and stuff came up, and they didn't make it, and we gave them a bunch of shit for bailing on us. So the second year, I believe it was last year, they played a joke on me, like, we can't make it. They sent me an email, and they wanted me to open the email. And it was, the headline was, we can't make it, and we're really sorry. And in the email was probably the most disturbing thing I've ever seen, Dougie.
Was it Meat Spin?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you responded.
It was
you
Meat
responded,
Spin.
And you're like, Dougie,
because I hadn't opened it. What did I respond?
You hadn't opened it, and you said, like, very professionally, you're like, hey, that's okay. We still love you. Don't worry about it. How about next year? And I think I emailed JP on the side. I was like, Justin didn't open it, did he? Like,
right.
Nothing's up. Justin, open the fucking email.
Yeah.
Click on that link right now.
Yeah.
And I think 30 seconds later, you said, I made it through, like, 25 spins, and I hate you.
Well, I was sitting next to my mother, I think, when I finally opened it. And her and I both had to look at meat spin.
What is it? I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with the term.
It's so meat spin is. There was a child on the couch right there. You guys know how to do like earmuffs. So meat spin is like
just use the professional scientific terms for the things, and then it's fine.
Okay, so in meat spin, a gentleman is sitting on a chair or something.
Okay,
and then another gentleman is sitting on top of the other gentleman.
Okay,
and
are they anchored in a?
They're anchored in such a way that you might anchor if you were sitting on a gentleman.
Yes.
And then the top gentleman then proceeds to do a motion so that his gentleman part spins around in a spinny fashion.
That makes sense because otherwise you'd fly out of the chair.
Right.
It's like a drywall anchor.
And me and my mother had to look at that for 25 seconds because I couldn't figure out how to close
So
it.
you made it 25 spins. You were counting?
Yeah. It's mesmerizing. You try to...
But it's like 2 or 3 per second. So, and as the farther you go into it, you hit 100 and a new saying comes up, and it's like, I know you're gay. And then you hit like 500, and then it says something even more ridiculous, and
it says you're Dougie.
Yeah, you've made it to Dougie status at this point.
Visit Society Tap Room.
Yeah.
Get 50% off your next Society beer.
Only if you have paint on netters.
Right.
So anyhow, Jay, be thankful is what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. But,
It could be worse.
I was kind of worried that I hadn't heard anything. I was thinking, oh no, there's going to be some sexual harassment class.
Yeah, Warren's like thinking about texting him like Saturday night. I'm like, don't worry about it. It's fine.
You imagine if Jay took it seriously and sent it to Jamil like,
this is unacceptable.
This is not professional.
That would be kind of amazing, actually.
Work together.
Because then Beardy would just blame Chris. Like he kind of did already.
Warren, Jay, Travis, and I all worked together for like almost 2 years. This is tip of the iceberg. Compared to what went on at the brewery.
I wasn't too worried about it. I figured he would probably appreciate it, he probably has already.
I feel like you've opened a can of worms, is what's happened.
I guess I could say Travis broke him in pretty good.
Jay does appreciate art.
Yeah.
And beauty.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, and beauty.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks for derailing our first segment, Jay.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, Jay.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize for the Society guys, but I'll see you guys next week.
All right,
Love
brother.
you.
Later.
Okay.
There you go. Jay from the Rare Barrel. Spreading the love, sort of.
Yeah.
And stuff. All right.
But no things.
I was supposed to do feedback, but we're running a little short on time, aren't we? We've gone for quite a ways, haven't we?
Yeah, that's all right. There's some good feedback.
Should we do it quickly, or you want to do it at the end of the show?
I don't really care. Well, I think you should probably do it now, because at the end of the show, I think everyone's going to be throwing up the harlot.
Oh, for sure.
Doug, you want me to do
because it's gross.
Feedback now?
And they're going to be like, this is nasty. Get it out.
You're fine with it? All right. All right, feedback's brought to you today by our good friend John over at beerlawcenter.com. You can go to beerlawcenter.com and check it out. John protects the trademark, their hop grenade, all the time, and he can protect yours too. And if you think you don't need a trademark lawyer and you don't need to protect your trademark, either your logo sucks or it just hasn't happened to you yet. So get yourself some help over at beerlawcenter.com. Clark writes in, greeting boners and Bevo. I've been loving listening to the session and other fine programs you all do on the Brewing Network. The session keeps me company on my 4-hour drives. People must think I'm insane because when they drive past me, they just see a man laughing out loud to himself alone on the freeway. Thanks for helping me continue to freak people out. I was just listening to the episode with Tony McGee from Lagunitas and was really inspired by all the quotes from his book and the things he said on the show that I immediately purchased a copy of the book for myself and for a friend that's starting a brewery in my town. I think that the episode was a perfect example of why not only homebrewers but professional brewers should be listening to the session. You guys rock, and thanks for preaching the gospel of it's just beer. Have some fun with it. Cheers from Athens, says Clark. Yeah, I do highly recommend that book, and I think Tony is first of all, it's really well written. He's a good writer. I guess a lot of pot will do that for you. I don't know what, but he's a good writer, and he talks about what it's really like to open a brewery. He really mentions all his mistakes and stupid things he did, and it's fantastic. So I'm proud of that interview. I'm not so proud that we got scooped the following day about his lawsuit.
Oh.
But
whatever.
Other than that, I'm proud of the interview he did. Tony's rad.
Well, thanks for buying that book too. When you support the things that our guests are on here plugging, or the beers from brewers you hear, it makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. We're gonna see if he'll sponsor us soon. I think.
Maybe.
All right, Jeremy writes in, hey, I've been unable to download several podcasts of The Jamil Show. One of them was wit beer, using right-click, save target ad, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the shows are fine. You've either downloaded too many shows in a 24-hour period. We put a little cap on that so that everybody can download. Or you might need to just unsubscribe and resubscribe to the podcast. If you're downloading directly from the site, the same thing goes. So wait 24 hours and try again. I'm pretty sure all the shows are there and working just fine. Captain Scotch writes in. Is that like Doc's younger brother?
It might be.
Hey, what's going on? That's a weird way to start. You ever wonder why people start like written mail like that?
Yeah.
Because you can't answer.
No.
Although I guess we don't even really answer in person either. What's up, JP?
Not much.
Yeah, I guess you do answer.
You call that an answer?
Yeah.
Hope we can try it again.
Yeah. What's up, JP?
Fuck off.
Right.
Oh, was there a little kid on the...
All right, we goes, hey, what's going on? I'm the newly B-end Captain Scotch in the chat room, and I was the one who said that Bevo and Nicole were out fighting for the loving embrace of Nate, and that the loser would be stuck with Sam. I'm not saying I want a prize or recognition, but I would love a prize or some recognition. My uncle introduced me to the BN, and I have been listening for about a year. The BN Awards was only my second live show listening and joining in the chat room. I was instantly welcomed in and had a blast, even if I haven't met JP yet. To unofficially win a BN Award on my second show was pretty incredible. Did we give him an award?
I don't remember.
No, we had him win the Twitter game.
Oh, he won the Twitter game?
Yeah, it's the last second
That's
entry.
not an award, is it? He just won a game.
No, if anything, it's like a badge of dishonor.
Well, you get stuff from it.
It was cool, even if I don't get a shirt or a medal or cash or a thingy on my name on the forum. I still have my memories.
Well, that won't last either.
Captain Scotch. Yeah, you don't get any... Well, actually, you do get a prize for winning the Twitter game.
Yeah, so he should have got something.
Yeah,
Well,
Bevo, did you communicate with Captain Scotch and get his size or whatever?
Yeah, I've talked to him.
All right, well, there we go. All right. Well, thanks for playing, Captain
Yeah,
Scotch.
thanks for crying about it.
Jordan writes in, Dear JP and the other ones.
Hey, look, man, I only changed these a little bit.
I wonder if he has you confused with Tasty.
Or John Palmer again?
Let's go on and see. First of all, I wanted to rub salt in the wounds of all those that participated in the Name That Christmas Carol last month. Where did you find those clowns, and what the hell kind of Christmas carols do they listen to?
Question.
That's a good question.
Crying rivers of blood on Holly.
Not correct.
Shit.
He says, so anyways... Which is another weird saying, I find. So anyways, I just wanted to say that I was in the Bay Area for one evening earlier this month, traveling from Australia. I'd been planning for months to come to the Hop Grenade, but due to miscommunication with my dickhead friends, I couldn't come. My U.S. tour was like pretty good, but layered with a shroud of disappointment that I remind each time I hear your goddamn voices on my commute to Australian work. So
Australian work.
Which is jail.
Right.
So I have nothing more to say about that. I guess I just wanted to get some closure. Come to Australia. Thank you, Jordan. All right. I'm glad we could help.
He just needed to vent?
Yeah.
We don't call it jail anymore. It's breaking rocks. It's a professional term for the work that they do, you know?
I guess you're right.
Gravel manufacturing.
Right. Yeah. And as soon as they get the automobile down there, they're going to be making license plates. It'll be all right.
Very strange. Okay. And then finally, not finally, one more. Let's see. Alan, hey, Brew Clowns, the audio on the Milk Stout. Okay, I know this already. The Milk Stout show is now fixed on the Jamel Show. And here we go. Finally, Spam of the Week. Dear colleagues, on behalf of Gerwo, which is GHRWO.
Right.
I don't know.
You don't know?
It's am I supposed to know?
Well, I don't want to spoil it.
All right, I'll keep going. It's a great privilege for us to invite you to Global Human Right World Organization. Is that like right as opposed to left?
Yes. Yeah.
Global Human Right World Organization against economic crisis, child abuse, and HIV/AIDS treatment. Why would you be against treatment? And by the way, let them. I'm sick of you treating.
You know what I hate?
It used to be an epidemic, you know.
I hate a lot of things. I hate the global economic crisis, left-handed people, children with AIDS, and the treatment they get.
Oh, I wasn't even done yet, actually. And then also against sex work and forced labor. Listen, sometimes the baby just doesn't want to come out.
The only thing worse than a kid with AIDS is a kid who survived AIDS.
And now is working in the sex trade and is left-handed.
Okay, let's the Global Human Right World Organization against economic crisis, child abuse, and HIV/AIDS treatment, sex work, and forced labor, which will be held from March 18th to the 20th in Atlantic City.
What's the acronym on that?
GERWO. Yeah, they left out Jerwoseful. Because I left out sex and forced labor. Anyway, it'll be in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
I hope I get on the board for that.
It will also be in Dakar, Senegal, West Africa. All interested...
Of course.
Yeah, well, it's moving around.
This is like a trade show? So you can learn all these trades?
It's a trade show. Yeah. See that kid dying over there? Let him die. As they show him how to do that. All interested delegates that requires entry visa to enter the United States to attend this meeting will be assisted by the organization in obtaining the visa in their passport free. Air round-trip tickets to attend this meeting will be provided to all participants. For registration... Please give us all of your personal information, including your bank account, social security number. I'm making up that part, but clearly that's what they want.
Right.
This was sincerely Mrs. Ethel Wilson, member of OF Organizing Committee.
Yeah.
So
the English was pretty good on that one.
Yeah.
Not too bad. I feel like we should attend.
I'll sign us up.
One of them's in Atlantic City. It's not that far anyway.
I think it'll be fine. It's closer than Senegal.
I've seen worse things in Atlantic City, I'll tell you right now. Okay.
There you go.
F the kids, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Feedback was brought to you today by Beer Law Center. When we come back, we're going to talk to our boys from Societe Brewing Company. We're going to talk about their beer. We're going to drink their beer. We're going to learn about their beer. And we'll have Travis even will be on the phone with us, too, so we can talk about it with the brewmaster at Societe. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be back after these words.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
Do you like beer? They make beer.
Watch out!
Do you like friends and fun? They make friends and fun.
Watch out!
Do you still like to have a good time? The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
The 21st Amendment in San Francisco, located at 563 2nd Street, 2 blocks from the building where baseball is seen and played. Try their beers in the pub or try them in the can, featuring
Monk's Blood.
Made with real monk.
Watch out!
So why not have the best time of your life? Go to the 21A and Sean O'Sullivan will personally greet you with a can of
Monk's Blood. The 21st Amendment.
Watch out!
This advertisement is not in any way affiliated nor associated with the 21st Amendment Bar and Pub, nor its subsidiaries or affiliates. This telecast is not copywritten by the 21st Amendment for the private use of the Brewing Network. Any use of this telecast without Jamil Zainashev's consent is prohibited. Suck it, JP.
Do you support the Brewing Network? Do you brew your own? Are you looking for an economical, fun, and legal way to do both? Subscribe to Brew Your Own magazine and do just that. All year long, Brew Your Own will surprise you, entertain you, and educate you with articles on beer and brewing from authors like the Brewing Network's very own Jamel Zainashev and John Palmer. Each issue is a full pint of brewing techniques, homebrew stories, tips and photos, projects to make yourself, and recipes for the avid home brewer. Get your tough questions answered by Mr. Wizard and polish your style accuracy with Jamel. A portion of every subscription goes to the Brewing Network, so subscribe today at byo.com/Brewing Network, or just click the BYO logo on the Brewing Network homepage and support a fantastic hobby and your favorite broadcaster. Brew Your Own, the how-to homebrew beer magazine.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zanishev, and I want to tell you about Heretic Evil Twin. You might be familiar with my homebrew recipe, which uses massive late hopping to create a balance between the malty sweet and the hoppy bitter, along with an outrageous malt and hop character. I wanted a beer with the same bold hop and malt character, so we played around with the homebrew recipe until we were able to make a great commercial version too. We've created a beer rich in malt character, full of caramel, toast, biscuit, and an ever so subtle roast note. On top of that, we piled in an insane amount of Citra and Columbus hops at the end of the boil, as well as in dry hopping. This damn-the-cost approach to hopping gives Heretic's Evil Twin a great blast of citrus and tropical fruit that can't be matched by any other hop. The result is a bold, malty, hoppy, but easy-drinking beer. This is our top seller, our flagship beer, and I couldn't be prouder of it. Cheers.
To find Heretic beers near you, click on Find Some at hereticbrewing.com.
You're tuned into the session. Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Welcome back to the program. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us. We got a lot left to do tonight. We got more beer to drink and more beer to talk with the Society people. 888-401-BEER if you want to ask questions of these guys yourselves. That's 888-401-BEER, or hit the chat button on the homepage. A lot of people in the chat room tonight. We had a good suggestion for a new Brewing Network game. It was to play Boner Chicken with Beardy's picture. With Beardy's George Costanza picture. See who can stare out it the longest without
movement.
Without movement.
I'd lose right away.
You lose right away.
Yeah, I already lost.
Dougie's, I'm out. Yeah.
Game over.
Game over. Well, speaking of Boner Chicken, let me let you know really quick about Adam and Eve Valentine's Day. That's right. You can make this Valentine's Day one that you'll both never forget. With this amazing offer from AdamandEve.com through Valentine's Day. And this goes for everybody.
Yeah.
We're not selective about this.
No, why would we?
Well, those of you sitting in the Hop Grenade can enjoy it. Those of you sitting at home can enjoy it.
Yeah.
Those of you sitting right here in the studio, there is no employee exclusion for this offer.
Oh, for this one.
Through
Okay, great.
Through Valentine's Day, you'll receive 50% off just about any item. Just go to AdamandEve.com, and you'll find over 18,000 adult entertainment products.
Wow.
Including toys, lingerie, and seemingly endless selection of adult DVDs. It does seem endless. Like sometimes you're scrolling through.
There aren't that many holes. They're limited, but the products are endless.
Endless. It's amazing. 18,000?
Well, and you put a number on it, and you're like, okay, well, then that's the end, right? But you go through it, and you're like, there's no way.
End. Yeah. It's, 18,000. But listen, there's more. With every order, you're going to receive our romance kit for free. That's right, the Adam and Eve romance kit. The romance kit includes a toy for him. Mm-hmm. Which
for who? For Doug?
It could, in this case, in this example, it could be Dougie.
Okay, so a toy for Dougie.
Well, let's go back to beginning because it said you'll both never forget. So in this example, it could be you and Dougie.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
So a toy.
What about Mike too?
A toy for him. Well, it said both.
Oh,
so I think it's
Mike.
only two people.
You got to hold the camera again.
JP, you're killing me.
Use the offer. A toy for him.
Right.
A toy for a special massager for her.
Oh, fuck! Now there's more people.
Yeah. You know, like if she has a bad back,
right.
A special massager for her, and then a little something you'll both enjoy. Probably something with two ends.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How else would you...
A signed picture of me?
That's a sign. Yeah. Oh, we should have the Brewing Network.
How about the full
kit.
nude version? That's what
I was thinking like a cracker or something.
It's like easy cheese.
Yeah, just like a nice, like edible, like an aperitif kind of thing, like a mint, like an Andes mint or something.
So that, like, when you're like, you know what? Those guys at Adam and Eve were right. We are both enjoying this.
And how?
A tin of Altoids?
Yeah, something. Just whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever whimsy you want.
And then also a free adult DVD just to put you in the mood. So, but listen, that's not all. They'll also throw in free shipping on the entire order. So go to AdamandEve.com today for the special Valentine's Day offer. Get 50% off one item, a free romance kit, and free shipping when you use coupon code BNARMY. That's BNARMY. That's BNARMY at AdamandEve.com. Well, that was a mouthful.
Who gets to enjoy that? Is that a gift that we'll both enjoy?
Yeah, I heard that on one of the DVDs, actually.
That's a totally separate coupon code.
Whoa, mouthful.
Is that a category?
Yes, a mouthful.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's enough out of you people. All right, we got the society. Oh, let me get Travis on the line.
And we got Twitter game.
You think he
Real
wants
fast.
to? All right, let me get Travis on the line. Why don't you tell us what today's Twitter game is, JP?
Well, I'm fascinated with how Tasty lives his life.
Aren't we all?
He's in the silver or the twilight years or whatever it's called, the Twilight Zone,
pretty much.
something like that.
He's in the Twilight Zone.
The golden years or
That's more
whatever.
accurate.
All right. So, and I'm sure everyone else is too. So I would like people to describe for me Tasty's morning routine. What does he do when he wakes up?
Good question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I find myself wondering about this too, Tasty.
Yeah.
What the hell do I do?
I throw her out of bed.
Blind pig in the shower.
I don't do anything productive till afternoon.
Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
So
I deserve that.
So what time is morning routine then? Just to give people an example,
an idea.
like an
Okay.
idea of when the morning routine is happening.
Well, it varies depending how I just wake up when I wake up, and then I get up.
Okay.
11:46.
Start getting on
11:40,
Facebook.
11:59.
Yeah.
Spend all morning on the internet doing stupid shit.
Right.
Answering emails.
Meat spinning.
Using coupon code BNARMY.
Slow playing some women, stuff like that. Just stuff I do.
Right.
Slow playing?
Yeah.
Is that a thing? I don't even know what
No,
that
it's
is.
a thing.
I don't know
Yeah,
what that means.
Oh, sorry.
Because
It'll be in my book.
Stacey's cooler than we are.
I have my own technique.
All right.
My own technique.
What is Tasty's
I type with my elbows. It's weird.
morning routine? That's
Yeah.
our Twitter game
it is.
today. All right, let's see if we got Travis online. Travis, the head brewer over at Society. You with us, Travis?
I'm here.
Hey, thanks for being on the program, man.
Yeah, no problem.
We have Dougie here, looking handsome.
Hi, Travis.
You miss him?
Travis, Dougie tells me that you guys actually like each other, that you're like best friends even.
Well, my wife calls us work husbands.
Work husbands. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That makes sense.
And there's benefits involved.
Well, if you think about it, I spend more time with Travis than I do with my wife.
Sure.
And same with Travis and me.
So there better be benefits,
Well, that's
is
to
what
me
you're
more
saying.
of the reason to hate each other. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to sleep in the same bed with each other, so.
Sure.
Oh, well, I thought that would be a way to
Sometimes we get to when we travel.
I see.
To benefit.
We're just saving money, guys. There's one hotel room.
Travis sleeps naked.
Let's put the TV between the two.
Just gonna
Just
throw
take it
that
off
out
the
there
wall.
right now.
That's right. No matter what, Travis, you can never put pants like some underpants.
Well, I think
on?
it's more fun to sleep naked when you're sharing it with another dude.
It's a much bigger challenge.
That's great. Travis gets up to take a leak, and you don't even know what's about to happen. Oh, damn it, Travis! All right, so Travis and Dougie, you guys founded the company, right? You guys, the two of you started Society.
Yes.
Okay, and you guys have a little bit of history too. You worked together at another brewery.
Yes, so we met at the brewery in Orange County.
Okay.
2009-ish, around
Okay.
there sometime. Travis had already been there for about 6 months. I got hired on, and we met, and it was, the way I describe it, love at first sight.
Okay.
Within the first 5 minutes on my first day, we were joking around with each other. And
Nice. Both brewers there.
I was washing kegs. I was a cellarman.
Okay.
So there was Travis and Jay as brewers, and then I was the scrub monkey.
Got it. Travis and Jay now with the Rare Barrel Jay.
Correct.
So Jay Goodwin. Okay.
Right.
And then, all right, so you were their lackey.
Right.
Yeah.
So there were three of us, and did everything from brewing, cellaring, packaging.
Okay. And how long did you guys work together there?
Overlapped for about 14 months.
Okay.
About
a little over a year.
Yeah.
A little over a year. At what point do you start, in this process? I feel like the idea of starting your own brewery must have come up.
So stepping back a little bit, we would carpool to the brewery. I was living in North County, San Diego. Travis is in San Clemente, which is South County, Orange County. So we both had a long commute, so we would carpool. And we spent 45 minutes in the car every day. So we'd kind of talk about, oh, yeah, one day I want to start a brewery by, this. And kind of I think like every single brewer wants to start a brewery. It's like being a chef. You want to have your own kitchen. You want to have your own thing. Everybody listening right now probably understands that.
You're in a brewery and you start to think about how you would do things differently. Is that what happens?
I mean, it's not just that, because you're in a brewery and you can love it more than anything in the world, but you kind of always have that dream in the back of your mind where it'd be so cool one day if I could do this by myself, if I could, be in Patrick Roux's shoes and do what he's done, and that'd be so awesome.
Okay.
And so we'd always kind of bounce ideas off each other with, the full intention of, all right, Travis, one day you'll start your thing, one day I'll start mine. Travis left the brewery, and then it had been 4 or 6 months, and we kept hanging out because I was in San Diego. He had moved down to San Diego, and we'd meet up for beers every once in a while, and it kind of progressively got more and more like, hey, what if we
Let's just
do this together?
Okay.
Except one night it became very real.
In what way?
The next morning at 6 a.m. we started.
You actually just went for it.
We made the decision. We were at a place called O'Brien's Pub.
Yeah.
We're actually like half a mile from that location right now. And we'd had a couple beers. It was the week before Halloween in 2010, or the week of it. Excuse me. And we had a couple beers. I remember the night before we had done the week before, something like that, we had done the Black Tuesday release at the brewery. And one of my mentors, like a life mentor, good friend of mine, stayed at my house. And he's like, you should just do this. Contact Travis, and you guys should go and do this together. So hit him up. I was like, Travis, let's get some beers together at O'Brien's. And, just normal stuff. We'd met there a lot, and Travis had been talking about, he wasn't really happy where he was right at the time. And we said, what if we start this tomorrow? Sure, I'm game, because I was going to ask you the same thing. He's like, I was going to ask you the same thing, too! Right. So the next morning, it was go time.
Okay.
And then, so we started at that point, and it was 100 miles an hour.
So what happened the next morning? Did you just then get together and have more beers, or do you go to the bank?
I went to work. Okay. Travis went to work.
Okay.
But the gears were turning.
Okay. But it meant you guys had committed to each other. We're going to start this company together.
Yes.
Okay.
It was. I've never been so gung ho, and same with Travis. It was like, okay, this isn't like we've had 3 beers and we're doing this.
Yeah.
This is game time. We're giving up everything for this.
Okay. Now, let me ask back just even a little further than that, because I'm always fascinated about where people came from before they got into beer. Dougie, you were like on Wall Street or something. What did you?
That's right.
Did you go to school for something entirely different?
No, different than what?
Well, than brewing, obviously.
Yes. So
okay.
I double majored, finance and entrepreneurship.
Okay.
Worked at Bear Stearns for a little bit. Left before they went under. Went to a smaller firm. So I was doing investment banking, mergers and acquisitions, murders, and executions.
I cannot picture you doing this, Dougie. But this was your life's path at the time. You had.
Well,
I mean, why not? Hey, you're young, you're single, you have all the time in the world, you want to make money.
Yeah.
2006, 2007.
Okay.
That was kind of the game.
Okay.
Before the the economy took a shit.
So what happened? Was it the economy taking a shit, or were you just not happy?
No. I liked it.
Okay.
You get to work with smart, educated people that want to work hard, and everyone's there for the same reason. Let's all make money.
What's that feel like?
Yeah. What does it feel like to fire hundreds of people at a time?
To work with smart, educated people who want to make money.
Yeah.
Hey, JP, I have a master's degree.
There you go.
And you're kneeling on the floor drinking a beer.
Beer studio.
No, it's
Wait a minute. I don't see your education as being a total misfit at this point at all.
No.
I mean, you were in finance and entrepreneurship. I mean, come on.
Look,
what are
you
doing?
The best thing I got out of investment banking is Excel.
Oh, yeah.
Shit.
No, that's a good skill to have.
I don't use the mouse when I'm on Excel.
No.
Wow.
Gives you a way
It's
to
all
think.
shortcuts and keystrokes.
So you can make a spreadsheet like a motherfucker right now.
When I'm sleeping.
Yeah, okay.
No, but it was, I didn't dislike investment banking. It kind of felt weird when the market took a dump and everyone's like, oh, you're a crook, you're a criminal. I mean, it got to me, but that wasn't why. The reason why I left is I had always wanted to start a brewery. Even when I was a freshman in college, I was like talking to my roommate who's now an investor in Societe. I was like, hey, we're going to start a brewery one day. And by the time I was like 23, 24, I was like, I can't spend a day out of this industry.
So you were homebrewing back then when you had this idea to start a brewery?
I was brewing in college.
Okay, got it.
And so every day that I wasn't in the brewing industry, what I thought was there's somebody out there younger than me, harder working than me, and I need to get into this industry and, do the best that I can.
Okay.
So that's when I decided I'm going to quit. And I met I was in the New York City Home Brewers Guild, met a bunch of good guys there. Shout out to Ray Gerard, Sean White,
No shout
Chris Kuzmi.
Yeah.
One of them.
Kuzmi's been on the show. He's got a little brewery now, too.
Yeah.
Cool.
So hanging out with those guys helped a lot, and decided to quit and move out west where they got the internet.
and the streets are paved with gold. Not gold that you took from other people and melted down to form your shoes, but gold like you can pick out of the water. So you left not because you were unhappy like most people. You left because the passion was the beer.
I was pretty happy.
Yeah.
Oh, not pretty happy, but I wasn't upset. But yeah, beer totally took me out, and I had to decide between a couple cities: San Diego, Portland, Denver.
So you sold your Maserati and kind of...
Yeah. Were you making a killing? That's what everyone's wondering. Like investment banker in 2006, were you making $500,000 a year? What was it like?
You can't spend anything. Well, you pay off a lot of debt.
Oh, from student loans?
Moscow the Jews asking money
Well,
questions.
I know I'm not the only one wondering. When people hear that, they think, "Hey, did you save up a bunch of money and use that to start Society?"
A lot of it, everybody at that time was saving it, and because you're working 100 hours a week, you have no time to spend it.
Okay. I see. It just accumulates.
And I was able to save up and know that I can go to San Diego and work 6-8 months and have a car, pay rent, and pay for everything else, and know that I don't have to have a job. That I can intern at all these different places, or I can have a job for $8 an hour and do this, and I know that I don't have to make ends meet with the job, so I don't have to take any job I can. I can wait out and get that brewing internship or get that one job here, or wash kegs at the brewery if I had to.
Okay.
Yeah, that's huge, right? This is really what sort of propelled him, that he had this cushion.
To get to follow the dream.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, what else? I had 3 jobs working 7 days a week when I moved to San Diego.
Okay.
So it wasn't just like I'm scrubbing kegs somewhere. It's internship at OG's, balling at Green Flash, bottle shop at Pizza Port, Carlsbad, and then...
How much did you get paid for meat spinning?
That's off the record.
That's off the record. You don't want everyone going for that job.
You got paid in experience.
It was per spin.
Yeah. Right. Now, Travis, you had a whole other career path too, right? Weren't you going into...
I certainly did. I went to school for being a cop. I graduated from Sonoma State University with a degree in criminal justice. I put myself through the police academy, and I even worked for the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department for 2 years.
Wow.
And I realized that kind of sucks, and beer is awesome.
Okay. Why did you choose being a cop in the first place? Your family cops, or
no? I just thought it would be fun.
Okay,
and it is.
Okay. Were you homebrewing at that time too, when you were going through school? Is that how you got into beer, or?
Yeah, my wife bought me my first homebrewing kit in college, and I take everything kind of too far when it comes to hobbies.
Okay.
So.
Were you arresting your neighbors?
Yeah. Just for practice.
You have the right to remain silent.
Get down on the ground! I was just taking out the garbage.
Can I borrow a cup of sugar? On your hands and knees right now!
Get him drunk on homebrew and then
what do you mean by
him.
sugar?
On your hands and knees?
Well, that's a different, that was at home in bed.
Yeah. You know what I mean.
So, Travis, what was your first brewing gig then? Was it at the brewery or before that?
No, it was at Russian River. I brewed there for about 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
I started there in 2004 and left in 2009 for the brewery.
What was your qualifications? What were your qualifications that you got hired at Russian River? I'm curious.
Well, Russian River had just opened their doors.
Okay.
And
qualified.
So their standards were low, is what you're saying.
They did have a lot lower standards.
They had no idea.
Well, and I was a home brewer. I made okay homebrew.
Okay.
As most homebrewers make.
Can I jump in here really quickly?
Sure.
Yes.
Because Travis is way too humble. Vinny took a liking to Travis because he liked his homebrewed IPA.
I was going to ask if he had to bring in some beer to him.
Yeah, it was a liquid resume. Yes.
Wow, that's a badge of honor.
So he liked your and it wasn't like he liked your something else. He liked your IPA.
Yeah, he was like, "This guy's got something."
Okay.
And he looks like Tom Cruise without a beard. Had to throw that out.
Well,
I'm trying to embarrass Travis as much as I can.
Yeah. So
good so far.
50 pounds heavier.
So Vinny found him handsome.
Does Tom Cruise have a beard?
Yeah, well, I can't picture him with a beard.
Yeah.
So for the first years, you actually brewed with Vinny right there at the pub, right?
For a little while. I mean, I was at the pub for virtually the whole time.
Yeah.
Towards the end, I brewed a couple of batches at the production facility.
Right.
But generally, I was the pub brewer. Once the Ferdinand Court operation started going underway, Vinny was completely occupied with
you had your
that.
own, you had your own show there at the pub.
I had a lot of alone time at the pub.
Sure.
So before the alone time, can this is something that I think homebrewers or people looking to get into brewing, they want to know what it's like. Like you're brewing under Vinny. Is he out there teaching you every day?
Holy crap, he's not a god.
He's close.
Okay. You probably may or may not have heard this story before, but this was 10 years ago.
Yeah, we've heard it.
Okay, then I'll shut up.
No, carry on.
Go on. Go ahead.
It was at some beer festival, and someone comes up to Natalie and asks her, "Oh my God, what's it like to be married to Vinny?"
Whoa, wow, yeah.
What are you trying? What kind of answer do you want from that?
I have to talk to people like you.
All right, but this is a very different question. I'm asking you the types of things that you learned from Vinny, and that would be like any other brewer that you're learning under too.
I learned how to make good beer, I think.
That's important.
Did he talk to you specifically about hop utilization? And I mean, really to expand on this IPA recipe that you had showed him anyway. He liked your homebrew. Did you learn more about hops under Vinny?
I learned everything that I know about making decent beer from Vinny.
From there, okay. And then eventually he kind of hands you the keys to the pub, right? Because he moved over to the production facility, is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, like I said, there was a lot of alone time there.
Okay. Why did you leave and go to the brewery?
There were a number of factors. One being that my family is in Orange County. My wife's family is in Orange County, and we had 2 kids. Okay. We moved back to Orange County and then realized that was too close to family.
Got it. Right. Okay. I have in my notes here that you might have learned a little something from a guy that we really respect named Brian Hunt as well.
Absolutely. He's one of the biggest influences on my philosophy, mindset behind beer. Huge influence on me, not just with beer, but personally too.
Which part is it? Because Brian has a lot of unique.
He's a little bit nutty.
Yeah,
I take a little bit of that from him. So
okay,
a lot of it.
A little bit. He's got a lot.
One of the things I have a hard time with, and also I think respect the most about Brian, is that his whole idea of beer styles. Where if I say, "Hey, your Pilsner is great," and he'll say, "I don't brew just a Pilsner. I brew a Sonoma Pilsner. I could never brew a Czech Pilsner because I'm not in Czechoslovakia." Did you take any of that away from him, that you shouldn't pay too much attention to styles?
I take a lot of that from him, but not maybe to the same extent.
Okay.
I believe, if you really want to call a beer a certain style, then it should be in that style. But beer doesn't have to fit in a box. It doesn't have to be a certain style. So you don't need to make the same beer that's in this historical whatever. It just has to taste good, and that's all that matters.
Okay. Did Brian or Vinny ever touch you in inappropriate ways? You're very defensive about what you learned from them. So I just want to know.
I did develop some calluses on my knees.
Fair enough. So when you show up at the brewery, when you turn in your resume there, I imagine that for Patrick, it's kind of a no-brainer. Of course, I'm going to hire Travis.
Yeah, he already has calluses.
Yeah,
it's ready to go.
I was offered a job less than 24 hours after I applied for it.
Okay, got it. And now, the brewery was doing some different styles of beer at that point than it sounds like you had done up till then. Talk to me about some of the things you got to learn brewing there.
Well, I certainly got to learn more about brewing these experimental beers. I learned how I really hate Orange County.
Okay, fair enough.
That's not fair. Disneyland is there.
Measles are from Disneyland.
Barrel aging, right? Of course, you learned some of that maybe at Russian River as well, too. But
and that's one thing that I did at the brewery that I would not have ever otherwise learned is trying to barrel age non-funky beers.
Okay. All right. So the two of you now, you brew together at the brewery. You both end up talking one day, and you say, "We're going to start this. We're going to do it." What happens then? How do you afford the two of you and get together and make this brewery happen, Dougie? What happens then?
Excuse me, I'm burping.
That's all right. You can burp all you want. You can do it in the mic, too, if you want.
I was trying to burp off the mic.
Doug, please.
It's going out asking people, for money, basically friends and family.
Okay. Did you have a whole business plan? Did you guys sit down and write it out?
It's a skeleton.
Yeah. Okay.
We worked on a business plan for quite some time. Never, maybe got like 20% done.
Yeah. Actually, the bank we got a loan from just a year ago, and they're like, "Yeah, it's maturing. Can you give us a new business loan or a business plan?" I was like, "You know how many hours that's going to take me to fill in the little pieces?"
Yeah.
I don't have an old one.
No, but I think the main thing. And my stepdad in New York, he's a great guy, good business guy. What he taught me was kind of like, he said he'd rather invest in a person than a piece of paper.
Okay.
So Travis and I were, very much trying to sell ourselves and not, oh, here's the business plan, here's where we're going to be in 3 years, and here's our distribution channels. It's more like, look, we're going to, do our best to make good beer. Here's what we're going to do. We don't know when we can pay you back, but we guarantee you that, you're going to give us your money.
Right. That much
I was trying to go somewhere with that, but I was like, oh, no. We haven't paid an investor back yet.
You haven't yet?
Including Travis and myself, we both invested in.
And you haven't been paid back on
not
that yet
one
either.
penny.
How much did you think you needed to start at the time?
1.5.
You thought you needed 1.5.
Yeah.
How much did you end up needing?
1.7.
Okay,
That's
well,
close.
that's pretty damn close.
It's not bad.
So many people come in and say, whatever you think you need, double it.
We wanted $2 million.
Okay.
That would have been comfortable. We hit so many speed bumps that we didn't think we would. I mean, stuff you wouldn't see. So we had the building we took over. It had a lot of offices in it with drop T ceilings.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to take out the sprinklers. Touch the sprinkler system, you have to update everything else to code. So we ended up spending $25,000 redoing the fire sprinklers.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's expensive
Stuff like
work.
that. The first day we installed our backflow preventer, which cost $12,000. It's got this meter on it that does nothing other than read the water flow if there's a fire. Made out of copper. It got stolen the first night.
Oh, no.
These guys who stole it probably made $10-15 off of it. Cost us $1,200.
Wow.
So we put up security cameras.
not to steal it.
Yeah.
We put up security cameras. We put up razor wire, which I think in total we have like 200 stitches between everybody.
Putting it up.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that shit, I mean, if you let it go, it slinks back and it'll just touching you. It'll cut your skin open.
It's really razor wire.
And you installed it a day late. Right after you needed it.
Yeah. We've made that business park a lot nicer.
You have.
You don't see these sketch balls walking through there anymore.
Okay.
So the razor wire is still up.
You have no idea. We built a fortress.
Wow.
If somebody gets in through that stuff and the expanded steel and everything, good. Hey, you can take it.
Congratulations.
They've earned it.
Well, they can't carry anything because they have no arms or hands.
Yeah, we want to see, like blood and flesh like hanging from it one day. And we're like, yes, we got them.
They'll bleed out before they can escape.
All these teeth around.
So I've been to the brewery. The building that you're in now and the brewery that is set up there is that's what you started with.
Correct.
Right? Okay. You started with that space. It's a pretty big space. You have
It is.
a lot of room to grow.
A little room to grow.
Okay.
At this point.
So, it was it's 16,000 square feet ish. There was 3 suites. We got in a bidding war, had to take the whole building. So we have 16,000 square feet to kind of like, oh, shit, what are we going to do? So we looked at the layout and then said, all right, what's this place going to look like at max capacity?
Yeah.
All right, barrel room here, taste room here, tanks here. We'll do raw materials, brewing, fermenting, packaging, finished product, loading docks on that side.
Okay.
So we were able to plan out the whole space.
Okay.
Knocked down all the walls, built out the tasting room. The hard part was there was a lot of money up front, and that includes rent paying for the whole place.
Because of the square footage. You really had to take so much of it.
It's $100,000 out the door.
Wow. Yeah.
In 6 months just during the build out.
Okay. And let me ask you about a couple decisions there, too, because I was surprised by a couple of things when I saw the space. For one, you mentioned the barrel room.
Right.
The barrel room's enormous.
Huge.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't even really seen the beers come out of that yet in the marketplace.
You haven't.
We have. But you've done some small... But in other words, you planned this giant barrel program that you still haven't really even maximized.
No, it has not been maximized in terms of barrels in there.
Okay.
But we've got 150 in there. We just got another 50. We release sour beers here and there in kegs
down there in San Diego.
Yeah, we don't love to do it. I think it's a totally different experience when you have a sour beer re-fermented in the bottle. I mean, it changes everything. Mm-hmm. And depending on the yeast you want to finish, the bottle conditioning in.
Yeah,
it's 9-day difference. That you also can't serve a beer at 3.5 volumes on tap.
Okay, yeah. So before I move on to my other question about the space, Travis, I want to bring you into this conversation because I thought the barrel room was amazing. It's climate controlled. It's enormous. I hadn't had a sour beer from you guys, and I just thought, now this is a big, scary investment to utilize, to allocate rather this much space for the barrel program. Travis, this was all part of the plan for you too?
Absolutely part of the plan. Now, it's not necessarily something that, it's going to make us a lot of money. It might someday, but it's more something like, I want to drink that, so let's put this in.
Yeah, this is never like we want our focus to be this. Okay. This is just one of the things we do.
You were fired up about these types of beers.
But I'm more fired up about the Harlot.
Okay, so am I. And finishing a keg of it tonight.
No, but this is, I want people to come into Society and not just go, what are the sours you have? Or when are the sours coming out? It's, you guys have so many fucking incredible beers on right now. This is great.
But I guess that's the part that... what were they saying?
Never.
I guess that's the part that surprises me about the sheer size of the barrel space, is what I'm saying. Because I would think that you guys were putting your money down on, you know what, we're going to do really well with sours one day, and we're going to have a shitload of them. It's not big.
The beer in there, on average, is probably going to be spending a little over 2 years each barrel.
Wow.
And there's only room for about 400 barrels in the room. So... be patient.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, here's the second question about the space.
Don't ask when.
This one I was surprised about, but also I thought it was the right move. It's something I believe in. Your tasting room is enormous. You really allocated a lot of space for your tasting room, but tell me why you did so much space for that.
Because we knew we had this huge, gigantic warehouse, at least for a brand new brewery. And we're like, how the hell are we going to pay for this thing?
Okay.
When we budgeted everything out and did our quote-unquote business plan, we were going to take 5,000 square feet. And we thought that was a lot. 20-barrel brewery, that's a good amount of space. We have a little tasting room. And then we're like, oh, shit, we're taking this whole thing. This is, $150,000 a year. How are we going to do this? All right, let's make a big tasting room.
Yeah.
And let's make sure that when people come in here, they're happy, and so we put in at least $150,000 in the tasting room.
Wow!
I mean, each bathroom was $30,000.
Wow!
And what's the square footage of the
3,000?
3,000.
Diamond plated toilets.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything.
Do you have the Dyson hand dryers?
Yeah, we do.
That you just dip your hands in.
I need a gripe on you on air.
You don't like my Dyson?
You're a germaphobe, right?
Yeah.
I saw you open the door with your hand.
I know.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
That's
I used a receipt out of my wallet. After I tried my hands.
No, you didn't. After I left the bathroom, you got a receipt out of your wallet to open the door?
A receipt that I should be turning into my wife, who does our bookkeeping. I used that to open the door.
Covered
and then
in piss.
No, I threw it away.
Oh, no.
Personal
And you know what I don't do?
Did you really?
If I for some reason there's no handle and maybe it's a pull.
Yeah.
I taught Travis this and he liked it. I push up top. On the,
I do that too.
lever.
Oh, yeah.
Sierra Nevada has an actual mammoth or what's Sasquatch? Yeah,
Same
for Bigfoot.
Yeah.
They've got this little foot thing that bends up 90 degrees, and you can put your foot on it and pull it out with
That's
your
great.
foot.
Yeah. See, you guys aren't aware of this, but the metal of our door handle is actually, it's this new antibacterial.
I don't believe you. You're a fraud.
It's uranium.
Did you know?
Were you worried because you saw?
I called you out on air, Justin.
Were you worried because the last person you saw touch it was Justin, or would you be just as worried?
No, I just lost a lot of faith in him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have. I've been I went to 2 years of therapy, and I've been overcoming some of my germophobia.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah,
did you, for example?
I heard that Travis is also a germaphobe, though,
Absolutely.
too, right? Yeah.
Did you know that with hand dryers, you have to dry them for at least 20 seconds minimum to effectively do the same thing as a paper towel?
Yeah, I read that on the internet as well.
Have you seen the inside of those things with the scum layer on the bottom?
There's no scum layer on ours. Go look again.
I know. I looked. There was nothing.
Yeah,
they're very clean here.
It's because Scott doesn't claim to be a germaphobe, but he is a clean freak.
Well, no one washes their hands. I think is more the point.
Most Jews are.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Wow. So I'm actually happy that Scott is not a full-on germaphobe. The two of you working together, you and Travis, as germaphobes at the brewery, that's got to be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
at
they're
times.
just stuck in the same room all the time. They can't open the damn door.
They can't leave.
What are we going to do? I got to get home.
How
No, it's your turn.
I'm hungry.
How has the tasting room space worked out for you at that size? Are
Extremely
you guys
well.
Okay? So you're filling it up, and you're
Right.
selling a lot of beer right there, which is
We
the
are.
place to do it.
It is. This is a complicated question.
Okay.
It is a place to sell it. Our number one, what we wanted to do was to make beer to sell to bars. We're a manufacturer, wholesaler. Tasting room is very much a bonus we're allowed to do, and we're allowed to educate people on site.
Yeah.
Our tasting room manager, who is the greatest, he's the man. Steven, as he says, is that he's our best account.
Okay.
We run the tasting room as its own account from the brewery, so he gets first priority on everything.
Okay.
Our staff there is well educated. You have to be a certified beer server through Cicerone to even be hired.
Great.
$10,000 bonus per year if you get certified Cicerone.
Wow.
So our main goal in the tasting room is to educate.
Wait, hang on one second.
Yeah, you should kill the speakers out there so your servers don't hear.
Staff doesn't hear that.
That's an awful thing to say.
If one of your servers becomes a certified Cicerone, you'll give them a $10,000 bonus
per
It's
year.
a little bit less now that the minimum wage has been increased, but
You increase their hourly wage so that they make $10,000 more dollars.
right. But now that it's $9 instead of $8,
Now it's not that anyway.
well, it's still, it's a
They're
great
doing
bonus.
better.
Some of it's already in the minimum wage.
Yeah.
You may have to make it 9,000 or
Yeah.
something to make
Yeah.
it
Well,
offset.
so what maniac on your staff didn't get a certification?
Right. You have to go
Everyone's
get
working
it.
towards it,
Yeah.
Okay, I would imagine.
and we pay for the tests. We pay for the studying. We just did an off-flavor tasting the other day.
Okay.
I think it's extremely important. Education is everything.
Wow.
For example, we had somebody come in and they said, here's the biggest threat to us right now. Us as in craft breweries, small craft breweries. It's not Budweiser. It's not Miller Coors. It's breweries that start up and are making shit beer.
Okay.
We had somebody come in and say, I like your stout, but it doesn't have enough butter flavor in it.
Yeah.
What?
Really?
That
Yeah.
happened?
That was me. I'm sorry I left that in the.
Yeah. That's another thing I'm calling you out for.
Well, Beechwood is learning. Julian's trying
yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
And I feel like.
Yeah, he started as a home brewer. Lay off.
Yeah, give him a break. Sorry,
Yeah.
he didn't. We wasn't a Wolf of Wall Street.
Some of
you
the best
ass.
beer in the world.
Not
Hey,
enough
Wolf of Wall
butter.
Street, that guy was a... Don't get me started.
Never saw it.
Wait, was he your hero?
No.
No, not
That's
your
a
hero.
scumbag.
Okay.
Oh, did you actually know that? Whoever
We didn't steal money.
Leo
Did you cope with
DiCaprio.
him?
No, I've never done coke.
Question.
Every other drug, yes,
Do you
but
want
not
some,
coke.
Do you want some now?
Smoked weed a couple times, that's it.
Okay, fair enough.
How about bath salts? You want some bath salts?
I don't even know what those things are.
I'll show you. Let's go draw a bath.
So you're saying that the biggest threat to craft beer is people not knowing about what is right, how it's supposed to taste, how it should be made,
And IPA.
Poisoning
It's
the
not-
well.
No. It's not the consumers. It's the people out there not making good beer.
Yeah, because they poison the consumer, and then the consumer doesn't know any better.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
Nicole is clapping.
My biggest fear is that, somebody out there who's drinking Miller Lite, Budweiser, what? I shouldn't have said. Whatever.
Any of these?
It's fine. We're not live. We'll go back.
What's your fear?
Okay.
What's your fear?
That they want to get over into craft beer and they go into a place and they go, this tastes like shit.
Okay. Yeah.
And then.
And sometimes they're right.
Sometimes they're right,
Yeah.
and then they go back to the industrial brewed lagers and they go,
Okay.
well, this tastes the same every single time.
Okay.
And that's I think our greatest, adverse. It's like
For sure. I mean, think about how many breweries that you know that say that they have a lager, but it's not a lager; it's an ale.
Right, yeah.
Or they say that they cask condition their beer when that's not cask
But it's not just
conditioned
that.
beer.
It's
the, but
hey,
it's similar.
Look, I'm starting
shit.
a brewery here in this neighborhood, and you make shit beer,
Yeah.
and then all the community's drinking in. They go, oh, this is what craft
Right.
beer tastes like.
And we've all heard that from people who've said, "Oh,
That's
I've
it.
had craft beer before; it sucks,"
That's a
and they
big
were
topic,
probably
yeah.
right at the moment.
Yeah. So what's going to be done about it, you think, Dougie? What's the next step?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Good answer.
Yeah.
The next step is to make good beer.
But
well,
step 3.
Somebody has to have a frank talk with somebody. Who's going to do that?
Nate, what do you want?
What's the vehicle for that?
I just want to know when the tour bus shows up and all these guys get off and say, I heard you guys are from famous brewery X, Y, or Z. Where are the sours, bro?
We turn them away.
Get back
no,
on
we
the
really
bus.
do.
You do.
We turn away buses left and right.
Yeah.
We don't let in anybody who's drunk. We have no problem kicking out people.
Okay.
Our Yelp reviews are, I haven't looked in a while, but it's either a 5-star or 1-star.
Yelp is a joke.
And our
anyway.
our 1-stars are like, oh, they didn't even let me in. Their beer must suck.
In order to maintain
They wouldn't let
a
us have
good, healthy society, you can't let everybody in.
Yeah.
I see what you did there.
Get it?
A healthy
Who's our guest, guys?
society.
Who's our guest? Huh?
Boobs.
Turn Beardy's mic off.
It's all right. Here's Nate.
What percentage?
Kicking the balls.
What percentage of these breweries, if you had to put a number to it, do you really think are making like below average beer?
Oh, I have no idea.
Well, guess 10%.
I can't put a number.
Higher than that.
I would say
You think it's higher?
25 to 35%.
That
my
seems like an
personal opinion.
enormous
Yeah, I'm not
number.
going to say.
You know, I went to a beer festival. They had 30 different breweries pouring.
The other day.
We had
this
54.
was last summer. It was last summer at the one in Martinez.
Yeah.
And there were 30 breweries pouring. 4 were new. I've never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And each had about like 3 to 4 beers. So that'd be like, I don't know, whatever that is, 12, 13, 14 beers. Out of that many, I tasted like 4 that had obvious like beer flaws.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is a pretty big number.
And it shouldn't be about like going around tasting, oh, what am I picking up here? Oh, this is an off flavor. It's just more like I was saying earlier.
Did you enjoy it?
Do
or
I
not?
like it? Do I not like it? Oh, is this a pale ale? They say it's pale ale. Oh, it's not a pale ale. It's like, does this taste good or is this shit?
Yeah.
You know, and I think.
Well, since we're calling each other out on things, Dougie, though, what if they like it, but it tastes like, you know, microwave popcorn? What if that pale ale that they like, and so they go to the next place and they go, this one's not buttery enough for me. You're saying that's okay in this second.
Totally fine, but I think that's the minority. The people who do like the off flavors, that it will happen.
No.
But
those are like the off flavors. Given a beer that's clean, they'll move right over.
No,
Well,
but
what
there
about when
might be
Heineken experimented with brown bottles and then went back to green because people were like, why are you changing this nice beer?
Right.
Sure, it wasn't skunky
Same
enough.
thing when they sent their kegs over.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
It wasn't skunky enough anymore.
So just like vision, sensation, anything, I think you can absorb, flavor. If we're all in this room because we can taste better probably than most people naturally. And
Well, most of us can.
Yeah.
Not you.
No, you taste pretty gross.
Yeah, thank you, JC.
I think there's some people that they can, I know them and they're like, oh, this tastes fine. And it's not fully there and they haven't been trained, and that's totally okay.
Okay.
So if they're drinking a pale ale and they love it, awesome. Good for them.
Yeah.
But I don't want to have the person that potentially could be a great beer drinker that's into Budweiser, industrial lager, And it's like, oh, I didn't like this. And they do have, like, what it takes.
Yeah.
And, and what it takes, that could be 50, 70% of the population.
Yeah. Well, I'm just playing devil's advocate, but I agree with you 100%. And it scares me when because I hear it all the time. Yeah, I tried that micro stuff and it just wasn't very good. And I actually don't think they're lying to me when they say that. I tend to go, you know what? It probably wasn't that good.
Right. And
because I've also seen the difference where someone goes, I've never liked micro beer, and I've given them one, and they go, well, now that's a fantastic beer.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me it was like that?
And there's so many variations of it. You've got the something like the Harlot or even Anchor Steam, and on the other side you have Pliny the Elder, and it's like, see how big the spectrum is.
Absolutely.
And there's so much to taste, and you have Stone Old Guardian, which is just killer, but super heavily flavored. There's just so much of this stuff out there, and it's a shame when someone could be deterred because they go, oh, this is, tastes like something that I don't like.
Yeah.
Well, even on the other side, the initiated craft brew drinker, like for me, the darkest day that I remember, and being a craft beer fan, is the day that I realized I don't want to try new craft breweries because I've been burned so many times, paying a bunch of money for pints and bottles and 6-packs and whatever. And it's like, this is terrible.
You are pretty grumpy, though.
I'm super grumpy, but it's either like all I do is IPAs or all I do is diacetyl bombs. That's it. Like, that's the spectrum for me for any new brewery, and for me,
so meaning the day that you had to like stick with your old favorites and not go
when I go to the store, or like when I go out to bars, I go, well, I've never heard of them or them, but there's Firestone.
So I'll have that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I don't want to spend the money on a beer that I don't know if will be good or not, because so many times it hasn't been good. I never send beer back.
I'm going to
but
grab
I've been
your hand.
Sending beer back lately.
So another thing maybe your employees don't want to hear.
Travis, they're holding each other.
We give our full-time employees $100 a month to spend on beer that's not Society.
Oh, wow.
So
I don't know.
Go out.
It's like if you gave us $100 iTunes.
It's a stupid idea.
To like buy iTunes.
You guys are
podcast.
dedicated to education.
And the whole thing behind it is, okay, yeah, you're drinking Society. You go out, and you've got $20 in your wallet, and you're at the liquor store, and it's like, all right, well, I can buy this beer from XYZ Brewery that costs $15. Fuck, that's it's kind of expensive.
Yeah.
Or I can just buy a 6-pack Firestone Sierra Nevada. I know it's going to be good. I've had it so many times before, and I can get dinner.
Okay.
Well, we're giving you that $15, $18, $30. Go spend it on that and try it.
Okay. Yeah.
And now you don't. If you don't like it, pour it down the drain.
Sure. Now
do you
no
want
big deal.
like a
Right, do you need a
cool, like
receipt?
some
No.
feedback? No, just some feedback. Like, hey,
I
I
don't
had
care.
this beer. Oh, it would be interesting.
You just want them to do it.
I just wanted to do it. I don't care about feedback.
Yeah.
Anytime your employee is interested in the product,
Yeah.
and that's if you're not, so they're
Mike's gonna
developing
say
an interest.
Are you
More
hiring?
money to spend on it is going to enhance it.
Yeah, Mike Sardina, I feel like Society's a really good company to work for.
I spent my entire $100 quota here at the Hop Grenade between
you did?
Friday and today.
I love this
I need to
program.
talk to you about that, Mike.
Yeah.
Suddenly, everyone's drinking $100 a month worth of beer all the time.
And you know
get
the
a
greatest
job.
thing about
Can I get a
that?
job?
Not one person hits the limit.
Oh, is that right? They're pretty cool about it. And well, they know the purpose of it. It
Right.
sounds like you've outlined the purpose, and I think people are pretty honest.
I mean, it's
about
not like, hey, pick up a case of something and go out to the desert for camping. It's you're at Tornado or any of the places down San Diego. Buy something you wouldn't normally buy on us,
and we'll pay for it. Okay.
Water.
Yeah. I'll have a Bud Light.
I'll have a white wine,
you're
please.
at the Hop Grenade.
Yeah.
when you're at the Hop Grenade.
That's
Except for
fucking
drinking
Mike.
Society.
Yeah. All right, let's do this.
Travis, is Travis still there?
He's here, and I'm hoping he's going to like.
I miss you, Travis.
He's asleep.
I mean, he's there. I don't know if he's conscious.
He is.
Here's what I'd like to do. I got to take a break.
Yeah.
How about we just talk about some Society beer and how it's made when we come back? Travis, are you into that with us?
I don't know.
I'm with Travis. Like, I don't really care.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm looking for how the beer's made. I want some techniques. I want to know what you guys are passionate about. I mean, I read your website. It confuses me. You use big words, and you talk about things I don't understand.
The
Blame that
runes,
on Mike.
the runes just scare me.
The coasters you were
we
giving
didn't-
away at the fest was like an education in all sorts of words that I've never seen before.
Right. Yeah, like, what's the word? Stygian?
Stygian.
Thank you. Stygian.
Beer. Bear.
Tahi.
We didn't have a website for the first 2 years, so
Oh, you didn't?
no.
No kidding.
Yeah, well,
That's surprising.
We had a WordPress, WordBlog.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Live
That's what happens
journal.
when you don't finish your business plan.
But that's also called a website.
Actually, I kind of commend you on it because what I was going to say is that most breweries start with a website now, and I feel like you guys started with beer. That's kind of
Sign up for our mailing list.
Yeah.
Things take priority, and the website was at the very bottom of it.
Okay. All right, Travis, you with us, buddy?
I am.
We're going to come back and talk beer. You down?
I don't know.
All right.
Still.
Hang in there. It's the session. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Maybe Travis will give us some info. If not, we'll just keep beating up Dougie. Hang in there. It's the session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and the freshest ingredients, backed by the best customer service in the business. Do you like to mash using efficient fly sparging, but would like an easy way to heat your strike and sparge water? Enter the new Brewer's Edge electric mash water heater, a plug-in, anywhere, precisely controlled heater for strike and sparge
Bridgewater. Ditch the fumes and second burner and make mashing easy. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com today and browse their vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy the Williams way.
Hey, Wooly, I'm beat. Can we find a nice tree to just hang out in for a while?
You're beat. I've been swinging through this forest for 50 years, ever since we first escaped from the circus. I know, but there's got to be more to life than exploring this creek and trying to populate the valley by copulating with loose, hairy girls. Marquis, stop. Look!
What is that?
It looks like a man-made treehouse.
With fresh food.
And craft beer.
Welcome to the Creek Monkey Tap House, boys. Grab a seat. Creek Monkeys drink free.
Awesome!
The Creek Monkey Tap House in Martinez, California takes their mission of fresh food and beer seriously. They only serve locally raised beef and chicken, as well as local sustainable produce. It's better for you and the planet, and it just tastes better. The beer and wine at Creek Monkey Tap House are chosen with the same care for the highest quality and rotate frequently to make each visit an adventure. Swing on into the Creek Monkey Tap House and enjoy a new legend of amazing food, beer, and wine. The Creek Monkey Tap House, online at creekmonkey.com.
BN Army, I'm here to talk seriously for a second. You all are partially responsible for something explosive, and it's time you answer for it.
Moonlight Meadery is exploding.
Yeah, exploding across the country. Wait, they just landed in Australia with insane quality meads.
With nearly 70 different varieties of mead on the market, Moonlight Meadery has blown up the mead category and completely reinvented it.
Seriously? What? Seriously? What? You're paying money for that watered-down mead when you could have a Moonlight mead?
Moonlight meads explode with quality and flavor.
They're a party in a bottle. Did someone say party?
If you want mead and want the best, you want meads from Moonlight Meadery and will accept nothing less.
And now get 15% off by going to moonlightmeadery.com/BNArmy and use coupon code BNArmy at checkout.
Hey, sign me up for that party.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states, plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small, single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Brewcasters are back.
888-401 beer.
Whatever.
All right. Hey, welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us. We got the Society boys in the room tonight. We got their beer on tap. I just poured their English IPA. What's this one called, JP?
Haberdasher.
Haberdasher. I got that one in my glass right now.
Which is like some sort of old-timey word for like a guy who ran marathons or something?
Oh, yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
We're going to do a little game with them later. I don't want to say too much about the meanings of their beer name.
Okay. All right.
Little thing up our sleeve, JP.
I'm wearing short sleeves.
I haven't given up on the harlot, but I just thought I would start with a little something else. So I got their English IPA in my glass. Before we move on, I need to let you know about the Beersmith home brewing software. You can go to beersmith.com and check it out. We all use it when we homebrew. It's a fantastic piece of software, and you don't have to take our word for it because you get a free 21-day trial. Brad over there at Beersmith Smith does just a great job keeping everything up to date. It's available both on PC and Mac. And forget about all that other old software that's not updated anymore. Beersmith is where it's at. It can do everything you need it to do, and probably a little bit more, maybe even a lot more. You don't even know that you need some of the things that it does. Also, our good friend John Palmer over there.
That's true. That's more true than not true. Yeah.
I'm right, though, right? Like sometimes you look through it and you go, "Holy shit! I didn't even know I needed that."
Right.
And then you start using it.
No, not JP John Palmer.
Yeah, the other
John Palmer.
Well, our friend John Palmer started doing a DVD series with the Beersmith guys. How to brew all grain on DVD right now, so you can go check it out. That's not a free 21-day trial. I don't think you got it, but you might be able to watch some clips from it over on the website. Go to beersmith.com right now and check it out. They're good people making a good product, and I think that you'll like it. All right, so we still have Travis on the line. We don't know if he's going to talk beer with us or not, but he's here. He's here with us, and so is Dougie, and so is Mike. I want to start a little game with you guys before we continue the interview. All right? We're going to continue this on through the rest of the show. Mm-hmm. I'm going to make a statement, and you're going to tell me the thing I'm talking about. All right? Yeah. It's very simple. Oh, that's the only rule.
Right.
I'm going to make a statement. You're going to tell me the thing I'm talking about. Just a little game that we made up here. Knowing that you guys are going to be on the program, we thought it'd be fun. So here's his first statement. Pay attention. See if you can get it right.
Was that the statement?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
How'd I do?
Wonderful.
What's the thing I'm talking about?
This game.
Yes! All right, good. You got it already. All right, here we go.
God, JP, you're good.
What did you do to me?
I make a living carving flesh from the defenseless.
The butcher.
Travis! Travis got it. First one. The butcher. I make a living carving flesh from the defenseless.
Are these all about the beers?
Travis is conscious. I don't know, Beardy.
The topic
I don't... Shut the fuck up, Beardy!
Hey, I just wanted to get started for the new year since the B&A's.
I think that was the first shut the F up of the new year for Beardy.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Right.
No, you didn't hear Dr. Homebrew last couple weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. You got some shut the F up on Dr. Homebrew, too?
Well, not F's because they can't say that on Dr. Homebrew. It's a clean show.
All right.
Were they talking about a calendar?
Really?
But they wanted to.
It's not all that clean.
It's clean.
Been there?
Dr. Homebrew? Oh, yeah.
All right. I'll have some more for you throughout the program. We'll see if you can get all those right, too. Travis, you did great. You're stellar.
Well, he's a cop.
He was a
smart
cop.
one.
Yeah.
Classically trained.
All right, so the beer that's in my glass, we've talked about Harlot on this program before, so let's move on from that one.
Yeah,
I've got your new English IPA in my glass, new to me anyway.
Yeah.
How long you guys been making this beer? What's it called?
I'm sorry. Why?
I always get the name wrong.
Haberdasher.
The Haberdasher.
Yeah.
I'm against names that can't be remembered.
The Dasher Haber.
Yeah. I just want you to know that in
think
general...
about their logo. Everybody's got hats on.
Like Jesse Owens.
Does that make it memorable?
The hat maker. Yeah.
I say the same thing to Rare Barrel guys. Their names they're so retarded.
I love
Mike
their
here
names.
suggested this name.
Yeah. Oh, Mike did?
Yeah.
That doesn't
Your
surprise
mascot.
me. Yeah. This doesn't surprise me.
Your mascot.
Yeah, Mike the mascot. That's Haberdasher.
Yes.
I get it, but it's hard to remember. Don't you think?
Why?
Because it's a word that nobody gives a shit about. It's Haberdasher.
I actually use it.
You use this all the time?
I do use it. Not all the time, but sometimes.
My point made.
Right.
Dougie, are you ready to change the name now that JP?
I like the name.
I'm changing it tomorrow.
I like the Rare Barrel beer names. I like this one.
All right, name aside, none of that matter. What I think about the name doesn't matter.
English name. It's when Travis told me about the beer. The first beer I ever homebrewed was Bitter Brewer clone from Surly. So kind of ESB style, hoppy. Just something you want to drink a lot of. Nice, but also a little bit malt forward. And when Travis approached me, told me about the beer, I was like, this would be kind of a cool name for it.
And Travis, you agreed.
That's a great name.
All right.
I mean, first he laughed real hard.
Yeah. It is a great name. It's fine. What do I know about naming beers? Nothing. Not a thing.
No.
What I do know is that the beer tastes fantastic.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about the beer, Travis, would you?
Well, this is. I could honestly say it's probably the only beer that we make with crystal malt in it.
Really?
Typically, all of our IPAs, I'm very against crystal malt being into them. They detract from the hop flavor and they don't add to it. But this is an exception. We don't even. We call it an English IPA, but we don't even associate it with the rest of our IPAs. It's not in our out west category. It's off on its lonesome off to the side of the board.
Okay.
And that's because it is a very malt-forward beer. And it is really hoppy, but it's not the hops that you think of when you think of a hoppy beer. It's not the hops that you think of when you order an IPA. These are 100% English hops, 100% English malts in this beer, and greatly inspired by a couple of beers that I've had here in the States, but also from a trip Doug and I took to England last year.
Which places inspired it? Which breweries? Or
Not breweries, beer.
Just beer in general?
Yes.
Just English beer in general? Okay. First of all...
Travis, what about the yeast? Yeah. Or no?
I don't have anything to say about the yeast.
Secret.
Is it English yeast or not?
Secret.
I bet it's not.
It's not English
It's
yeast.
not. Is it the same as what you use for everything else?
Belgian yeast lagered.
It's actually 100% lactobacillus fermented.
Blew your mind.
You don't want to tell us what the yeast strain is or anything?
There's nothing special about the yeast. It's the yeast that we use for all of our that style of beer.
You ferment it like a different temperature, or maybe warmer to get more, yeast character in the beer. What do you? Or you just do your normal
I guess
fermentation?
what I'm trying to get at is you don't have to use 002, 007 to get the English flavor.
You can use 001 and
No,
still do
you
it?
could change the malt up, change the
Right.
hops up,
Yeah.
treat it differently.
Okay.
And there are ways to manipulate everything.
Okay.
But none of those. Do any of those give you like a yeast character, like an English yeast character? Do they? You can say you can do it by the malts.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
With just the English hops and the addition of crystal malt and adding a little bit of body to it, I think makes up for a lot of that missing ester profile.
It gives you the impression there. Right, Cotton.
The beer tastes very English, no doubt. But
It doesn't. I mean, I don't know if it's reminiscent. So instantly you taste it, you smell it, and you go, "There's that crystal charge. There's that English hop.
And it's
an
balanced.
English beer, and you don't think about the rest." Right.
So I agree with all those things, but Travis, it sounds to me like Tasty is saying, what about the English ester yeast profile? Are you able to...
You're tasting it. If Doug didn't say anything, would you have ever guessed that there wasn't an English yeast in there?
yeah, I did.
I
Tasty did.
I had a suspicion.
But I've had a lot of beers like that where I could see where a clean yeast house is making an English beer.
Yeah.
Okay.
To me, it's kind of an English IPA in that they do kind of 2 out of the 3 things, and then the 2 are done so well that you kind of just fill in the blank.
I'm with you.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it's just like...
There's also the other point where we were talking about earlier, is don't really give a fuck if it follows the style.
Right.
Doesn't taste good.
This English IPA isn't brewed in England.
No doubt. That's,
We want to get away from grading it on does this fit into a category?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Does it fucking taste good?
It should be a good beer first.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody.
Oh, no,
I think everybody thought it tasted
No,
good.
I know that.
We were asking a specific question about esters.
we were
that's all.
definitely having a homebrew bias here,
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh,
All right, Travis, that's on you.
on that note, though,
Yeah.
Right.
how about water profile? Different for this beer than
Absolutely.
We treat all of our beers with their own unique water profiles.
Every beer has its own.
We talk softly
Water.
to them. And,
so
and
big,
build them
heavy
up.
sulfate,
You're
maybe
doing great.
Burton kind of style.
We treat all of our brewing water reverse osmosis. We start with bare water and then add minerals back to every batch.
And so each beer gets a different idea in
Correct.
terms of water.
Yes.
Would the San
Nice.
Diego water be tough to deal with otherwise if you didn't?
San
have
Diego
to-
water
You
is
have
awful.
no idea.
Is it really bad?
It's disgusting.
What do you guys do? You guys
Chlorinated
RO a lot,
water.
or what do you?
Yeah, RO.
Okay.
So do carbon, then RO. We take it down to what we shoot for is about 30 parts per billion, and it's climbed a little bit since then. And we'll replace the cartridges
Okay.
and the filters, but we try and rip everything out.
So, also with this beer, the first thing I noticed, actually before we got into any of the other conversation about the beer, is a thick, tiny bubble, creamy head of beer, almost like you served it on nitro. And it's still sticking around in my glass, by the way. This got served to me, I don't know, almost 10 minutes ago.
Good glassware, Justin.
It's a good glassware. But how do you get, like, you don't want to talk, even look at the difference between the Harlot. Do you have the Harlot in your glass there, Dougie?
Yeah, but I've been licking the foam off the inside. So.
Also, great head though. But I'm talking about the difference in like kind of the thickness and the tiny bubble part.
So I've got the Pugilist in front of me right now.
Yeah.
But we treat it the same way in that it's a very easy workaround
Okay.
with the modern draft beer. undercarbonate it. And that's what we do with the haberdasher. That's what we do with the pugilist, and to an extent with the butcher.
Really?
These English styles, we put less CO2 into the beer so that it has more of a fluid mouthfeel.
Soften it up. How many volumes are you talking about? Like to what volume?
The haberdasher, we're looking at like 2.4 volumes.
2.4? Okay.
And then
butcher, we go by taste.
What
do you shoot for your other IPAs?
IPAs are typically around 2.5.
Okay, so just 0.1 difference. 0.1, 0.2 difference.
It's a big point.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Especially when you get into like things like the butcher.
Yeah.
What beer is that? Because I'm unfamiliar with
Imperial Stout.
Okay.
I think the technique is working perfectly. I can
It's
see
when you
exactly
cut
what you're doing.
defenseless
I can
animals.
taste the mouthfeel changes because of it.
That's a great beer.
I wouldn't have, unless you said it to me, I wouldn't have told you that's what you're doing. I would have thought you'd say, "Oh, we have to add this to our grain bill to get that kind of a head retention." But
No.
you're just doing it with volumes of CO2.
And, Travis, I don't want to call you out, but is that a Brian Hunt thing where he goes?
No, Brian Hunt checks, or at least he used to check his CO2 by dropping a little bit on the floor and looking at the bubble pattern. We don't do it exactly that way.
I told Teddy that this morning when we were checking the carb on one of the beers we were doing.
Wow.
And but Brian
Throw
Hunt,
it on the floor. It's like an old.
I got so distracted because I was trying to not to say the wrong thing.
You distracted me because I come from an Italian family, and the way we check our pasta is you throw it against the wall, and if it sticks, it's ready. And so you throw your beer on the floor, and you check the bubble content. To me, this is a very normal thing.
You read the bubbles, you read the splashes, and I told Teddy about it, and I was like, yeah, I think it's Brian Hunt that does this, and Travis told me this. And Teddy's like, oh, yeah, how many bubbles come out of there? And Teddy's like looking at it, and he's like, yeah, we're not even close. Because Teddy, when he was in China, brewing in China.
Now, by the way, Teddy is one of the brewers at Society. He's here in the studio with us as well. And so Teddy brewed
in the microphone.
Teddy's really happy to be here.
Hey, guys.
Well, Teddy brewed in Shanghai for what, a couple of years, too?
Yeah, just about 2 years.
Okay.
Wow.
And then came back to the States and started with Society then, or?
No, I was up in Redlands, California at Hangar 24 for a little bit.
Got it.
Working the overnight shift.
Good brewery also.
And then was pretty excited to start with Society.
Hey, for what it's worth, we did not poach.
You didn't steal Teddy?
No.
Okay.
He said he was moving out to San Diego no matter what. And we're like, okay.
And you're like, you might as well have a job when you get here.
Well, no, the last thing
really.
You told him about the $100 beer credit. And he said, oh, yeah, I'm heading out there anyway.
And free handies.
That was a huge perk.
No, I mean...
not that huge.
To be serious, for what it's worth, last thing we would want to do is try and poach from somebody else. So we knew Teddy was coming out here and or down there. And
I like how that's the most important thing to Doug, to get the information to get out. Not anything about the beer, but
we did not steal
and not finish sentences.
Yeah. All right, let's talk a little bit about hops with you guys, because one of the things you are known for is hoppy beers. Let's face it.
Weird.
In fact, I'm not sure you could make it in San Diego if you weren't known for hoppy beers a little bit. Was this something that was a passion of your guys anyways? Look, we love hoppy beers too, so we got to do it. Or did you do it because that's the market?
Travis?
No, that's absolutely a passion.
Okay.
I drink probably more Harlot than anything else.
Okay.
But second to that is a hoppy beer, and whether it's one of ours or another, but
probably whatever's freshest.
Yeah, it's whatever it is. Yes, whatever's freshest of ours is what I'm got in my glass. Second to the Harlot.
Got it.
And
the Harlot is God.
The Harlot is so amazing.
And so starting up, being now that you're popular for your hoppy beers, being a young brewery, how did you get good hops, or were you trying to go for kind of the off-center hops?
Adding a lot.
That was a huge challenge. When we started, we had no
suppliers wouldn't talk to us.
Really?
Not in a bad way. It was just tough. It's like, we're looking to start a brewery, and they said, oh, we need your brewer's notice from the Fed. It's like...
Sure.
It's got to be tough, and all the breweries that are starting now to contract hops. I mean, we have our hops contracted now for some of them through 2020.
Yeah.
So
wow. So what did you get when you were starting up, Travis?
Well, we got some fortunately, one supplier was able to work with us and we got some hops, so we were able to brew. But we did get Cascade, we got Centennial, we got Chinook, we got these really awful Columbus, which we never end up using.
got those.
Wow.
They were so bad we wouldn't sell them.
Really?
They were not Columbus.
You wouldn't even sell them to another brewery.
Do you send them back? What do you do? What do you do?
Try to. We don't work with that supplier anymore. So
they sit in our cold box.
What will you? So I'm just trying to think like a home brewer. I go and I open a packet of Columbus that I bought at a homebrew shop or something. What do they smell like that you guys know these are freaking awful?
These smell like 10-year-old European hops.
Okay. So
you put them next to that razor wire outside to deter the thieves. They smell so bad.
Take these.
No, but with all ingredients, with being a home brewer, Harold Gobranson down in San Diego, he put it the best with smoked beers. He goes, they say, oh, how many, what's your percentage of smoked malt in your smoked whatever? He goes, go in, taste it, and then you adjust by that. So it's the same thing. Taste your ingredients, smell your hops.
Yeah.
Make sure whatever you're putting in is what you want. And don't just smell it to smell it. Go, what's this smell like? Is this what I want in my beer?
Yeah. Do you have recourse as a commercial brewer when you get this batch of awful Columbus? Like, do they take it back?
No,
fortunately, that was our very first contract.
Okay.
And so we have very little to contract.
So it went something like this. Thank you. And that's it. And you kept it.
Am I done? Can I leave now?
Yeah, can I?
We're done here.
All right, so what was the first beer that you guys made when you finally got hops like, now these are the hops we want?
Well, so we started out with a progression. We did get our Belgian hops that we wanted right off the bat. So the Harlot was there.
Okay.
Now, the other IPAs, we had to make some tweaks here and there based on the hops that we were able to get. We're still making tweaks on the IPAs just to try to improve them. And now that we have the hops that we want, where the progression is there. So
the Pupil, for example, that's one of your most popular IPAs, right? 7.5%.
So it's Nelson Sauvin heavy, and we didn't have that much to begin with. So there's a lot more Nelson Sauvin in the Pupil now than there was in year one.
Okay.
And then there was more Centennial, more Citra. The balance of these hops have changed over a while, and it's always just trying to dial it into the way we want it.
Is Nelson Sauvin a popular IPA hop? I feel like it's not. I feel like I came back from Oregon having had a couple of Nelson beers, really raving about them, and hearing from a lot of people going, Nelson, not so sure about that one.
It's a tough one to use, I think. It can come off rubbery. It can come off burnt trash. But used properly, it's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, you get that diesel kerosene thing and start pushing it too far.
Is that what happens?
Yeah. And there's not a lot of it around, too, so it's something they probably would want to use sparingly. At least a lot of breweries probably can't get tons of it. So
you say in your Pupil you have Centennial, Citra, and Nelson. Is Nelson like the least amount? Or?
No, Nelson is the primary hop in the Pupil.
Got it.
Sorry, go ahead.
So how do you keep from getting some of these characters that Nathan's talking about, some of that diesel, things that people don't like?
That's where the Citra and the Centennial come in. It's to try to balance out some of those flavors.
Okay. It works.
That would be the tough part.
Great beer
for me about being a commercial brewer.
Liking hoppy beers.
Well, yeah. Pretty much.
Yes. Wanting to make what sells.
Right.
Number two.
Right.
Yeah.
Keep going. No, but what I think a lot of home brewers especially don't understand is that commercial recipes change.
Okay.
And they change from crop to crop and year to year, or maybe even batch to batch. Who knows, right? And so the recipe you might get from as a home brewer isn't going to be the same, or may not be the same the next year, the year after, or whatever down the road. And so tweaking that out and constantly fucking with something.
But these guys are constantly dialing in those top
always
profiles
every batch changes. And not only that, but home brewing, it's tough. You get a conical, little conical fermenter, and it changes everything because you can dry hop, get the beer off the hops, get the yeast out of there. It'll change everything.
Okay.
And if you're racking from carboy to carboy, are you introducing oxygen into there?
It'll change, yeah.
God, you are so East Coast.
Are you guys getting the hops that you want now? Are you big enough now? How big is the production?
It's not a matter of size. It's a matter of contract. And yes, we have the hops now.
Motion of the ocean.
And that's what you're saying. You guys are sort of contracted out till 2020.
Not quite that far, but we're sitting okay.
Okay.
Is that a scary thing when you're thinking about recipes and how your beers might change? That you're kind of locked into these hops you contracted.
Well, it's a minimum,
real pain in the ass.
Yeah, I bet it is.
The one thing that probably keeps us up at night more than anything else.
Okay.
Have you gotten screwed? Because contracts are very one-sided in that if the hop supplier has it, they'll sell it to you and you're required to buy it. But if they decide not to give it to you, oh well.
That's absolutely correct.
So have you guys gotten seriously screwed by, hey, so we're out of Nelson.
We got plenty of Palisade, Warren.
We have experience.
We have this awesome hop called Summit that is a great substitute for Nelson.
So Travis said to answer, he said, you've experienced it.
When we were starting up Society, well before we got our building, we were trying to line up a source of hops and trying to contract some. And this one supplier, we had a huge supply of El Dorado, and this was going to be our signature hop. And it ends up that they didn't get that hop, and so neither did we. And so we were stuck without any really cool hops.
Gonna throw some more shout-outs for El Dorado.
No shout-outs.
3rd Street Ale Works.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Using that El Dorado.
Travis is good friends with the guys there. And we tasted a single hop beer. Travis, is that right?
No, he had pellets as a sample.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
God, it was fucking incredible.
Go home, Doug. You're drunk.
So it wasn't even in a beer. You just smelt the hop.
And I was like, and Travis and I were like, oh, we're getting some El Dorado hops.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And we thought they were so great. And, kind of got screwed over.
Travis, do you get to a point where you sort of gain enough confidence? You have these contracts. You know what hops you're getting. I can see that it might constrain you to some things you have to do. But do you gain enough confidence where you go, you know what, I'm going to brew some good beers with it. I'm going to figure out a recipe. We have good hops. It doesn't matter what they are. I'll find a way to brew a great beer with it.
There's no problem with that. That's all we do.
Okay. So because the first thing I asked you was, does it suck? Do you get scared by being locked in? But then I thought
the hop contract thing is a real pain in the ass. It's because we want to brew these beers, maybe, but they may change, and something else comes along. We're not using the same amount of hops that we thought we would, and so we've got a surplus. We've got 1,000 extra pounds of saws. Oh, what are we going to do with these? I don't know.
Yeah.
We're not going to make an IPA with that. So what do we do with that?
Got it.
Harlot.
You know what I like about Travis?
And then Harlot is born. Is that what happens?
Harlot was the first.
Okay.
It gets a little sauce.
That's our first
in
baby.
it,
That surprises me that was your first one.
Why?
Because it's so goddamn good. How'd you guys get it so right the first time?
This was prior to the O'Brien's conversation. It was, I know
this
what
beer.
I want to
This
drink.
is what we want.
Oh, so it wasn't even something you had homebrewed. You just talked about it.
Oh, it.
No, there was no homebrew.
Okay, there was homebrew. There was no homebrew.
No homebrew.
Wow. No. Okay.
So Harlot predates the brewery itself, then.
The Society brewery, yes.
Right, then Society.
Yes.
Society, yes.
Yeah.
I still remember the first GABF you guys were at and drinking Harlot at your booth and just being super excited that you guys were in business.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I want to drink this more.
Yeah, how did you get it right so quick?
I was like, holy
That's
shit,
what I
it's
mean.
like Bo-Pill's wort and Belgian ale yeast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we
It's
are now
fucking
blowing
awesome.
smoke up your ass on this one. This is...
It's too high alcohol for me, but whatever. You guys like it. The plebes like it. It's fine.
There are not that many beers that I specifically remember drinking at GABF. That's one of them.
Literally, yeah.
By the way, we've all seen Nicole at GABF. I can vouch for that. I can vouch for that. Accuracy of that statement. All right, so we've talked a little bit of hops. Let's move on to some of the other beers too. A beer you've had great success with, also the Pugilist, 2014 silver medal at the World Beer Cup, right? So this is not really a hop-forward beer.
No, there's almost no hops in it.
All right,
I mean, there's some, but not very many.
What is this beer? It's a dry stout, right?
Right.
What do you guys? Do you guys call it a dry stout?
Travis,
exactly what we call
why is it not a Irish dry stout?
Are you asking me?
Because he's not.
Yeah,
Irish.
yeah.
It's just a dry stout.
I thought you were going to say, because I don't know what an Irishman tastes like.
See, that's what he normally says.
Brian Hunt
to Dougie.
Right.
Tell me about the beer.
Because I'm not a dirty Protestant.
I love going to some place where we're explaining our beers and leading off with the pugilist. Not for the people that are listening to this show here, but the people that would be otherwise less familiar with beer. And I like leading off with this black beer that is the very lowest alcohol beer that we make.
Okay. So people that are turned off by dark beer, for example.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, it's extremely drinkable.
Oh, where is that?
It has this great roast flavor, which I think is better now that we're using Simpson's malt, which I think is fantastic.
Simpson's is the best.
Okay. Is that what is it? Which
malt, sir?
Is that the base malt?
No, well, it's where all the roast comes from.
Okay.
But they
Can
do
you
make
give
a
us
good base malt Golden Promise.
Golden Promise is Simpsons? Okay. Can you give us an idea or even the whole malt bill? Would you do that?
The malt bill, I mean, it's actually... Okay, so this is a longer story.
Okay.
Before I was working at Russian River, I was a customer of Third Street Ale Works.
Okay.
This was when Denise Jones was the brewer there.
Oh, yeah.
And I had a conversation with her about Blarney Sisters at one point. And I was asking her about the malt bill. And she said something very simple to me. It was like, this stand, I mean, it's like, every dry stout is this way. And it's 70% base malt, 20% flake barley, and 10% roast, or something like that.
Okay.
And basically, this follows a very similar pattern.
Okay.
Although there's a little bit of chocolate in there, and instead of all flake barley, there's some flaked oats as well.
Why? Why flaked oats?
That adds that creaminess, a little bit of that silky texture.
Okay, got it. So 4 grains total.
Yes.
Okay. But still mostly just a base malt.
Yeah.
Okay. It works. Did Nicole go to get you some, JP?
I hope so.
I think she ran
I don't think there is any.
No, that was
Is there?
Bev.
Oh, it's Bev.
That's Bev
Oh, it's
slamming
Bev.
the door like a noob.
Oh, that you probably just had to pee.
We don't have any, do we?
Yeah, I don't think there is any. Otherwise, I would have been drinking it already.
Yeah, for sure.
Damn it.
Moby, why don't we have any?
And you guys have done really well with this beer. What's the trick to doing really well? It's a rather simple beer to make, right? You didn't reinvent the wheel.
Actually, it is one of the more complex processes we have. Just because we've gone through, different versions of different ways how to make it, and we have had to dial that back into the way that really tastes the best.
Okay.
So do you do like an acid adjustment or an alkaline adjustment?
There absolutely is an acid adjustment. I mean, there is a lot of a high carbonate water to start with.
Start with that, yeah.
We're using the dark malts. We add acid both to the mash and the kettle, and that gives it a little bit of that slight tartness that really complements the style of beer.
With that much roast malt, you still have to add acid to get the...
We use a lot of carbonate.
Little,
so that carbonate acts as a buffer with the other acids.
So, yeah, you use a lot of carbonate for your water adjustment?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Tasty, in what form can homebrewers add acid? How do you add acid?
Well, a situated malt will give you
Let me jump in.
1 point of... go ahead.
Depends on how much you're taking out of your water.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's all buffered against
definitely.
the water.
Profile matters a lot in that case.
Are we talking about the pH of the water at this point?
Water coming in for mash.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
typically on dark beers, you make it more alkaline. Like if you're starting with if you're adding anything, you're adding carbonates.
You want to nail that pH at around mid-5s. And that's going to help you do that because the dark malt's going to acidify everything faster.
It's going to drive it way down, the dark malts.
Right. So when Travis says that he's adding acid...
He's adding a bit of tartness to his beer, yes.
But he's doing it
that's the point. It's a flavor addition. It's not
component.
A pH addition.
Right.
So if he's adding acid in the mash, what is he doing to add acid in the mash?
Oh, the mash, that's a pH adjustment.
Okay.
The kettle, that's the flavor addition.
I see.
That's just the drugs the brewer's taking when they're brewing.
Right. I'm just trying to get, if I want to do this at home, I'm trying to figure out how I would do it.
So you'll add the carbonates and everything to help balance the mash pH, but then also you'll acidify in the kettle to drive the pH down a bit more for the flavor addition like you just mentioned.
How do I acidify
in the kettle? I'm not talking pH. I'm talking
flavor.
Acidic flavor.
Yes.
So so are you adding it to taste?
I'm gonna take this one, Travis.
Go ahead.
Brew the same beer 50 times.
Okay, I'm at like 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you?
Acidify
Yeah.
it and do it to taste, and experiment and see what's going on with the put stuff in there, the lactic acid in there, whatever it is, and see how it tastes.
Okay.
So you guys use lactic acid versus phosphoric or
that is
something else? Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, homebrewers can buy lactic acid, and then they can. It's just a liquid they can add to the kettle. Correct.
And I would add it straight to the kettle. And it
Yes.
sounds like Travis is saying I would do that sort of by taste. I would add it and then take a sip of
Well, I mean,
my kettle wort.
he's talking about taste at the time.
They're probably targeting a certain pH, I would imagine.
Travis?
I'm targeting a pH in the mash tun.
Yeah.
After that, it's just about flavor, and pH does not necessarily correlate with titratable acidity, which is what is more
everything.
attuned with flavor.
That is everything.
Okay.
It is life. It is love. It is God.
I hope you name a beer titratable acidity. I think it rolls off the tongue, doesn't it, Mike?
It's memorable. It's one of those memorable ones.
Yeah, I mean, it really sticks out.
Got a lot of syllables. So.
It's all good. Yeah.
I think Jay probably already has that trademarked at the Rare Barrel.
You might.
If it wasn't on the West Wing,
he's the neighbor of the haberdasher.
Right.
Jay, jeez.
Travis, aside from the Harlot, do you have a favorite beer in your lineup right now that you feel like you really nailed it? This was the beer I was dreaming of.
I feel about that with most of them.
Is that right? Well, that's good, I suppose. Probably delusional, but good.
Delusional might be the next beer.
It must be good to be you.
Actually, I'm totally lying if I say delusional. All your beers are fantastic, which is why we serve everything you bring us to the Hop Grenade.
That's true.
You don't have a favorite? You don't have like a pet project? You don't have one that you go, all right, that one, god damn it.
Well, right now, I've got two glasses of two different beers on my desk. One, I was trying to carry a keg of Harlot myself, being that no one's here to help me.
You're at the brewery right now?
Good job.
And by
I am
keg,
at the
I mean
brewery.
a bright tank.
Still at the brewery.
And then I'm drinking the Pugilist in the other glass. So I do drink a lot of both of those beers. I drink a lot of the Apprentice. In the summertime, I'm almost drinking more of the Publican than I am the Harlot.
Okay.
Almost. Yeah.
Publican's good.
Travis, I would say this last batch of Widow is especially on point.
It's pretty. I mean, it's delicious. I mean,
soothing sound.
The only reason that I don't drink the Widow as much is it's 9% alcohol, and I actually have to function.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah. But Mike's like, I don't. I'm just on the legal team.
Yeah.
So
I'm just signing documents, fool.
And by legal team, I run the brewery.
Now, Mike, we've talked to Mike just briefly throughout the night. Mike Sardina, you were a lawyer before going to work for Societe, right?
That's right. Yeah, I still am.
And you're still in other words, you still have your license to practice
I still have
law.
my bar card. Yeah.
And you essentially are the lawyer for Society. Is that right?
Sure.
But you do other things too.
Trust him.
Sure, I am. But you do other things. You don't just do like.
He also cleans a mean keg.
I do actually.
Mops a great floor.
Tucker was milling in today. He was freaking out. He didn't know what to do because Mike has been milling in for us.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
A year and a half.
That I like to tell people that's my church watching the grain go through the mill.
Wow. Dougie's like telling me. I can tell. By the way,
It fired me up when Mike was telling me. I was like, Mike, you like milling? And he's like, yeah, this is like the greatest thing. It's like the complete opposite of like what I used to do. Now I mill grain and I see it go into the mash tun and I taste it 3 weeks later, and I was like, this is fucking awesome, you know?
Mike, give me this description. So you used to have this very, like, sort of, it's a detached job. It's just, it's legal.
Oh, yeah.
And now what? Tell me your relation to beer.
Like Doug said, it's just, you see it from grain to glass, and it's, when you can drink the beer that you actually had a part in, seeing and touching and smelling, feeling.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's great.
It comes out 3 weeks later, and then you taste it, and what happens?
I drink more of it.
I drink more than
Meanwhile, licking a legal document doesn't really have the same buzz.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Mike hasn't had enough to drink tonight because I have talked to Mike before about not only beer but the BN too, and he's a passionate young man.
Yes.
And this is why I think you guys love him because he's smart, but he's a passionate young man when he talks about the stuff he's into.
No, it's, I went to Society the first time with my sister, and I looked over at her and I said, Jen, if I could, drink Society beer for the rest of my life, I would be the happiest man in the world. And
wow.
They gave me the keys to the brewery, those idiots.
Is that because you slapped? Is that because you served them with a lawsuit?
He's got the balls. He's saying.
And Travis, I'm very sorry about that ladder. Apparently, I have something waiting on my desk. Well,
yeah, I did put it on your desk, but I fixed it.
I'm very sorry about that.
Let's call Mike out right now, huh?
He broke some shit?
Oh,
he broke a lot of shit.
Like since day one?
No.
He was busy watching the grain get milled.
He's done a outstanding job until about 3 days ago. 4 days ago.
Oh no! What'd he do?
So we have it's a Mercedes.
The van?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike scraped it about 6 feet along the side.
6 feet.
Oh,
you didn't hear it happening?
And
broke. I heard it and saw it and felt every second of it. So yeah.
God. And I had to wait until today to tell Mike that he also broke our OSHA ladder for dry hopping.
In the same motion, or was this?
I
different
used it
thing?
today. It's still good.
You're oversimplifying it. He wrecked the van, destroyed the roll-up door, and the ladder all in one motion. I don't know how that happened.
One motion.
Okay.
Oh, that's amazing.
And listen,
That's legal efficiency.
I know Mike at least well
Just
enough.
one lawsuit that way, right?
Yeah.
I know him at least well enough to know that he is so mortified that this happened.
He's also writing a workers' comp lawsuit.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. He knows he can't be fired for a single offense,
Yeah.
so he might as well do as much damage in one shot.
I told him, I was like, Mike, hey, I got your back. Don't worry. He goes, you got my back? That means I'm so fucked.
Right. So how many paychecks will it take to fix the van, Mike? What do you think?
Well, on his salary?
Yeah.
Quite a few.
Let's put it this way. I'm going back to law next week. Poor Mike.
Never.
So Mike's not allowed to drive the Mercedes anymore?
He can drive whenever he wants.
Hey, that's how.
But he can't touch the ladder.
Ladder. Yeah.
He'll donate us $100 a month beer spending to fix these issues over time.
Those Sprinter vans are hard to manage, man. I'm assuming that's what it is. One of those it's big ass things. Yeah, they're rough, man.
All right, I got to get us to a break. Partly because I have to urinate. And I can tell Doug he does too because he's just.
Doug just farted, by
Travis,
the way.
Doug just farted in our studio.
Lauren, I did not.
There's heat in the studio and not from me.
One of you has to be a professional.
Travis is going to be watching you open the door, so keep that in mind, Justin.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, I got a game for you guys.
Awesome.
We're going to play the Nutters game.
Ooh, love it.
Oh. You guys want to try Guess My Statement again before we go to break?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Travis, you rocked this already. Let's see. All right, here we go. Though specifically named and blasted in the Bible, our profession has never disappeared, regardless of economic state.
The harlot.
That's right, Travis!
I was going to say pedophile.
That's your next beer coming out.
Yeah.
No, you're
right.
You're ahead of the curve, Dougie. You're way ahead of the curve. Travis is still 2-0 on our Guess My Statement game.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more beer. Plus, we're going to play the Nutters game with Society. Hang in there. It's The Session, live from the Hop Grenade. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
BN Army, I'm here to talk seriously for a second. You all are partially responsible for something explosive, and it's time you answer for it.
Moonlight Meadery is exploding.
Yeah, exploding across the country. Wait, they just landed in Australia with insane quality meads.
With nearly 70 different varieties of mead on the market, Moonlight Meadery has blown up the mead category and completely reinvented it.
Seriously?
What?
Seriously.
What?
You're paying money for that watered-down mead when you could have a Moonlight mead?
Moonlight meads explode with quality and flavor.
They're a party in a bottle. Did someone say party?
If you want mead and want the best, you want meads from Moonlight Metering and will accept nothing less.
And now get 15% off by going to moonlightmeadery.com/BNArmy and use coupon code BNArmy at checkout.
Hey, sign me up for that party.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for every beer style. I want a Cicerone.
The Cicerone Certification Program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a Certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious. Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Do you know the 3 most important rules in brewing? Sanitation, sanitation, and sanitation. And no one does it better than 5-Star Chemicals. 5-Star knows sanitation. You can only sanitize clean equipment. And 5-Star knows how to clean, too. For craft brewers and home brewers, 5-Star has what you need to keep your fermenters, serving tanks, kegs, and draft lines sparkling and free of any beer-spoiling bacteria. PBW, caustic, acid cleaners, Star San, SaniClean, lubricants and defoamers, pH stabilizers, and more. 5-Star Chemicals has cleaning supplies, safety supplies, heat exchangers, pumps, hoses, and valves. And 5-Star is proud to offer eco-friendly products that exceed customer expectations. If you have a cleaning problem, you need the 5-Star solution. Visit 5starchemicals.com or call 800-782-7019. 800-782-7019 and get the 5-Star treatment today. Adventures in Homebrewing have the knowledge and expertise to craft their own gear and original recipes. Some of the things homebrewing.org creates and manufactures in-house are the Brutus brew stands and propane burners, the Serial Killer adjustable 2-roller grain mill with 7-pound hopper, custom stainless steel false bottoms designed to fit kegels, coolers, and mini-sized brew pots. And the BN Army receives 10% off their homebrewing.org orders when they use coupon code AIH10 at checkout. The brewers at Adventures in Homebrewing have designed a huge selection of original recipes for extract and all-grain brewing. Adventures in Homebrewing original recipes are tried and tested, proven to be of the best quality. And right now, Adventures in Homebrewing is shipping 24 of their best recipes for free. Visit homebrewing.org for the most current selection. Once you try one of Adventures in Homebrewing recipes, you'll keep coming back for more. And now, it's even easier with free shipping on these kits. And don't forget to use the current coupon code AIH10. Adventures in Homebrewing at homebrewing.org.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, hey, welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us.
You're welcome.
Dougie was getting texts at the break from his wife that he was being disgusting. I thought that was
That's not
interesting.
true. She's the greatest.
I don't know. I think she thought you were being disgusting.
Yeah, she can be she can think that you're the greatest. Or no, wait,
And still think you're disgusting.
Thank you very much.
There's nothing disgusting about braiding another man's beard in nutters.
Yeah. Are you sure she didn't say discussing? Like he's been discussing his beers?
No, I think it was the farting and the general behavior. I feel like.
You shouldn't have told her you're doing the show. That'd solve all the problems.
Yeah, you should have told her you're just coming up to visit her family. Don't they live in like Walnut Creek or something right here? I'm not doing the show. I'm just coming to visit your family.
Can we just talk about his wife for a second? She's really way too pretty for him.
She's super,
I've heard this before. Like, she's way... I love you, Doug.
That's
a common gorgeous.
Theme. They are such the ideal case of hot chicks with douchebags. You've never even seen a better example.
Can someone pull up a picture, please?
It's like I'm watching a Bud Light commercial.
Like she's
I don't think she's just on Google or
clothes over
something. Is your wife on Google?
I hope not.
Is your wife on Google?
Can I just Google her?
Is your wife on RedTube?
But Doug, you don't.
She lives in the same town as Scott.
Oh, right.
Not Moscow.
Concord? Moraga.
Yeah.
The Dr. Scott.
The Dr. Scott. All right. You don't deny that she's a good 6-7 points above your average, right?
Not at all. That's why I'm so proud of myself.
Yeah. How did that happen? It was the money.
Personality, I guess.
It was the financial job you had, wasn't it? It wasn't the beer gig.
Nah.
It was the beer gig?
No, we met before that in college.
Okay. Wow.
You saw your
Oh,
potential.
here's a photo of her.
Yeah, she saw my potential. Thank you, Daisy. I love you.
Pass that over
I
here.
appreciate that.
No.
Can
Hey,
we
he's got
show
a sense of humor.
her bridal photo on the camera?
Sure.
I mean,
Here.
with the bridal thing, I mean, she's,
We have that, Bevo? Am I close? That
yeah, that's pretty good.
Beaver has to remember how to work it.
I mean, compared to Dougie, she's like an angel.
She's like a model.
from heaven. Yeah. And Dougie is like the things that she walks on.
Yeah, she's a very nice white blur.
Is that what's happening in the...
I see a tan blob and a white blob.
Right, yeah. They're two blobs. They're next
So
to each other.
the first time I went to Russian River, I was working at the brewery with Travis, and we headed up to Sonoma County. I think we were doing like a Labor Day weekend or something. I call Travis and I go, hey, can you call some of your friends there? We're heading up. Maybe show me the brewery or something. And he's like, yeah, I got you covered. And I text him. I was like, hey, who should I ask? And he's like, don't worry about it. I got you. It's fine. I show up with Warren. We sit down, and one of the guys there says, you must be Doug and Lauren. I was like, what? Yeah, how'd you know that? I also had a huge beard at this time.
Okay.
And he goes, oh, well, Travis told me to look for a guy who's way uglier than the girl he's with.
And the bartender knew it.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, didn't have, any other signal other than I'm way more disgusting than her.
Speaking of that,
Travis, is that true? Did you literally just call and go, look?
The story is true. It's a little bit changed, but yes, it's basically true. My words were, she's way too good looking to be with
that's
him.
what it is.
She's a beautiful woman.
And the bartender was like, oh, you're Dougie.
Yeah.
I love that story. That's fantastic. And now the rest of your life is pretty much like this, isn't it?
Yeah. No one remembers me.
Did she meet you?
It's just about Lauren.
Did she? Obviously, she knew you after you had actual money making potential, and she still came with you, right?
Before.
So
Yeah.
it's like a straw. It's like a.
It must be
not
the
a straw
stellar.
man. Yeah, it's a straw man, isn't it?
It must be the stellar personality.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
it's like oh, I'm gonna.
It has nothing to do with my penis size.
I make a giant 6-figure sum. I'm a whole. Oh, by the way, I'm going to quit,
Glad you
move
brought that
across
up.
the country, and make
Right.
nothing for the rest of my
and
life.
become a keg washer.
You're already with me. Sorry.
All right,
She's a keeper.
Travis.
Literally,
No.
I keep her in a cage.
Travis, I have my own ball, and my daddy would buy me pretty much anything because our family is financially better than yours. What am I talking about? There he goes. The debutante. The man is good at this game. We hope that one of you would be, because otherwise we'd be reading these descriptions and you'd go,
What are you
talking
is this?
about?
Don't play poker against Travis.
Yeah.
Can I
Actually, do.
make a request?
Yeah.
For the rest of the show, can Doug close his legs? Because all I think I smell is just cheesy hop.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dougie, will you stand up? Dougie and Mike both, would you stand up for a moment? They have both entered the studio after the last break.
What do you mean by entered?
In nutters. They came back wearing nutters.
Please
Presumably for our game we're about to play, the Nutter game.
It smells like those rejected Columbus hops.
Yeah, it says CTZ. It says CTZ right on the crotch.
Wow. There's a hop grenade on one butt cheek and Society Brewing on the other cheek.
I don't think you guys ever got a bad shipment of CTZ. I think it was just the nutters that you were wearing
Dougie
at the
just made
brewery.
it clap.
Dougie, did you just make it clap?
Slow-mo clap. Oh, yeah, he's crossing his leg.
I'm trying to be serious here.
JP, can you smell balls over there?
I don't know that. I don't. It's either mine or his. I don't know. But all I can.
You're wearing jeans.
Doesn't matter. I haven't showered in 5 days.
And Dougie is now wafting it your way.
Yeah, well, it's too dangerous to smell something up close.
Right.
The teachers tell you to waft it.
Yeah. The teachers. Well, but it's also like out of the corner of my eye, all I see is pasty thigh.
Sure.
And then sweatshirt. No, no nutter, no under, nothing. Just
the nutter's lost in translation,
Yes.
if you will. It goes from sweatshirt to thigh.
To pasty thigh.
Looks
yes.
good from here, boys.
Nicole likes.
Uh-oh. Nate's going to get some nutters for his birthday.
I believe that Bevo has your pasty white thighs, Mike, have been burned into Bevo's mind. She talked.
Actually, I did when we were talking about who was coming onto the show, and I was like, "Wait, Mike, is he the one with the legs that are wider than mine?"
That is what she said in the meeting.
Which is quite a feat because
he's
I
a
am
lawyer.
basically see-through.
It's like he's sitting around the beach all day in San
yeah,
Diego.
yeah.
The guy's a lawyer,
right?
Gonna have pasty thighs.
Well, you got to watch grain crack in half.
Or you got to do it yourself.
Or you got to do it yourself.
That's what Mike does.
That's what Mike does.
And scratch a Mercedes.
Do you guys want to play the Nutters game?
Not just scratch.
6 feet.
6 feet.
I
Did you
gouged.
not know that was happening?
I gouged
Wait
a
a minute.
Mercedes.
Maybe I
knew
should
it was
stop at
happening.
5.
No,
trust me.
Hang on a second. Travis, I got your back here. He didn't just gouge the van. He broke the roll-up door and the ladder all at the
Right.
same time, in the same thing.
And Doug's heart.
And Dougie's.
He texted us at 4 a.m.
Yeah, there's two microphones on either side.
Who did, Mike?
Mike texted us at like 2:30, 3 a.m. when they were leaving. He's like, "Hey guys, I just have to tell you something."
I was trying.
Not even over a phone call or an email.
No,
text?
It's better if it was a text.
I'm not
'cause-
going to call him at 2:30 in the morning.
Let me see the text. Did it say? I want to know exactly what he said.
Where's my phone?
Did it have tears in it?
I lost my phone.
It was all emoticons.
What kind of emojis were at the end of
It
it?
was like 7 emoticons.
It was like frowny face,
It was
thumbs
the
down.
hamburger emoji.
How
and
do you
the
show
snowman
the?
and
How do you show the stress
Describe
emoji?
the situation even remotely. The van got wedged against the door. The back rolling bay door looks like it was damaged. Please be careful when opening and closing it.
So it was a legal notice.
Oh.
Is what it was.
Be advised.
Yeah, he's writing as a favor to you.
Yeah, please be advised, do not let employees use the rear door.
And he wrote, I am such a, and then there was a little shit emoticon and then a head next to it.
For what it's worth, there are way worse things to do at a brewery.
Yeah.
Open
Such
the wrong
as?
valve,
Okay.
dry hop the wrong beer. I mean,
yes, this didn't affect the beer whatsoever.
Okay.
Other than
it just
it would
affected.
have-
It just
I didn't get a lot
affected
of
the
repair.
$2,000 check we were gonna write for the van wrap. I'm just kidding, Mike. I'm just kidding.
I like how dry hopping the wrong beer is worse than gouging the Mercedes Sprinter van.
Sure, well, that
and,
wouldn't have cost
and the
$2,000.
roll door and the OSHA ladder.
For what it's worth, in all seriousness, it's nothing comes first at Society other than the beer.
Other than the beer.
Yeah.
Well, so Mike's never allowed to touch the beer, I guess.
Oh, you can touch the beer as much as you want. You just
The van,
can't
not
run
so
the beer
much.
across the side of the.
Yeah, no
bay
more
door.
van.
I
More
think,
beer, maybe.
Mike, you've got
What
a fan
is
showing your
happening?
nipple
Yeah,
out in the studio window. That's a big.
Yeah, that's a nipple.
Wow. Now we have multiple nipples coming from the studio. People
they
make sure
turn around
that
for that.
camera's on so
Oh,
everyone
it's-
at home can
It's
see.
most definitely on.
I've never wanted to eat veal less in my life.
I think that 2 of those nipples
Is that
belong
where
to
bacon
the,
comes from?
belong to the guy who designed our Winter Bruce Fest logo. Actually.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was nice. That was cool. Get to see all of them now. He's an artist.
I thought they were just holding up a baby cow.
Creative guy.
Travis, you want to play the Nutters game with us?
No, he doesn't.
I know. Tough question to answer.
All right.
Can't be sure.
The Nutters game is easy. I'm going to describe a famous person in history who wore Nutters. All you have to do is tell me who the person is.
Dougie.
Oh, you win. Game over.
So that's a good example. Here's how the description would go. Married way above his league. Partnered up with a guy who can brew way better beer.
Right.
Luckiest dude in San Diego.
Dougie.
No.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
See?
I win.
Moscow gets it.
Destined
This
to
is-
live a
this is,
life of poverty.
What a conundrum.
Yeah. That's a famous guy who wears Nutters. All right? So, Society, you can all play together as a team. I would like you to chime in, though. I would like you to buzz in and then not just and then give me the name.
How do we buzz in?
Well, what's your buzzing going to be?
Do we all get to have
Okay,
ridiculous
so that's
buzzing
Doug's
sounds?
Oh,
buzzing.
Do you all want
yeah,
your
what's
own
yours,
buzzer?
Mike? That's too close.
Oh.
Travis, what will your buzzer be? Good. Good. All right.
was using that earlier.
Mike, what was yours?
Whatever the sound of a 6-foot van scratching against the side of a bay door is.
Yeah.
So Mike's sound is you're fired.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
all
you're
it
fine.
is.
And Dougie, your sound.
His boop boop, right? Beep. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right, here we go.
All right, Gay 2. Gay 2D2.
I had a big weekend of Star Wars this past weekend.
I'm going to give you one clue at a time. I'll just keep reading them slowly. I'll pause in between clues. But you don't have to say anything until you buzz in. Got it? I'm going to describe a famous person in history who wore nutters. Here we go.
In history.
He's dead.
That's clue number 1.
Napoleon.
Now you got to buzz in.
Oh, beep, boop, boop, boop.
No. Did Napoleon wear nutters?
He had Euro pants on. That's kind of close.
Prove that he didn't.
It's not Napoleon.
Do you really think any of us would come up with Napoleon?
All right, here we go.
I would hope so.
Isn't that an ice cream or something?
Clue number 2.
Oh, an ice cream. Yeah,
I love Napoleon ice cream. Yeah. Fucking amazing.
Clue number
Italian
2.
guy.
We've been waiting for you.
That's creepy.
All right, clue number 3.
Clue number 3. Mr. Furley.
I told you it wouldn't be obvious.
Wow.
See?
I am
They're
old.
younger than you.
Clue number 4. Buzz in if you know it. He lived with 2 chicks.
They still don't know.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
Okay.
I got
dude,
it.
I don't
Matt,
remember
buzz
the name
in,
of
buzz
Three's
in.
Company.
You got to buzz in.
All right, Travis buzzed in. He said Three's Company. Who's the
Give it
character?
to Trav.
I don't remember the name of the
Give it
character.
to Trav.
You got, Travis, how old are you?
35.
Oh, you should know this character.
Think about it.
You got the right show.
Yeah, there's no way I'm going to remember the name of the character. I can't even remember your name.
None of the other society guys. Good call, Travis. Good point.
What a bunch of geezers!
You guys
here
are
on the
like
Brewing
you guys
Network.
are like our Nutters heroes.
It's like what you have.
Who's the guy from Three's Company that wore nutters?
After you take the acid.
He's dead now.
They have no idea. When we went through this
Wow.
game, Justin was like, "Oh, all of these clues are just."
Are you
they're
looking
just
for
so
the
obvious."
actual
Betty White?
The actual
Betty
man?
White?
Tasty knows.
The character name.
Oh, the
Not-
character name.
Does anybody in the live studio audience
I know.
know the
I
character
know.
name that we're talking
I
about?
know. Sure, I know.
No.
I do.
Nathan knows it. All right, Tasty, go ahead.
John Ritter.
Well,
That's the actor name.
Yeah.
Character?
Oh, God.
Would you like the answer, Justin?
Who wrote
Mr.
these
Tripper.
questions?
Jack Tripper.
Yes. Whoa.
Society boys, you're disappointing me. I should have made the clues more.
Sorry,
I wonder
we're
how
so
they're-
disappointing.
There's one in here that I was like, they're gonna have this. I have to make them very esoteric. You're never gonna
Right.
get it now. All right, second one. You're 0 for 1. It's fine. You're wearing nutters.
Yeah.
So I feel like we still have a
Makes
chance.
up for it.
Well, they're probably used to being over one from like GABF and stuff like that.
All right. The first couple clues I can tell are already going to go over you, but just think of the clues together as we go.
Think with your nuts.
I feel like we need a caller to
I like
play.
you described the game to them. Just
1-800-401-BEER.
Yeah, 888-401-BEER. I feel like we need a caller who knows
Dummy.
old sitcoms.
Yeah,
to play
be
with us.
over 40 if possible.
Fuck you, Moscow. First of all,
Where's Brutat? Get Brutat.
that's what I want to say right now.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Brutat.
All right, we'll start the next one even as we're waiting for a call. 888-401-BEER. You can play along with us. Here we go. This character had great hair.
Doug.
In several different places.
That's not your buzzing.
He had one black friend. They're never going to get this one.
I'm not wearing nutters.
He lived in Hawaii. He had a sugar daddy with a helicopter.
Odd Job?
He drove a Ferrari. A red Ferrari. 308.
Come on.
I'm so old.
Unbelievable. Well, I knew this one.
Oh, you guys.
Someone's on the phone.
Oh, you guys
Bing,
are so
bing, bing,
disappointed
bing,
in you.
bing, bing.
Okay. Yes,
It's
Dougie.
not that you're so old. It's that you have terrible taste.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. What
No.
the fuck did you just say?
I don't know the answer.
How do you even know what nutters are if you don't know this character and you didn't know Jack Tripper?
All right.
Dr. Scott?
It might have
Ryan?
been, actually. It's a very close to Dr. Scott.
Ryan from Wisconsin is on line 1 to play the game.
Travis, did you just
Thank
buzz
you,
in, by
Ryan.
the way?
Travis did.
Are you old, Ryan? Are you old enough to play
Job
this
of the
game?
nut.
Go ahead, Travis.
Magnum PI.
Magnum PI!
Yes.
God
There we go.
damn it.
He didn't have a sugar daddy. Wait, that had a helicopter.
Yeah, he did have a sugar daddy. All the Ferrari, the house he lived in, everything was the guy who was his
It was
employer.
Robin. But the helicopter was TC's.
That's true. I just threw that in to try to get the
Well,
helicopter.
that confused me. Like,
reference,
are they talking?
But he
about
did have a
each
sugar
other?
daddy.
I'm
and
not
that
very-
was
Robin.
Yeah.
At the Robin's Nest.
Yeah.
Magnum PI is the name of the character, not just the name of the show?
Correct.
Yeah, it's Thomas Magnum.
Okay. I don't know anything about old things.
About Tom Selleck?
How old is Ryan?
He has a mustache, right?
Ryan,
how old are you?
40.
40. All right.
Oh, perfect.
Did you know Magnum PI?
Oh, yeah. Dad made me watch it all the time.
All right.
Dude, it's on Netflix. I watched that shit last year. It was amazing.
I have a second contestant on the line who is claiming to be an over 40 male.
All right, Ryan, what's your buzzer?
Good. I love it.
Is it?
Give me your buzzer.
Ding dong.
Ding dong, fine.
so you hung up on him.
Damn it. I just hung up on Ryan.
Ding dong.
Ryan needs to call back. Who's on 2?
It's Andy Wood.
Hi, Andy Wood.
Hey. I want to get some words in here first.
Go ahead, Dougie.
Why
Good
are
luck.
you guys not here?
I'm very, very sick.
That's the biggest
lying.
Ferris Bueller answer I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
I know. I love you, Dougie, and I'm so happy this has been the best interview of the year. I will say that.
All 20 days into it.
He actually hasn't listened
There
to
you
any
go.
of the other ones anyway.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I have. I listen every week. No, I love Dougie so much. He's the best, and I'm so proud of him. And I'm over 40, and you guys suck at this game.
Yeah.
True.
But I love you.
I love you, Andy.
I think Andy Wood's going to steal this game. Yeah. Anyway.
Only if he sings.
I'm hoping. That's what I do. 20 things. Love you. Tummy sticks.
Who got Magnum? Nobody, right?
Nobody.
No points?
Travis did.
Yeah, Travis did.
He didn't even grunted.
He
All right.
Googled
He
it.
did?
He Googled Ferrari 308.
No.
Points for Travis.
No. He didn't Google that shit.
1 point, Travis. He might have.
He doesn't even Google shit. He bings.
He still would have had to Google my shitty clues.
No.
Is that the same dude, Bede?
No, I believe
What's his name again?
If you Google those shitty clues, you wouldn't come up with Magnum PI.
Ferrari 308. You would come up with him.
Beef, who was it?
It's Ryan.
Ryan.
Yeah.
I just couldn't remember his name. All right, Ryan, you're back. Thanks, buddy.
It's easy to forget.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Wait, what's Andy Wood's calling?
What's your buzzer, Andy?
Fart.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Your first clue. Old guy. His best friend was a doctor.
Justin.
Close.
What?
God damn it. I do fit both of those things.
Oh.
Yeah. He drove a boat.
You're fired.
He had a hot, coked-out assistant named Julie.
Mike just
buzzed in. That was his-
go ahead.
The doctor, Gilligan's Island.
No.
He wore
They do
pants.
Coke and Gilligan's Island.
Hot.
He was a doctor. Of course they did.
Andy buzzed in. Andy buzzed in with fart.
Okay, I'm going to say this is from The Love Boat. I'm going to say this is... boy, and if I don't get it right, I'll just go ahead and sing that theme song.
That'll work.
Is it... shit. Oh, I buzzed in too soon.
He drove the boat.
Captain Stubing.
I knew Andy would get it.
Stealing the game.
Come on. Captain Stubing, famous guys with nutters. Old guy.
Yeah.
Old guy.
Thank you.
They're all old guys
All
at
right,
this point.
Right now we're
That's
at...
why I thought the clue was hilarious.
We're at...
Old guy. Shit. He's on TV in the 70s. Yeah.
All right. 1 point for Andy, 1 point for Travis in the Nutters game.
Can Doug get a -2?
Yes.
Thank you.
Doug's -2 now.
Thank you.
One for each nut.
Here we go. Your next famous person in Nutters wearing history. He was a cop of questionable sexual orientation.
Buzz in.
Beardy.
Yes, Dougie.
Eric Estrada.
No.
Have you ever seen Chips? Questionable? You kidding me?
Often found wearing rollerblades.
Cat was a player.
Claimed to wear Nutters for mobility.
Fart.
Reno 911.
Oh, wait. We got Andy buzzing in here.
Andy buzzed in first. Andy Wood, go ahead, please.
I believe that is Sergeant from Reno 911. He had the mustache.
What's his name?
Just
Yeah, I got it.
God damn it, give me a second. His name was...
I got it.
No.
Travis has
Sergeant.
it. Hey, I'm taking Travis aside.
All
That's
right.
enough time, Andy. I love you.
All right, I'm going over to Dougie, who buzzed in second. Dougie, do you know the name of the character?
I'm going to go with my proxy, Travis.
Yeah, give
All
it
right,
to Trav.
Travis, we're going to you.
Lieutenant Dangle.
Lieutenant Dangle.
I love you.
Reno 911. I feel like there's some people out in the audience who knew Lieutenant Dangle.
They knew it.
Before our contestants. All right, that's 2 points for Travis, 1 point for Andy Wood, right? All right, here we go. Your next famous Nutters-wearing person in history had an afro. Also of questionable sexual orientation. Yes, Andy Wood.
I say Richard Pryor from The Toy.
No.
It's a good one.
That's a good guess, though. Come on.
He was married in The Toy. You crazy.
Sweatin'.
The Toy? Are you kidding me?
Your next clue was sweatin'. Sweatin'.
Well, with the T or without. It's a
Both.
clarification.
Sweatin'.
Fuck.
A severe lisp.
Oh, Mike knows it. Buzz in, baby.
You're fired?
Yes, Mike.
Richard Simmons?
Yeah.
Richard Simmons! There you go. That's right.
Is that
Mike's on the board.
Is that a question? Sexual orientation?
It was sure.
Is it?
He never said either way. Same as Lieutenant Dangle.
Oh, you're probably right.
You never know.
He was in love with fitness.
That's right.
Record, Richard Pryor.
Yeah. Richard Pryor was a close second, Andy Wood.
And he did wear Nutters in The Toy. I'm just going to say that for the record. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, the next one's a little bit of a curveball. Just going to say that, so pay attention to the
I
clues.
see what you did there.
Here we go.
These were an all curveball?
Had an alter ego, Diana Prince. Giant boobs. And you can see lots of cleavage. Possibly male.
Not ruled out yet.
Does he or she wear Nutters?
Yes-ish. DC Comics Super Friends.
Bart?
Go ahead, Andy Wood.
Is it Wonder Woman?
It is. Yes, it's Wonder Woman! Definitely wears Nutters. Even though she maybe didn't have nuts, but sometimes I wondered.
He was my favorite.
You Wonder Woman, right?
That's right. Couple of points now for Andy Wood, who I believe takes the lead. Somebody I hope is taking score here.
Yeah, I am.
All right, here we go. This next one's fun. Your first clue. Skank.
Justin.
Anyone want to buzz in already?
I came up with that clue.
Yeah, Vivo.
Good one, Bevo.
She invented an entire style. Was a waitress at a local bar. Middle name May. Go ahead, Andy Wood.
Bart. I'm going to say from Dukes of Hazzard, Daisy May. Is that her name?
That's her middle name. What's her last name?
Ding Dong Duke.
Daisy Duke.
Andy.
Another one for Andy. Daisy Duke definitely wore Nutters, invented the whole style, although when women started wearing Nutters, they were called Daisy Dukes.
Right.
They were still Nutters that Jack Tripper invented back during Three's Company.
I am a student of the style.
Your final famous person in Nutters history.
What's the score at?
Travis has 2, Mike has 1, Andy has 3. So if Travis,
Come on, Travis.
If Travis gets this right, it's a tie, and we have nowhere to go.
And then we have to invent another person in Nutters history.
That's a good old-fashioned oily wrestling match.
Here we go. Your first clue, jorts. An aspiring actor. Blew himself.
Oh. Well, I'm not in it.
I like a warning.
Could I give it to Travis? Could I give it to Travis?
No.
Oh, okay.
Never nude.
Oh, fart.
Andy Wood.
For the win.
David Cross's character in Arrested Development.
The name of the character?
I said David Cross's character in Arrested Development. I think I was pretty clear.
The name of the character?
Travis.
You're helping the wrong side.
What was it, Andy?
Fine.
I can't. David Cross's character in Arrested Development.
I just told you,
Andy.
Andy.
Motherfuckers.
Dougie just gave it to you. But
well, then I think Team Society could buzz in for the win.
Yeah.
You would think.
Right.
That's your clue, Doug. Buzz in.
Dummy.
All right, but I want the full name. I want first and last name since I'm allowing you to buzz in after the cheating that has gone on here.
Cheating on the wrong side.
Tobias
Griffin? I mean, what's his last name?
Oh, my God!
No, that's wrong.
Incorrect.
Elias is correct, though.
Elias? And he's like, definitely Elias.
I'm helping you. Help me.
Tobias Frunke.
Yeah.
No, that's not right.
That's close enough.
That's right.
Frunke.
All right. Well, okay, fine. That's a point for Doug, which makes Andy the winner.
Hey, you combine my points with Travis's points, Andy.
I got 1 point in there, too.
Well,
and Mike has a point.
Mike
If you're going down, Andy.
Yes, if you combined all the Society guys.
It was
Society wins!
Sorry, Andy.
Now I love you, Dougie.
And Ryan, I'm sorry if you buzzed in. I didn't hear it.
I love it. That's good. I love Dougie and Society. And that marks the beginning of the Phoenix Rising.
Is Kim in the back yelling Tobias?
Right.
She's like 8 minutes late.
Andy!
It's Tobias! All right, Andy Wood, thank you for playing.
Good bias.
Thank you. I
Ryan,
love you. Bye.
Thank
Love
you.
you guys.
Bye. And congratulations to
Cheers,
Society for keeping up with their nutterness and winning the Nutters game.
Right.
Well done.
Yeah.
Although I'm highly disappointed that you didn't get Jack Tripper. I'm still...
Or Magnum P.I.
And,
God.
I'm not upset about that.
Didn't you watch those shows as a child?
No.
What did you watch?
Simpsons?
Money Report.
Simpsons.
Yeah, Simpsons.
Money Report.
I watched Forbes.
Right.
CNBC.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Oh,
probably
did you
doing
see
better
the
than we
market
are.
today?
I
Was down 2,000.
I sat around watching Magnum. Damn it.
Now I have that fucking theme song stuck in my head.
Which one?
Come and knock on our door. We'll be waiting for you.
That's why I'm glad I never watched that.
Where the kisses are hers and his Three's Company too. See? Somebody else in here is old.
I'm
Jesus.
really scared right now.
Yeah, I'm old.
Did Don Knotts ever wear nutters on that show?
I believe he did. Yeah.
He could have been a good one.
Yeah. Mr. Furley, by the way. I gave him in the clue as well.
Wasn't he all just pantsuits, though?
There were a lot of pantsuits,
Yeah.
but there were also a lot of nutters. How can you wear nutters and not even know where they come from?
Dr. Scott.
That's my final answer.
Good answer.
Bunch of hipsters.
Yeah.
Well, Travis, I'm glad we could elevate you and your brewery here on today's show.
Travis.
Yes.
Travis is hanging himself.
He's like, I'm glad too. Thank you. If it helps, I'm looking at the keg of Harlot on my website, and it's almost gone. We're close.
Almost doesn't count.
We're close.
Almost doesn't count, Travis said.
The show's not over, and we're still going. I have a glass in front of me. Was that yours there, Dougie?
That was mine.
Mike just finished his.
I'm empty.
Tasty just finished his. We're going to finish this keg.
Doug is farting!
I did not do that.
God!
There's only one person next to JP.
There's no heat in the studio!
He's making it up.
I look at Dougie's like in the 7th grade. I didn't do it.
Mike? Pigtails next.
Wow.
Yeah, Mike, you're fart.
Are you playing porn music
Sorry,
for us?
JP.
I figure you'd take us to break.
All right, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, more from Society plus the beer news. Hang in there. It's the session. Oh.
Pushed all the buttons there, Joe.
Is Sam here?
You'll see that love is above again. Laughter is coming for you. Down at our rendezvous. Three's Company too. Down at our rendezvous. Three's Company too.
A few things happened 30 years ago.
ARPANET migrated to TCP/IP, and the Internet was born. Revenge of the Jedi was renamed Return of the Jedi and opened in theaters. Mila Kunis and Emily Blunt were born, beginning a rad bad fantasy in my mind.
But all of that pales next to the fact that HopTech opened its doors and began blowing homebrewers right out of their mash tuns. HopTech doesn't fuck around. Real people shipping awesome shit straight to you. Their new website is fast and easy to navigate. Or just call 800-379-4677 and let badass bitch Jade and the gadget guy Roberto blow their warm load of customer service all over you. So visit the site or visit the store in Dublin, California, and support those that support you. Get your brewing on at hoptech.com. The best thing to happen to brewer's yeast in a century is from White Labs. For pro brewers and home brewers, yeast in the new Pure Pitch package powered by FlexCell technology redefines how fresh your yeast can really be. That's because your yeast is cultured, grown, and delivered all in the same Pure Pitch package. It's never been transferred and never been exposed to the environment. Pure Pitch is powered by White Labs' proprietary FlexCell container, which took 6 years to develop and is designed to be the best home your yeast has ever traveled in. Just cut open a Pure Pitch package and pitch the purest yeast possible. Learn more about Pure Pitch powered by FlexCell technology at whitelabs.com. And while you're there, sign up for one of the many great classes White Labs offers, like Yeast Essentials 2.0 coming up August 22nd and 23rd, or any one of their great workshops for brewers, distillers, and vintners. Pure Pitch from White Labs. 6 years to develop, refine, and perfect. 2 seconds to open.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients? Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse? The $6.99 shipping. Well, yeah, but the in-store classes for beginning brewers. Yeah, that's cool, but the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome. No, I mean, yes, but the cheese making supplies. No. Oh, the wine making supplies. The distilling equipment and liquor flavorings. All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome. Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot. Oh, yeah.
Hey, dude, you know what beer this is?
No, all the labels are falling off.
Yeah, or the ink is run.
Well, if it's the pale ale, you're good, but stay away from the quote-unquote Belgian.
Oh, man, this guy needs to get some grog tags.
Grog tags are reusable, write-on, wipe-off, commercial-grade bottle labels for your brew. The guys at Grog Tag are homebrewers. They wanted great-looking, sturdy labels for your bottles, buckets, carboys, kegs, and growlers. They also wanted a label that not only looks good, but can be easily removed and reapplied during bottling without that nasty glue residue being left behind. No residue, water-resistant, and ice chest approved. Grog tags stay on in water or an ice chest, and they stay legible. Visit grogtag.com to customize your label or coaster from dozens of different templates for free and see how awesome your bottles can look.
It's that pseudo-Belgian.
Yeah, we're getting him some grog tags, dude.
Grog Tag. At least your beer will look good. grogtag.com.
Tonight is the night.
We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blitzmenstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
My daughter, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power!
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra-precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at blickmanengineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blitzmenstein, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J.P. Gore. We have beer to brew.
Well, another year has passed, and another Winter Brews Festival has gone off without a hitch. The weather was beautiful, the beer was flowing. Our friends in Windy Hill opened the day with their bluegrass stylings, and they were followed up by crowd favorite Purple Haze. Tons of standouts to be found from the likes of Flat Tail and Society, and the Rare Barrel ran out of beer, I'd say about 45 minutes into the fest.
They had a line before the fest started.
And it never let up, and I don't think that they rationed their beer effectively. It was just immediately gone. But I actually think it might have been purposeful on their part because they were celebrating co-founder Alex's birthday. And so maybe their plan was just to pour beer for about 25 minutes, have it all be gone, and, oh, hey, we're out of beer. I guess we just have to enjoy ourselves.
Time to go party.
There was just way too much fantastic beer to list. Tasty's Tasting Room had the longest line probably of the whole day, for the whole day.
Also consistent.
I mean, every beer there is a one-off. But I'm going to bring you some audio from the day and see if I can capture the fun of the festival and bring it to you via your earbuds. The day started off at the Hop Grenade, where we hosted a VIP hour from 11 to noon. About 100 people came in and got to try some rare and fantastic selections to wet their whistle before the main event. I caught up with our general manager, Kevin, to see what he thought of the beer list. Kevin, let me get your thoughts on the beer list here this morning.
It's amazing. Put it together myself. It's going to blow your mind.
I then made the mistake of trying to talk to Justin at about 11:47, T-minus 13 minutes. Hey, we're in the storm before the storm. Can you just give me your thoughts real quick, Justin?
It's fucked.
Everything's fucked?
No, it's not that bad. We'll be fine. It's just that moment where everything looks like it's fucked.
I headed over to the main gate where our awesome staff of volunteers had begun checking IDs and letting people in. Volunteers, how's it going so far?
Pretty great.
Yeah? Anyone try to fight you or anything yet?
Not yet. I'm a little disappointed.
Oh, yeah?
I was really working up my game last year, but this year, easy breezy.
Okay, well, just give it a couple hours.
I've been training on my jiu-jitsu just in case.
Schumann checking IDs, you letting in underage people?
They're hot. Yeah.
You guys are about to drink some beer. Your thoughts?
Very excited.
Yeah, you sound like it.
Be in for life.
Yeah, there you go. Jamil's here. What are you looking forward to today?
Drinking? I don't know.
Can you actually let loose today and have some fun?
No.
Sounds awesome.
Actually, the thing I like is just meeting the people. I like hanging out with beer geeks, homebrewers.
All of them?
Yeah.
Even me?
Well,
Present company excluded?
you're sort of a homebrewer. You're up to your fourth batch?
Oh, no, like 6.
Woo!
How dare you?
Woo! That's like 5 more than Justin.
I wandered over to Tasty's Tasting Room as the fest was getting underway and caught up with a couple of friends. We got some Hop Grenade staff and kind of half staff, if you will. You guys looking forward to the fest? Laura and Wynn?
Oh,
yeah, audio for the show.
I'm like,
oh my
what?
God.
I'm like, what?
Why are you interviewing me? This is weird.
Why are you holding your phone in my face right now?
Yes. Wynn brewed an excellent beer.
Oh,
for
nice.
Tasty's Tasting
We brewed it
Room.
together.
Oh, yeah, what was it? A little collaboration?
He brewed it.
What is it?
It's a pale ale. Pale ale with some sweet hops, Azaka, Citra, Galaxy, and Vic's Secret.
Are you allowed to be in the homebrew tent now that you're a pro brewer, though?
Well, I don't think there's any rules.
Okay, I won't tell anybody.
Yeah, don't do it.
As the festival entered its second hour, I caught up with the maintenance man. One of the organizers. Hey, Randy the Mexican, how's the organization going so far?
Well, it's going well. We've got everybody in place. People seem to be happy. Things are going well. Our beers are flowing. I'm drinking sour beer, so it's a good day.
On a scale of 1 to 10, in your IFB that's in your ear, how panicked is Justin?
He seems stressed, but not panicked. So
7?
If I were to, I'd say 6.5.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would say that's the lowest I've ever heard.
Because I did a lot of the work?
Definitely. No. This is a good year. I think it's coming down slowly every year.
Well, as soon as he gets to about 5 or so, a huge earthquake is going to hit. That's what's going to happen.
I believe you, and there might be shit just falling out of the sky.
And then who happened to walk past me? None other than Announcer Man. For those of you who can't see right now, I actually have my hand on Announcer Man's right ass cheek.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, felt good, didn't it? How's it going this morning, man?
It's wonderful. It has been good. I think compared to last year, we were ready like an hour early. It felt as though things were going great. The line's moving super fast. Everybody seems happy so far.
What about Justin, the captain? How does he seem?
I think he seems almost normal.
Normal for Justin?
Normal for Justin on a beer fest day.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But in fact, the one person who I thought maybe looked like they needed a hug was you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's because no one's given me one.
Do you need a hug?
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Could you hug this man?
Thank you. Oh, I feel better now. Oh, man. I have in-studio Bevo with me.
Hi.
And then I have festival real-time Bevo. What'd you say, Bev? How's your day going?
It's good. I don't feel like I'm going to throw up anymore.
How long did that last? Like, give me a time frame. 10 a.m. to 2
From
p.m.?
about 10 a.m. to 3:15. Things got better once the health inspector said that we were okay and the fire marshal said that we were okay.
So this is your first time being exposed to that part of it, though,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Mostly, I just didn't want to. This is real talk. Like, I'm not even saying this for the show. I didn't want to be on the receiving end of another one of Justin's explosions.
Did it the other night.
So epic that I never ever want to do that again.
How's Justin been?
I think he's okay. I think he might still want to throw up, but I think he's doing okay.
Okay. Well, just wait till the one year when finally, like, an earthquake hits or there's, like, a monsoon and there's, like, a real reason to stress.
Why would you say that?
See what happens. Well, you know, I'll cut it out in post. As I attempted to stumble through the long line at Tioga Sequoia Brewing's booth, I shoved the mic into a couple of festival goers' faces and got their thoughts. Hey, can you guys tell me what you're waiting in line for?
Hazelnut loveliness
From?
Tioga Sequoia.
Have you had it yet and you're waiting
Yes,
again?
I'm waiting
And it was
again.
just what? Was that good?
It was so amazing.
good. Describe the beer.
Just amazing.
Coffee
Delicious.
plus hazelnut and vanilla.
It was very surprising. It was like having dessert.
Worth the wait?
Yeah, absolutely.
Once I got through Tioga Sequoia's line, I found another really long line, and of course it was Tasty's Tasting Room. Tasty and Paul Brown, how's the Tasty's Tasting Room been going?
This place is just awesome. This is the longest line of the fest.
We're pouring 32 5-gallon kegs of beer here today. It's about 5 barrels of beer.
Wow.
10.5 barrels.
What's gone the quickest so far?
Well, I think the oatmeal raisin cookie beer went quick. Of course, all the sour beers. My beer, of course. My blind pig float. It went pretty fast. Anyway, yeah, it's been a great day. We've had the longest line, 3-4 people wide all day. I don't know, biggest homebrew pouring I've ever been to.
We need a bigger booth. Did you have to turn anything away this year? Did someone try to submit something that wasn't up to par?
No, they're really good. It's kind of a statement about how good homebrew is. And people know they want to bring their good stuff here because they're going to be pouring it for their friends.
On my way back to the BN booth, I worked my way through the throngs, enjoying the music. What do you guys think of the music so far?
The music's awesome! Leon Mitchell!
Okay, it's now 3:42 p.m., and Justin is standing, which means, you know, his heart hasn't exploded or anything. How you feeling?
I feel good. I'm still alive. It's with 20 minutes left to go in the fest. It's my favorite time because it turns into a total shit show, and you can kind of feel the energy rising as people pass out drunk. It's awesome.
So they're asleep, but their energy level's real high?
It's amazing. You got to see it. Come next year and watch it.
Hey, Susie's working the booth. How's it been going?
I've been good. How are you? Oh, I thought you were handing me your phone. I'm like, what do you want?
Here, check out this picture of this chick, man.
Oh my gosh, she's so hot.
How's the booth been going?
It's been great. We sold out of everything, even the shirt off my back. We just noticed I'm no longer wearing one of their shirts anymore.
Wow. Because there was nothing left and they really wanted one?
Yeah, they're like, I really want an extra large. I'm like, take it.
Wow.
I'm like, I wore it.
I took mine off and said, I'll take a smaller one.
I was about to grab a large to put it on just to make it a little tighter, you know, go to the bars, get more drinks and stuff.
Where did you change? Just right here?
No, I had this shit underneath. I just took it off. I'm like, here you go. I changed right here. I just showed everyone my boobs.
So what?
Some chick was like, your boobs are not 7.5, by the way. They are 9.9. Well, thank you. And girls are harder on other girls' boobs.
Which means they're like an 11. Because she's being hard on you.
I know. My boobs are 11. It goes to 11.
So let me ask you, if somebody wants the shirt you're currently wearing, do you have another layer on? Or
No, but if they really want it.
As Purple Haze was winding down their set and the festival was coming to a close, people became a little less articulate, but certainly more entertaining with their opinions. Ladies, what did you guys think of the festival today?
It was great. It's amazing. Perfect weather. I like it. One in the medium. The best thing is when you fuck with people.
You got one medium left and you want it?
We almost got the Speakeasy Lounge banner. This close. Banner.
Did you have a favorite beer you had today?
A chorus hop grenade. Yes, I had a favorite beer. My favorite beer was Speakeasy. No, I lied because fuck Speakeasy. Yeah. It's the band. Fuck. Wait, no, my favorite beer was Ultima Brewing, and it was the Dirty D.
What'd you like about it?
It's a great beer. It's so good. It tastes so great.
What'd you think of the fest?
That was awesome. It was a lot of fun.
I'm trying to do a deal here.
You're trying to do a deal. 20? Yeah. You're trying to sell the last sweatshirt. Is that okay?
Oh my God, please. That I just captured that transaction on the audio.
Look at that.
I love it. You got the last one. So what did you have today that was standout?
So let's see. I enjoyed Black Diamond, had a really good barrel-aged beer. I enjoyed that. Let's see, Faction had a good oatmeal stout. Their oatmeal stout, which I really love. And I don't know, what did you like today, Scott?
First time someone's asked me a question and response. I thought that Flat Tails, I think it was like a ginger sour.
The kumquat. I did have the kumquat sour.
Mind-blowing beer.
Yeah, that was very good. Also had their mead. They had a low gravity mead. That was interesting.
Fantastic. I did have a little blend action from Tioga Sequoia.
Oh, I did that.
Some of the breakfast stout blended with the hazelnut porter, I believe.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Brew Tattoo, what'd you have today? That was good.
The coffee pot porter from Mraz. Excellent beer. Love that. And the ginger mead was pretty good too. A couple of sours.
Are you glad you don't have to fly out tonight?
Yes, because I can never fly the plane tonight.
Well, you could, but it'd be kind of dangerous.
Tomorrow I'll be ready for it.
So here, you wrote down everything you had today?
I did.
All right, go through the list.
Okay, I will go through the list. It's only 5 beers, but I had more than that, and I lost track. But, okay, the Ninkashi Ben. Love. It was good. Crisp. Awesome. Oh my gosh. Hella Light. I like, but also hoppy, but not red.
The Hella Light was hella good.
And the California Kush. Where did it? Oh, Half Moon Bay, the Kush. My fucking favorite.
All right, kind of a weird place to wrap it, but all of the audio past this point was incoherent, even more incoherent than what you just heard. Another fantabulous Winter Brews Festival is in the books. We're already counting down the days until next year.
No, we're not.
Anyhow, until then, this is Scott the Jew.
And Bevo.
Saying L'chaim.
I don't say that.
Segmented, demented, fermented. It's the session.
All right. Hey, welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us, both in studio and at home. What a fun show we've had here tonight. We played the Nutters game. We learned a lot about Society beer. We're still drinking Society beer. We kicked a keg of the Harlot. Like we promised.
And I still
we
have
would.
half a glass.
You guys
Lucky
did
me.
great at that.
Well, now we're working on The Apprentice, which I'm told is a half barrel, so this one might be tough. If we kick this, my
stayed
staff
too
is
late.
going to be really pissed off.
You have
with us,
issues.
I think, because it will be a mess. But we do have a lot to go on still tonight on the program. First and foremost, of course, Travis is still hanging out with us. I felt we took a long break there because we wanted to play a little interview from Winter Brews Fest. So I sent a message to Travis, hey, we're on a bit of a long break while we play the interview. And he said, it's cool, I'm just sitting here eating donkey balls. Which I thought was weird, but then I learned that that's a thing, like at Society.
Why is that weird?
I mean, I guess
a code name for something.
I guess it doesn't have to be weird.
No.
But I found
Literally
it weird.
is donkey balls. Okay.
But then I guess it's like a food or something.
I hope so.
Yeah, Tucker brought some donkey balls back from his vacation, so now I'm eating them.
I see. I mean, it made
Tucker's
me,
our other.
I felt bad for leaving Travis hanging, but then I felt better somehow when he said, "No, it's cool. I'm eating donkey balls."
But is that like a name of some like a
No.
It's like a snack.
It's
Want to
like,
give a
It's
shout
a
out.
snack food.
Tucker's been with us from day one. He's one of our brewers, and so he was in Maui. Who wins a trip to Maui on the radio?
Nobody.
Tucker's wife wins a trip to Maui.
Wow.
So they're there for 7 days, and
Who
he
listens to
brings
the radio?
Travis and I back donkey balls.
Nice. And are they amazing? Or
They're in little bags, and it says, these are donkey balls. And it's
How big are they?
macadamia. No, it's macadamia nuts covered in chocolate.
Oh, I see.
I figured,
Donkey balls.
Of course.
I figured with the close, vicinity to Tijuana,
Right.
Hey, Tucker's the man.
There's got to be some sort of...
I'm going to give another shout-out to him.
No shout-outs.
Love you, Tucker.
It's passé.
All right, more importantly, and this is why I'm really glad that Travis had enough time to stick with us. Travis is willing to make a deal with Mike Sardina about the van incident.
Oh, we're going to work it out here.
Travis, do you want to outline it for Mike, or?
Oh, it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
You know, I wish I was there to at least give Tasty a hug.
Yeah.
But I'm not there, and you know, I'll forget about at least the roll-up door part of the incident.
Okay.
If you give Tasty a kiss for me.
Wait, a kiss on the lips or on the cheek?
Cheek's fine.
Okay.
Oh, well...
I shaved.
Hang on. Tasty objects to that, then the lips is...
Bevo, make sure you're on the right camera.
Angle that camera a little farther. Wait,
Open mouth.
There we go.
So this is...
Oh, yeah.
Sweet.
That was
That was the most action he got all weekend.
I gotta
say,
I gotta say that Mike was much more uncomfortable than Tasty was.
Yeah,
Tasty was like, it's cool, bro.
Mike looks like a gentle, caring
I kissed a lot of ugly girls, so a good-looking guy. What the hell?
Yeah.
Awesome. So now he just wrecked the van and the ladder.
So only 2 out of 3.
All right, hey, one day. Listen, the night's still young, Mike.
Yeah, so what
one
does he
down.
have to do?
But Tasty's not.
It's okay to be gay on the inside.
Yeah, it's true.
Thanks, Trev.
All right. Well, there you go. We're helping you, Mike. That's what we're doing here.
When did the jeans come back on?
Oh,
Pockets.
what? I changed, and Dougie didn't get the memo. He's still in his nutters.
Yeah.
Well, I'd put the door back on the docket if I were you, Dougie.
For sure.
Doug's not just still in his nutters. He was over, like, at the bar, ordering a bar, kind of leaning over a little bit.
Oh, he was putting out the vibes while he was...
You got to throw a cheek out there and just, kind of like...
Yeah, it happens.
He works it well.
I tell you, in Concord, you're probably not going to do better than your current wife. So
it's probably fine. Actually, and
my wife's the best.
I think in most places he's probably not going to do better than his current wife.
Specifically,
it's not a probably. It's a for sure.
All right. Well, so Travis, since we finished the Harlot, I've moved on to the Apprentice. Anything you'd like to tell us about this beer, or everything?
This was the second beer that we brewed. Batch 2 of the brew that ever brewed by Society was the Apprentice. Although back then it didn't have the Amarillo character that it has now.
Okay.
It was a beer that was kind of always designed around Amarillo, but we couldn't get any, and so we substituted it in the beginning. But now it has all the Amarillo it needs.
What else does it have in it?
It has a touch of Simcoe, some Centennial, and very little to no specialty malts.
Got it. And so you said no crystal in any of your IPAs at all.
It's a super boring beer to mill in. Mike
gets really bored with it.
As someone who loves milling in, Mike is usually bored.
Tasty, don't you have anything to say about that? Now, not that we're big fans of a lot of crystal, but...
Little to no, okay, so what is little? Do you use like a...
No, I said little to no specialty malts. There is zero crystal.
Zero crystal.
So you don't use any crystal 15 or anything like that? Nothing?
There's zero crystal.
What can I use to make up for some body in the beer?
I mean, control body with mash temperature and just the quantity of malt in general. But without having... crystal malt or very much specialty malt at all, it allows the hops to be more present, and that's the philosophy we take with all of our IPAs.
So do your beers tend to be like lower in IBU value?
Well, so one of the biggest differences between the Pupil and the Apprentice is a BU thing. The Apprentice is much more bitter, and it's a little bit more sharp than the Pupil. The Pupil is more rounded out, has a lot more hop flavor, and it's more smooth. The Apprentice is supposed to accentuate some more bitterness characteristics, and so that is one of those differences.
I'm jumping in.
Go ahead, Doug.
So what?
No, seriously.
Really, I'm going to jump in.
What am I looking for here?
Why do you say BU? Why does it matter? And at what level?
Well, because at some point you're looking for a hop fix, right? So in order to get that, you got to have like a lot of malt, some amount of malt or body to bounce that against. Like 100 IBUs without any crystal at all.
According to what?
Is that possible? You're doing that?
I No. I mean,
but how about
so it's less than the Apprentice is less than 100 IBUs.
No, I mean
Apprentice
that's not even the right question.
Okay, I'm just repeating.
Without crystal malt, Apprentice could be like a 70 IBU beer.
But why put in something that's like, this has to have so many IBUs to be this ABV and this.
No,
dry
it's all
hops.
about how it tastes.
He doesn't care about the numbers.
It's about the balance. I don't know what the numbers
Right.
are.
It's all about the numbers. So it's like
no, it's about the balance. I just use the numbers as to say like 70 is not as hoppy as 100, that kind of thing.
I mean,
but I'm just saying that crystal or a lot of dextrins left in the beer gives you something to bounce the.
we don't leave a
hoppiness
lot of
again.
dextrins in there.
Are you using all Maris Otter? Because you mentioned Maris Otter in the other beers that we've been talking about.
Not for the American IPAs.
Oh, okay.
All right, so it's mostly like raw or something like that. And then you say, what else would you use in there? Like, any other specialty?
Let the hops
say
talk.
the Apprentice. Just the Apprentice that I've already had and Justin has in his glass.
I may have lost Travis, so Dougie, you're on your own here just for a moment. Well, it's just an internet thing. I'll work on it.
God, what am I supposed to do?
But I think
just talk about.
Here's what I.
You're
let me
also
just,
the only one wearing nutters right now.
Tasty and Doug, let me just clarify for a second. I don't think, and I think this has maybe been a miscommunication through the interview. Tasty's not saying the beer is not fantastic.
I know that.
We want to learn about traditional norms versus sort of what you guys are doing. So how are you backing up a large amount of IBUs without using something with some lingering dextrinous malt, like a crystal?
Are we backing up a large amount of IBUs?
I think that's what he's asking in the first place. That would be the first question.
That's my question. Is your IBUs question with a question?
That would be the first question. Are the IBUs low enough that you don't need a crystal?
I think so.
Okay.
It's all about flavor. At our level, where we don't have a lab, we don't have a bottle shop or anything like that. It's one of those things where we just kind of go by taste, and it's let's put this in here and
sure.
Yeah.
So what would you do? You know what the IBUs are, for example, on the Apprentice?
We've never gotten tasted.
You never even checked it out.
But you tested, not tasted.
What about when you do the recipe? Like when you put it in a program, does it tell you how many IBUs?
Travis built a pretty sweet program. But why does that matter?
Well, only for the question at hand. It doesn't
calculation
to rate the beer. It doesn't matter. That's what I mean. We're not rating your. We're just looking for techniques here. So
that calculation would be so different if you guys had done it at home or anything else. So it's like,
but on
why would it matter?
Your beer is beautiful.
Perhaps brewers, and in this case, home brewers, may consider backing off on the hops and back off the crystal at the same time to get a similar effect.
Right.
That's kind of the point that I'm making. You're onto something, is what I'm thinking.
Why does that matter?
Brew more
Why would it
on
matter
your
that we're on
system.
it?
No, brew more on your system. That's the only thing that matters.
Bevo, are you still online?
How it tastes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's like brew,
but all your stuff's
taste,
still
repeat,
working?
right?
Yeah.
That's the whole process?
Yeah, as far as I know.
That's all that matters.
Travis.
That's all you do. If you don't have a palate, you're fucked. Those guys that get all the diacetyl?
I feel
You're
like
not friends with
I just sent you a
Tasty.
Skype message also.
I feel like Dougie's.
Why did
very
you guys do more
defensive
whispering on the
about
radio? That makes it really good,
I think
Eric.
we may have overserved you.
Let me worry about that. I feel like Dougie is very defensive about if we challenge you on the whether it. No one's asking if it's to style or if it's or if it's how IPAs are supposed to be made. We're actually thinking you're doing a wonderful thing that is different than we've heard of.
Okay.
So we're trying to figure out how it works. So, for example, usually when you have a lot of IBUs, Tasty is saying, well, then you have to leave some dextrins behind. And you're saying, well, why? Maybe you don't have to. And so we're just going,
That's not what I said.
How do you do that?
He's saying he doesn't need the IBUs. So what Doug is trying to tell everybody, what Doug is trying to say is that he's not thinking about IPA in this context at all anymore. He's like, what is IPA to Society? When you taste their beers, it's eminently obvious that Society IPAs are about the hop aroma, the intense hop aroma. So how can we get everything else out of the way so that the person drinking the beer can experience a hop aroma in as pure of a form as they're envisioning?
Then
get the IBUs out of here, get the crystal malts out of here, get the yeast character out of here, and make a pure shrine to hops. And that's how I feel when I'm drinking One of
we
their
have not talked about SRM, and I think it's a little bit paler than we would expect for the style.
Yeah.
So then I feel like that's exactly
who was that?
I feel like that's exactly what Tasty's asking. But you're asking us to do that without any vocabulary that helps us describe how you do it. So Tasty's just saying, great, that's what you're doing. You're stripping it down. You're getting all these IBUs. You're getting this great IPA that we're all loving.
You're not getting
so
all these
help
IBUs.
us. Sorry. All of this. I take it back. You're right.
Yeah, don't worry
You're
about
getting
the
this
IBUs.
great hop character that we're all tasting. How do we do it? I think that's what we're asking.
You can suck a dick.
Experimental.
Thanks, Chip.
Perfect.
Where'd that come from?
I didn't say anything.
It was a soundbite.
No, I mean, experiment with your system. That's the main thing. Get to know your system. It's like, I don't want to say it's like so simple, but
Process-wise,
Well, to me,
what are you doing?
My question was, you have brilliantly.
Teddy wants to say something.
Yeah.
By the way, poor Travis is probably over there listening, going, "I have all these answers, and I'm not online anymore." I'm close to getting you back, Travis.
I just want to say I've only worked here about 6 months, but the coolest part is everything that we do, we taste. Like we smell the hops, we taste the malt before we put anything in. Every single step of the process, we taste it. Every single day, we taste it. Before dry hops, after dry hops, after transfer. And I think that really makes a difference.
Yeah.
We're paying attention all the time.
Okay.
You guys
Travis, sorry I lost you there. Maybe you're back?
I am back.
There we go.
I haven't heard anything that was discussed
That's a good
probably
thing.
the last 5 minutes.
Well, basically, Dougie said you're doing everything wrong. And we had a whole bunch of confusing conversations trying to figure out how you made such a wonderful beer is basically what happened.
That's what happens when we all finish the Harlot Keg.
Yeah.
You guys have brilliantly clear beer, and what I wonder about is how are you guys filtering it or clarifying it, and while preserving all of that fresh hop character? Because I know brewers worry about if you filter it to a certain micron, you're going to be extracting all that hop flavor.
Okay, so it's not filtered at all. It's just fine.
Just fine, and that's it.
Yes.
Don't worry about clarity, Ruby.
I can't really see it anyway, so it looks clear to me.
Tasty, do we go back to a hoppy beer discussion without crystal malt?
Yeah, if we could get it, boil it down to what the finer point is.
Yeah.
Like, let me ask, Travis, you think that your hoppy beers are lower in IBUs because they, use any crystal malt or very little crystal malt?
I don't think that crystal malt in itself affects perception of BUs.
You don't think it offsets BUs at all?
It can add a certain sweetness to the beer, which will help balance bitterness, per se.
Right.
But that's not what these hoppy beers are about. These hoppy beers are about and they're not supposed to be a kick in the teeth with bitterness. The bitterness is there. Taking the Apprentice, for example, it is a pretty bitter beer, but is it out of whack?
No,
I don't think so.
Not at all. No.
And it's not a matter of malt balance.
Yeah.
Because there is malt there. It doesn't have to be a malt that interferes with the hop flavor.
All right, so how many
It's the same base
IBUs?
malt.
How many IBUs do you think the Apprentice is? By
Roughly
formula?
70 to 90.
Okay, all right. That's kind of like what I was thinking. It would be less than because that's a really hop forward beer.
But we like to say that it's about 2,000 Society bitterness units.
Yeah, we have our own rating.
That's a lot of bitterness.
I have no problem with that.
It has enough of it.
Yeah.
I would go with your own rating on this too. I was trying to help Tasty just get to the root of the question because I think it was a fantastic question about an uncommon way to make a hoppy beer like this. But to me, it tastes like it has far more IBUs than that.
Yes.
But they come across really great. It's very nice. It's a dry beer. Not that anybody in this room has ever been a huge proponent of crystal malt anyway, because they can get sweet and cloying. But we often hear about it used in IPAs.
Yeah,
so
sure.
what an interesting way to talk about a fucking great beer that you guys have made without it. Do you make any beers with crystal malt?
The Haberdasher is about it.
Okay, just that one. Not a fan other than adding some malt like to an English-style beer.
For a very long time, we had no crystal malt in the brewery whatsoever.
Got it.
Yeah, it's really easy to find the crystal.
And that's why Mike's so bored all the time, milling in. He's like, can we just add? I don't know. How about a grain or two? I'll just throw some in.
They'll never know.
He's probably doing it anyway.
Probably is.
Fucking up your door and your van and your crystal malt.
He's a
grain
douche.
bill.
Yeah.
Should give him an award for that. We gave him douche. Oh no, I got douche of the year. We gave him.
Yeah, you were douche of the year. I think, right?
You're like multiple award winning in that category.
Well, he was multiple award winning, but it was all rolled up into one award.
Yeah, Mike's got a bag of C-135 in his desk. He just puts a little bit in there each time so you can watch it go by.
As soon as the show's over, he's going to go, so tasty. I'm going to tell you exactly how much crystal malt is in that beer.
I have a secret set.
There are 14 grains of crystal malt in that beer.
Well, I'll build you my 100-grain sandwich, and we'll eat it, right?
That's right. Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to try to finish this keg of Apprentice tonight myself. I think it's a half barrel, and by the morning, I might be done.
Good.
Yeah.
With life or
yeah.
Okay.
With all of it. All right, Travis. Well, thanks for hanging in there with us. Would you like to do the beer news with us, or should we let you go? Since I feel like Travis is still sitting. He's sitting at the brewery still, isn't he?
I am.
Would you want to do the beer news with us?
I don't know what that is.
Yes.
It's where we,
I never listen to your show.
It's where we read the news and have highly intelligent conversation about what's happening in the beer world.
Travis.
Yes,
this is
Dougie?
your father.
Yes, Dougie.
Please stay.
Okay.
All right, Travis is going to stay.
Yeah, there you go. Easy as that.
Also, if you've never seen Travis, and probably many people listening have never seen Travis, he is the scariest person in brewing, isn't he?
He's a bit scary.
Like, when you look at him,
Amish.
he's frightening, though. He won't smile at you.
He was a cop.
He usually doesn't actually even say things to you.
No, he just thinks
He
them
won't
and you
say
hear them in
things.
your mind.
And Jay was impersonating the way he stands during the break.
Oh, yeah, I think
and that
we
was
saw
very
that at the,
weird.
Jay, outside the glass,
Right.
will you...
Jay,
No, he's not here. Jay left.
Emphatically
Jay
said
left.
no.
Jay's not here.
Jay's doing it in the window right now. It is a weird Amish... And apparently Travis likes to hit people in the nuts as they walk by.
Cup check.
Travis, is that correct?
No, it's not a hit. It's more of a grab and caress.
Right.
More of
A cupping motion is what Jay was doing.
God, I'd almost rather a hit.
I squeeze and twist. That's what I do. It's my thing.
Now, so I've met Travis several times, and the reason I'm on board with him being the scariest person in brewing is I'm pretty sure he doesn't like me. But then I found out that everybody thinks Travis doesn't like them.
Yeah,
And
I'm
nobody
pretty sure
likes
Travis
I thought Travis didn't like me, too.
And either Travis doesn't like anybody, or he's just a scary-looking young man.
Travis loves me. We get along splendidly.
Travis, can you verify that?
Do you guys stare at each
Yeah,
other?
everything you're saying is pretty much true. So I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah.
Pretty much that's the party line.
One of your, you're a brewer at Societe. Sales. I'm sorry. What's your name?
Kyle.
Kyle's here. Kyle worked with you for like 6 months before he ever learned that you actually liked him. and he told me before the show that the way he learned it is that one day, and he's like, well, shit, Travis doesn't like me. And one day he's walking by, and Travis, straight face, he doesn't make any other motion other than smacking him in the balls as he walks by. And that was the moment that you learned Travis liked you, right?
Yes, that's the moment that that is the moment that I assumed that he liked me.
because he was comfortable enough to ball check you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the same as the Roger Davis syndrome. When he starts picking on you,
Yeah.
you know he loves you.
You know he likes you.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah.
So I haven't been hitting the balls yet by Travis. I'm still feeling like I'm not sure yet.
I would too. I'd be very concerned.
I haven't yet
Just
either.
lay him out there. Say, hey.
Nicole also hasn't been hit in the crotch by Travis. So, yeah. Well, next time, Nicole, if you get hit in the crotch, you know he likes you.
That's right. You'll know.
I'll be looking out for that.
Yeah. Nicole comes out. He likes me. He really likes me. It was more of a punch. I don't know. All right. How about some beer news?
Phone first or what?
Oh, yeah. We have some people who want to sing you guys a duet.
Ooh.
Who is it, Bevo?
She's still on the phone. She's been on the phone for like 5 minutes with line 3. I think they're on 1 and 2. It's Thud Monkey and Cedar Valley Brewer on 1 and 2. Yep.
Thud Monkey, is that you?
Now you hung up on him.
Stupid thing. I was hang up on all of them.
He's dropping all the lines.
It's not going to be good. Can't be good.
All right, let's do beer news. Let's get them all back
All
on the
right,
line,
fine.
and we'll take care of it.
All right, well, there was some big news this week, which is that AB bought Seattle's Elysian Brewing. I'm sure everyone in this room heard about it.
I heard about it.
They bought Blue Point and 10 Barrel, and now the third acquisition in less than a year, Elysian, as AB continues its attempt to offset the nosedive of its flagship beers. They haven't disclosed the financial terms of the deal, but let's extrapolate a little bit. Goose Island was at 38.8 million when they were bought in 2011, and they were brewing 150,000 barrels at the time. And Elysian is at 50,000, so maybe a third, maybe somewhere in like the 10, 12 million range. Just a guess, though. The deal includes Elysian's business. Of course, it's 4 Seattle brew pubs, and it's expected to close by the end of the first quarter.
Wow. First of all, I didn't realize they owned 4 brew pubs in one city.
You have a big footprint.
And a packaging brewery.
That's pretty sweet. Yeah, and exactly. In fact, we had one of our anniversary parties at their production brewery.
Yeah. 2012.
I'm a fan of Elysian. They make good beer. And now they just made a grip of cash, I guess.
That was a good concert, too.
Oh, did you go? Did you see
I was there.
You were there.
I was there.
Yeah, we had some good bands there. It was fun.
And Trophy Fire.
It was weird because it was
Trophy
like...
Fire was there.
Yeah, Trophy Fire played. They got really drunk, too, at the end. And
who didn't?
That
Sounds
was fun.
about right.
Yeah. It was a weird anniversary party because the brewery is also like under an overpass.
Yeah.
So I felt like we were homeless, which
most people in Seattle are, I
was
guess.
sort of comforting in some way.
Dick Cantwell's quote was, "Throughout our journey, we've been focused on brewing a portfolio of both classic and groundbreaking beers and supporting innovation and camaraderie in the beer industry. By joining with AB, we'll be able to take the next steps to bring that energy and commitment to a larger audience." Elysians have been around since '95. Cantwell has 2 other partners, Joe Bisacca and David Bueller, and they're all staying on, allegedly, even despite the acquisition.
Yeah, I read a lot about that. There's a few articles about them staying on and nothing is going to change and everything's cool. And I don't know. We'll see.
They're the fastest
That's
growing...
never really the case, though, is it?
We heard that
I think
with the
it'll
Goose
be
Island
great.
people.
Yeah. Sorry?
I think it'll be fine.
You're done. You think it's fine?
Yeah, Dick Cantwell.
Yeah. Nothing will
Absolutely.
change.
Is this going to lead to a 3rd edition of How to Start Your Brewery with a chapter about how to sell it?
How to sell your brewery.
How to finish your brewery.
Sure, a lot of people want to know how to do that.
Yeah. Right.
No, I don't think that's fair.
Great idea.
Really?
I don't think that's fair.
How to sell your brewery.
Doesn't like to fish? Go to
No,
the bar
I
beach?
mean, come on. These guys have started a great brewery for a long time, and
Yeah.
Who gives a
couple
shit?
million here or there. What's the difference?
We'll
Does it
see.
change?
I don't know. I don't think it would even be to a fault of their own if things change. I think when companies start to merge and it just change happens.
Yeah.
So,
you
Doug,
know.
how would you take $2 million right now?
no,
Really, right on the spot?
fuck no.
What about
How
7?
much?
$7 million.
What's your number?
Well, he has to repay 1.5.
Right.
$100 billion.
Done.
So he has a price.
I take $2 million.
Sell out.
No, I don't.
You're entrenched, Mr. Finance.
They
guy.
owe more than $2 million, so that's not even a good number.
We are in debt for way
Yeah.
more than that.
But if we start talking $20 million, Jay,
No.
What? Have
20
you
mil.
contacted- Oh yeah, contact the NS.
Yeah, Jay Goodwin's in
But
the...
you're
Jay's not
originally
here
all
right
praise
now.
he's
due.
pretending he's not here.
Let him know you're interested.
Wouldn't take it.
Jay-
way.
oh, yes,
Really?
please.
No way, not at all.
$25 million.
When is the
No,
only time?
no.
And the
freaking way.
biggest,
How many-
biggest detriment to that?
Why? But
would
nothing's
be
going to change.
What your brewing peers would think about you for doing it, right?
No.
Really?
It's more, what would I do with the rest of my life?
Start another
You could
brewery.
open another
Use the
brewery.
money, start another
Yeah.
brewery.
And
Why do you
what
everybody-
about the
That's
not
Bill Gates
compete?
what he does. I don't know.
Hell, you
Why
have an
does
attorney
everybody
working
think
for you.
about
Figure
work
it out.
when
Right.
they get bought out for
I love
$25
society
million?
too much.
Start
No.
another brewery. Go on vacation for the rest of your life, for God's
No,
sake.
fuck that.
Oh, people like go,
Absolutely not.
I don't know what I do with myself.
Absolutely
Fucking
not.
do things.
Get laid on
I'm
a
in
yacht.
this because I fucking love it. No.
Go on vacation.
No, I
That's
think
great. I hear
that's
what you're
bullshit.
saying. All right.
Yeah.
all right.
You have,
No.
to work, you have to work.
I hear what you're saying.
I wouldn't trade it for
All right.
anything in the
All
whole
right.
entire fucking world.
I
Fine.
see. All right.
It's cool you said that. That's great.
Elysian is the fastest growing brewery in
I
Washington.
believe it.
So we'll see if that can...
Seriously.
I believe you.
Well, now they're definitely the fastest growing brewery in Washington. I'll give you that.
Well, yeah, and they
Mike.
they Immortal IPA is their big one. It's more than a quarter of their total volume. Ironically, they make a Loser Pale Ale. Have you guys seen this? It says corporate beer still sucks on its packaging.
Wow.
They said they're going to keep it.
That'll be awesome.
I think that was a collaboration with the record label Sub Pop. too.
Yes, that's
Seattle
right.
folk
Yes.
record label, yeah.
So the excuse would be corporate only matters in music, not in beer.
Yeah.
Right.
Corporate music
So said
sucks.
Kurt Cobain.
By the way, I'm not against it. I think it's funny.
Yeah, none of us are.
I think it's all hilarious. I think as an entrepreneur, you start a great company. You do really well. You build up this amazing thing like Elysian has done. I'm a big fan of their beers. I like Dick Cantwell quite a bit. And then if you're able to sell that for a large portion of cash and live your life, I think that's wonderful. I just don't live in the world that says, oh, so everything will be fine and nothing changes. I think that's fake.
Well, what about Goose Island? I mean, there was some of the regime changed, but has the beer?
Yes.
Yeah.
For the worse?
Yes.
Really?
From what I understand, not their barrel stuff, but like their pale ale and the IPA.
Okay, I guess
I hear is awful.
I'm having the barrel stuff only, I guess.
For sure. But I mean, it's great because you get 750s of Sophie for $9 at Safeway. It's fucking amazing. But from what I hear, that the rest of their draft line has actually gone downhill. But I don't know because I don't see it, and even if I did, I wouldn't drink it anyway.
Well, frankly, I'm not even talking about change for better or for worse. I'm just talking about change.
Change in general.
What large corporations are really good at doing is consolidating. They're great at efficiency. They're great at cutting off the loose ends and making everything run like a well-oiled machine. That's how they became the largest brewing company in the world. So to assume that that's not going to happen when they merge companies into them is a ridiculous statement. So whether or not that affects the beer, well, that all remains to be seen. But to assume that they're not going to make everything run more efficiently, more like they do things, get rid of this accounting department and bring in theirs, and do all the things that they do to become a very large, successul company, I just think it's a little naive to think that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
that's all I mean. But I'm not against it. I think if the beer tastes great, and I think if Dick does well after, he sold off his baby, and I say God bless him. I really don't.
Yeah.
I have nothing to say about that.
Is this AB's
Other than
first venture into brew pubs? Are any of the other acquisitions brew pubs?
I think the one that just got bought in Bend was a brew pub too, wasn't it?
10 Barrel.
Yes.
Yeah, they have a brew pub in Guest Bend, but also in Boise.
Yeah.
So another like malty. Yeah.
Another
So
one
they
in
have
Portland,
it's like another. I think it's a really odd grab. From my perspective, like, okay, well, what do they want with these brew pubs?
Yeah.
With Elysian, they have a huge brew pub right next door to, I think, the baseball fields.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I get that, but the other one's like the one that's in on Capitol Hill or whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, there are other locations. Yeah.
Yeah, like, wow, okay.
Yeah. It's clearly again. I think it would be naive to assume it's not part of some big a plan.
Yeah.
I mean, companies like that don't do things without a plan.
No.
I don't presume to know what the plan is. I'm not that guy. I'm not that smart. But I think to assume things aren't going to change would be retarded.
Indeed. Well, speaking of change. I don't know. It's not speaking of change. There's no relation. Next week is the Super Bowl. And when you guys are watching it, keep in mind that AB wants you to keep in mind that if there's no Bud or Bud Light, there is no U.S. beer market.
Oh.
No, seriously, that is what they're actually saying. So this month, when tipping its Super Bowl ad lineup to the New York Times, AB stated that it would be going after millennials. If its ads featuring lost puppies and crazy bros up for anything fail, a spokesman said, the results for the U.S. beer market will be catastrophic. It's Jorn Soket that said it. He's the the vice president of U.S. marketing at AB. He said, they are the future of the beer category. If we do not get Bud and Bud Light into the hands of those consumers, the beer category is in serious trouble. AB paid, get ready for these numbers, paid more than $1 billion to wrestle the NFL's official beer sponsorship away from Miller Coors. Also, since 1988, AB has been paying an undisclosed amount of money to make Budweiser the exclusive beer sponsor of the Super Bowl. AB has spent $146 million on Super Bowl ads alone between 2009 and 2013. The next biggest Super Bowl spender was Pepsi, $97 million during the same span.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of beer you got to sell just to make up for this one little tiny part of their thing. Amazing. 150
Could about like 14 Elysians with that, by your math, right?
I'll tell you what. I don't disagree with their statement. I would only add the beer category as we know it doesn't exist without AB and them. They're absolutely right. The beer the segment, the percentage of drinkers drinking alcohol would reduce dramatically. If it weren't for the big beer companies,
drinking beer,
and the alcohol companies would the liquor companies, right? Would take a bigger segment because craft brewers just aren't spending that much money on promoting beer. However, the beer segment wouldn't cease to exist. Just the beer segment as we know it.
Yes.
So I agree with that entirely.
Totally. Yeah. Well, so this year, ad time for the Super Bowl on NBC is going. Anyone want to guess? 30-second spot is how much?
$2 million?
$5 million.
4.7.
Very close. 4.5.
4.5 minutes for 30 seconds.
That's $150,000 a second.
I think a 30-second out in the band's like $50.
So you guys are.
Too much,
I feel like we're messing up.
Even on Super Bowl Sunday?
Yeah,
you don't mark it up?
On Super Bowl Sunday, it's $55.
We've seen a few million more listeners.
Yeah.
Is there a craft brewery that could afford that?
I doubt
no one yet. Even like a Sierra, nobody can do that. Not even close.
Is AB going to advertise Goose Island at all during that point?
Good question.
One
no,
of their
probably
portfolio
not.
ones?
Nah, I'm sure they're going to do their big brands.
What if they did? Now, that would be huge.
That would be really interesting.
For their acquisitions. If they started advertising Goose and Elysian and...
Hey, Tim Barrel.
I'm being serious. Imagine if you started to see those types of ads.
It would change everything.
In the Super Bowl. That would be insane. What if you saw Bourbon County Stout being advertised on the Super Bowl? That would be insane.
There is not enough of that.
It would be so many rednecks scratching
They
their
already
head.
sell out of it. That's the problem.
Just telling you.
So many confused bros.
Yeah, it would blow my mind.
Get it. Where's the dip?
Man, bourbon.
Give me.
I don't live in Bourbon County.
Dip. This stupid commercial's on again. I don't understand what the stout and the thing is.
Bourbon. I'm tall.
Deflate gate. That's all I care about.
Where are those big horses that used to be in those Budweiser commercials?
They're underneath my hood, if you know what I mean.
That's right. I do know what you mean.
Big horses under the hood.
All right, let's do one more. It's
All
late.
right.
So get ready to be disgusted, especially since half this room is nutjob germaphobes.
By the way, Travis, you're doing great.
I've been disgusted for 2 hours.
You're welcome.
Oh, he's still here?
There is a homebrewer out of Milwaukee named Thira Ratasarn, and he has made the news with one of his beers. The name of it is Activated Sludge. The label is a radiation symbol. And brace yourselves, it's brewed with purified Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewerage District wastewater plant effluent. But apparently it tastes great. So this guy, he's making beer with water that hasn't gone through the final cleaning process was a mission of his. He's a wastewater engineer with the State Department of Natural Resources by day. He's been homebrewing for about 2 years. He said he wanted to get people talking. He said, here's a potential use for what we discharge into lakes and streams. So he chlorinated, dechlorinated, filtered, distilled, and then tested, added nutrients to the water before making his 5-gallon batch of 5.1% wheat ale. He said he chose wheat beer for this experiment because darker beers such as porters or stouts, quote, would be associated with wastewater, end quote.
So
did you just say he distilled it?
Yes, I did say that, yes.
So that reduces it down to purely H2O.
I suppose, yes.
It doesn't matter what was in it before.
Right.
If you distill the water.
That's exactly the point I think he wants to prove, yeah.
By the way, I don't know a lot about this, but don't we end up using most water from wastewater treatment plants?
Yes.
I don't know. I know some. I don't know about most.
I think, and it goes back into the drinking water. It goes back into almost everything.
Because we can treat almost anything and make it drinkable.
And again, I'm no expert, so I'm not.
I said almost.
I don't want to be misquoted here, but I'm pretty sure that everything that comes out of our wastewater treatment plants, it doesn't just water our golf courses. We use that.
No, Justin, I think you're definitely right. My uncle works wastewater management plates in Minneapolis. So it does it all with the whole, big giant floating tanks. With, you see all the.
And we don't just water our lawns with this.
All the turds and the tampons and everything is in a giant, giant tank.
That's a T-shirt. Turds and tampons. We make your water.
Drink up, and it gets cleaned, and then that just goes out to your faucet.
Have a glass of water.
Yeah.
Serious.
It's filtered with the tampon.
That's right. Sometimes we use the tampons to filter the turds.
Rebecca, stop flushing them things down the drain. You're making them filter water for free. We gotta get paid for that shit.
Well, no.
For free.
No, but listen, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, and this stuff, we don't just water our lawns with this. We drink it again.
Yeah, it comes out of your faucet.
Yeah.
It's not.
So I say this isn't even news. It just happened to make the news
for brewing.
The lesson is to live upriver.
By the way, most of my beer tastes like shit anyway. So it's just
you live up.
I feel like this story isn't as gross as it sounds because it's just homebrew. I've been drinking this stuff that sounds less bad for 10 years.
Yeah, well, next time you turn on your faucet, just remember it's poop water. That's the news. Who's it brought to you by? Do we have somebody?
No.
Every time I turn on the faucet, I'm going to hear turds and tampons.
I'm sorry, Bevo.
What do tampons sound like?
No, apologize.
Can we do the phone so we can get the hell out of here, please?
That's the word. All right.
Can we get the hell out of here?
No, we still have like 20 minutes left to go.
And Twitter game.
Scott wants to kick us out.
My union contract.
All right. What I think I have is Thud Monkey.
Oh, let's not do this.
The duet.
Some dude from Georgia, right? Are we doing a trio now?
His name is HH, and yes, this is a trio now.
I'm glad my headphones don't work.
All right, I have Thud Monkey, I have HH from Georgia, and I have Captain Scotch from Chicago.
No, read the notes. Captain Scotch was not calling for the song.
All right. Then I have Cedar Valley for the song.
Is that like Sugar Valley, but smells better?
But he's from Cedar Valley.
All right, I just hung up then on Captain Scotch. Let's try this. What are you guys going to sing us?
We're going to sing Last Dance with Mary Jane, Tom Petty.
Just for fun?
Special lyrics? I've shotgunned 6 Pabst Blue Ribbons and had one refreshing. I've had 2 green double IPAs by New Glarus. I'm
He's
pretty
a
drunk.
bitch and is drinking Pabst, and I'm just drunk, so we're duetting. Hello?
And you're trioing, really?
Yeah.
Trioing.
That's what
Is there another
trioing.
person
I didn't
on the
know we were
line?
trioing until now.
I have Thud Monkey, I have HH, and I have Cedar Valley, all here to sing to me.
All right. We're
Yes.
let's
I was going to sing Bonnie Tyler,
I'm going to
but...
start it off.
All right, get on.
Sure,
with it.
okay.
Go ahead.
All right. 1, 2.
Hello?
1, 2, 3. She grew up.
She grew up in
Town,
England, had a good-looking mama who never was mine, but she grew up tall and
She grew up tall and she grew up right with the Indian boys on the Indiana night.
Oh, it's wow. Mike, cut it with the farts.
Mary Jane. Well,
It does stink in here.
Ew.
Dougie.
This is horrible.
Dougie, what's
This is ridiculous.
And it's terrible
This is
because
awful.
it has a flow pad. It's pad.
It made it across the room.
It's not
Yeah,
like
the combo was right.
or something.
I just want to clarify that Jay and I don't smell anything.
I'm coming in the booth.
Jay, you're a lucky.
We're all
going to
move into the booth.
Let's all do the show from the booth and leave Doug in here to be an asshole.
Now on the air.
Are you guys still
Hey,
singing?
great job, guys. That was sweet.
Yeah, that was really good. All right. Go away.
I don't know what was worse, the smell of Dougie or the song.
Maybe it was the song.
I think you were smelling the song.
Who's still singing? Who was that?
Well, I don't know, but I'm in tow. But I never slow down. You never grow old. I'm chewing up. I'm tired of going down. I'm tired of myself. I'm tired of this time. Oh, my. Oh, hell yeah.
Well, hell yeah.
He's doing the spoken word version. Dougie, you really stink.
Wow.
What the hell's wrong with you?
That's why people start wearing pants that
Fan is
filters.
on.
One more time.
In reality, the fan just pulled it over.
Well,
Right, exactly. The
Justin,
fans spread it
if it makes
around.
you feel any better, I haven't heard the toilet flush from EJ Fair once tonight.
I almost wish I heard it instead of smelled it. All right, boys. Hey, good job. One of you all get drunk of the week together. Yeah. Yeah. So, Bevo, make sure you
First
take
of
care of those,
2015.
man.
Hey, is Tasty still here?
Tasty is still here. Yes.
Animal awake.
Yeah. Do you want to? Should we
go
rid Mike? Should we rid Mike of one more of his sins with another tasty challenge?
Yeah.
What do you think, Travis?
Meat spinning.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
I don't know. I think there's other things that are required to absolve him of the ladder in the van.
You think so? Like you won't let it all go for like a handy?
Don't kill me, Travis.
What if he gives Tasty a handy right here? Travis.
No.
I didn't want to think about it.
Why would you say that?
Yeah. He's like, huh. Let's see. He's doing the math. He's got a calculator out.
Hold on my zipper.
All right. Hey, Society boys, thanks so much for being on the program. We're about out of time just because we dicked around for quite a while. And, yeah.
The union contract says,
we're way over 10. Yeah. Hey, Travis, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Next time you come in the studio, will you?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Are we going to...
I don't know.
That's fair enough. We do have an event with you guys during SF Beer Week, so I hope to see you then. And if not, I don't know. Fuck off, Travis.
Wear a cup.
There you go.
All right, brother. Thanks for being on the program. Dougie,
Thanks,
Mike, the rest of the Society crew, thanks for being in here. I appreciate it, guys. It's been a long time in the making.
Right up until the last 10 minutes, it's been really great.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you. It smelled real great most of the time.
He just licked JP's mic cover.
Doug is contaminating everything that I own. Contaminating my soul.
JP just had to take his mic cover off.
And he deep-throated it.
It does really smell in here, Travis.
Come on. Yeah, let's get out of here, please.
All right. Society boys, thanks so much. Travis, we'll see you later, okay? I'm going to hang up on you now.
All right.
Later.
All right.
Thanks, Trav.
All right, I guess.
Yeah. If you have to.
All right.
Love you, Travis. I guess.
Travis the emotional. He's very, wears his heart on his sleeve.
What is Doug doing right
Dougie, I'm pretty sure Dougie just put his wiener inside JP's mic
Yeah, he definitely did. That's what happened.
That's not what that's for?
I can only be consoled by the fact that it's not only mine, but Jamil's and Terrence's.
Oh, my God. That happened.
That happened.
And why am I the only one who saw that? I'm not even in the same room.
Why were you looking?
He's in front of me.
Out of all the places you could look.
I did not do that. JP did it to me.
He did. I can't lie.
JP, I'm going to... Do we have to do this week's ad?
Yes, we do, because the month is over after today, right?
Hey, tell us all about your new experience with Pico Brew.
Go with it. I don't want to. Thank you.
You done some batches on that thing?
Yeah. So I got a hold of a Pico Brew unit, and I'm really, really stoked.
Yeah.
It's super easy to use.
Can I borrow it?
Yeah,
yes.
for real.
It looks amazing.
Let's brew.
Okay.
How many
I'll be
batches
brewing
have you
on
done?
Sunday. I did a double batch that's fermenting now.
Of?
ESB.
Nice.
And really, honestly, the thing that blew me away was how easy it was to use their recipes. So you get the unit, you have access to their form, and there's a whole entire library. Most of the recipes, I think, are from Annie Johnson. And I just pulled in one of her recipes. You just import it into your folder. It's super easy, super fast. You can adjust it all, and then you turn the machine on, and it connects to your Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah.
And syncs up your library into the machine.
Sweet.
And so it's all right there. I mean, it took 5 minutes to get the thing set up. It was amazing.
So it's like a techie's dream machine.
For sure. Yeah. It's. I mean, I was really stoked about the Wi-Fi personally. I was like, oh, great. And this has one knob. Has this one switch and one knob.
How long did it take you to brew a batch in a day?
It was about 4 hours, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And once you get it going, is there anything you really have to do in between it being done and start?
No, not at all.
You turn the dial and...
You turn the dial, you push a button, and you go off on your day, and you do whatever you need to do in the house.
What did you do during the day? Like, did you watch porn?
I cleaned my gutters, and I messed with my Christmas lights, and cleaned the house.
And then you came
watched
back,
a movie,
and the beer was done.
It was done, man. It was really rad.
I'm wondering how many guys are going to do this and they'll keep their system and still do their homebrew days, but then also have this unit.
Are you going to brew on your other homebrew system?
I think so. I think I'll save it for larger batches, but I think it's a great pilot system.
Didn't Marty get one, Scott? Didn't your old man?
He ordered one. He hasn't gotten it delivered yet. They're still they're producing them as fast as they can, is my understanding.
Yeah, they're slammed right now. He was telling me. Yeah, they're really, really busy.
But yeah, his I think next month or something. Like, it's right around the corner. He's real excited.
Okay. He's going to be stoked. It's so easy. I was. Seriously, the connectivity between the machine and your recipe formulation library, I guess, it was so easy. I don't know what I expected. I expected just to have to plug it into my computer and then funnel some stuff over, or maybe install some additional kind of software on my computer. No, it's just a web-based.
It was all there.
Deal, yeah.
So now, when you invite me over to brew, though, we're really just hanging out.
Now we're gonna have to hang out. Yeah,
that is the only problem. You have more time to spend with your friends and family,
right?
Instead of brewing.
There's a problem. That's why you keep your other system. You do both.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So we can definitely do both.
Yeah. That might be good.
But I think Warren and I might brew on Super Bowl Sunday. So maybe I'll bring my Pico brewer to your house.
Yeah, and then we'll be brewing and pigging out during commercials.
That'd be great.
You should brew the same batch, one on the Pico Brew and one on the regular system.
Yeah.
And see which one comes out better.
Totally. Annie did that. And remember when she came in, she had her light lager that she'd brewed on the Pico and then her other system?
Yeah.
If I recall, the Pico one tasted a little cleaner, better. I remember liking that one more.
Yeah,
I bet
they were great.
I think you should do it this way. One of you should brew on a traditional system. The other one brews in the Pico brew, and see which one has more energy at the end of the day and who enjoyed brewing.
Right.
And I guarantee you, it's the fucking Pico brew.
I got my money on Pico brew.
There you go.
It was like my day was rad.
Right.
I watched the Super Bowl. I drank some beer.
Hung out.
I saw Elysian commercials at halftime.
And you get good beer at the end.
That's the thing with it, right? You don't have to burn yourself on the kettle. You don't have to worry about a boil over.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about forgetting anything because you load the tray with all your hops and the time is already set within the system, and you put it in there and you push the button and you watch it happen and you still smell everything. Because for me, brewing, my favorite part of brewing is recipe formulation and sampling afterwards.
Okay.
All that shit in between, I
You don't
hate
care.
doing. Standing around watching, is that a rolling boil or is it not? I don't know. Well, let's just err on the side of caution. Oh, no, I have a boil over.
Can't you clean something else? You know?
Yeah.
There's always something to do.
I have to stare into the void that is my wort.
There are things to clean.
There are other things to clean. All right. Well, I like it.
Thank you. I like it too. I'm really excited about it. So that's what I'll be doing. So next time we talk about it, I'll bring some beer in.
Okay.
And we'll talk about that process. And yeah, I'm excited about it.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. For years, the advice that you guys have given me as I come in here and talk about all the batches of beer I screwed up is that I'm not supposed to drink all the way through brew day.
Oh, I got good news for you.
Like you all tell me, at least, wait till like after the boil, and then which I always thought was bullshit because why else am I brewing other than to hang out drinking some beer?
Right.
So
when you don't start brewing till noon.
But with the Pico brew, I can drink from the beginning, right?
Right, because there's nothing you have to worry about until like the cooling phase.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, before you clap, Justin, you might press the button wrong.
I'm slow clapping.
Oh.
Well, there's literally one button. You might choose the wrong.
As long as you can push the one button on the machine the right way.
I can do that.
It's a dial.
I push a lot of buttons tonight.
And you did them wrong. No.
I've been drinking.
Hey, I'm going to jump in here right now.
You hung up on a couple people.
I think I hung up on everybody. And that was one button.
I remember years ago listening to this, and Tasty, you said, all I care about is making sure this is perfect.
Yeah.
So there's no drinking, there's no messing around.
Oh, yeah, I don't drink on brew day.
Yeah.
A bunch of bullshit.
So,
I got
no.
burnt too many times.
I think that's a very important thing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's a small part of the process.
I know you do.
Yeah,
I know.
you would think that.
I know you think that's important. Whatever guy who
20 barrels
started a
is really
successful
important.
brewery.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's a cool button. It's a little dial. And
I
select
think
it
you
and
can
push it.
you can have beers and whatever, but I think a very important thing is taking everything seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is great because you don't have to anymore.
Right. Especially if you're going to spend 8 hours.
Well, that's why the Pico brew is so great.
Right, exactly.
You can
it's
kind of
Ron
walk
Popeil.
out.
Set it and forget it.
That's amazing.
By the way, I take everything seriously.
Yeah. Even your hair.
Everything.
What?
My hair, I've washed it.
Your
twice
glasses?
today.
Got the right products on
Twice?
it?
Yeah.
Like at the same
Today?
time or in two different times?
Two different times, like once in the morning and once in the afternoon.
What?
This
Do
past
you
month.
have a morning look
Yeah.
and an afternoon look?
Well, not always, only because Society was going to be on the show, and I thought I should look my best.
All right.
What happened?
It's a great
clearly
afternoon.
Dougie didn't feel the same way, but
No.
I felt like I should do that.
You should. Well, I'm glad that you did that.
All right, now the show is what it is.
Well, now we have Twitter game.
All right, what's our Twitter game today, JP?
It was describe Tasty's. Wake me up. I need to take a nap. Describe Tasty's morning routine.
Okay, that's right. Which starts at 11:59. What was it?
Potentially. Well, Songful Chris says this is the worst Twitter game of all time because there's no right answer. Oof.
Oh.
All right, well, he's out.
Right,
That was
I think
rude.
so too. Beer Master Ben says Tasty spends his morning hours celebrating that he did not yet die in his sleep.
All right, I like that.
I do consider that.
Which was a reoccurring theme.
I don't like that.
I'm still here.
By the way, I do the same.
I do the same too. I go,
I know that you do the same.
Right.
I was lying. JP's not lying. He does do the same. He wakes up and he goes, "Oh God bless me."
I wake up with a sigh.
Yeah. I realized that. I remember last night. I thought I might. Anyway.
Dougie doesn't like us making fun of Tasty's dying age.
No.
Well, Doug's a douche.
Thank you, Dougie.
Who ate all the pie says Tasty gives hot chick cab fare, pours a bowl of muesli, which I suppose is fiber, and then plans next the beer event.
There you go.
That might be close.
Yeah. Cab fare, fiber, next beer event.
I think they should just drive themselves over. But
Beer Crab says Tasty checks Twitter, avoids naked women passed out on the floor, checks Twitter, drinks Janice Brown, checks Twitter, shits, checks Twitter.
That one might be closer. All right.
for the chicks, really.
John Boris writes a skank, which I find highly sexist, a spank, and the dank.
That's my morning.
That's pretty good.
Oh, I get it.
Our good friend Spider Wrangler says he checks for a pulse, downs a pint of Janet's Brown, eats a cookie, empties a colostomy and catheter bags.
Whose pulse?
That's unfortunate.
Whose pulse is he checking? His own?
Probably. I don't know. It's not clear.
Or the naked chick laying on the floor.
Maybe. It leaves it up to the imagination.
All right.
You don't like
You
that.
don't need to
I
check
just
your
feel
own
like it
pulse
doesn't make sense.
because
Yeah, well,
you'll be alive.
Thank you,
The guy works with spiders all day. What do you want?
All right.
He's not very sane. Scott Thompson says it takes a massive dump followed by a liberal gold bond treatment.
Sounds like a wedding recipe.
I mean, it's practical, right? It might not be very romantic, but it's very practical.
It's not in my repertoire, but I may need it.
What a start to the day.
All right.
And then finally, last but not least, Chris B says he pulls the lever on the nightstand, thereby ejecting the previous night's girl with daddy issues out of the house directly into therapy.
All right, that's our winner right there.
Oh,
Directly into therapy. I love it.
Skank Spank Dank was real good.
That was good. That was good, but not good enough. I love directly into therapy. That's fantastic. Without that addition at the end, it just wouldn't have been as good.
Right.
Well, I did like the spank, and the dank. I mean,
Yes.
There
were a couple of good ones.
I enjoyed the gold bond.
You guys did too. Out there on Twitter.
No one
land.
said just wake and bake.
There was a couple good belly laughs.
That's too easy.
Right.
Which was
3
really,
words.
yeah.
That was a
probably
good
the-
Twitter game,
probably
JP.
the more accurate.
Well, according to somebody, that was the worst Twitter
It
game.
sucks. There's no right answer.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a bunch of right answers.
All right, hey, we're off next week because of that's what we do. And but after that, it's SF Beer Week. We've got a great Monday show planned for you to be an all-star cast, plus several events live from the Hop Grenade, including the Society Boys back with us. That's the sound of another. That's the sound of another microphone being violated by Dougie.
That's two.
So, by the way, I can't believe JP put his microphone cover back on his mic after Dougie's penis has been inside of it.
He's used to the smell.
Well,
and
'cause
now
it's not on the
another
outside.
mic just got rubbed onto Dougie's balls.
That's the outside, though.
It's Mike's mic, by the way.
Great. Jay made me do it.
Jay's here to sell us a Honda
He was
Fit.
the one who was like, "Hey, Doug, do this."
You're talking really close to that microphone. You're basically licking your own balls. I'm just saying.
Jay told me to do it.
They can't smell worse than what he did to the rest of us here in this. All right. We're getting out of here. JP, are you ready?
Yep.
Thanks to Society, you can go to, what the hell's your website? SocietyBrewing.com. It's not spelled like you think it is. It's spelled the other way. But go to SocietyBrewing.com.
What other
and,
way?
how is it pronounced again, guys? We were always trying to figure out. It's Society, right? Society. Society. Societe.
Society.
Societo.
I think it's Society.
Societo. Societo. Yeah. Brewing.com.
Stupid.
Justin,
Society.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you,
Yes.
Mike, Dougie, Travis, the rest of the crazy people that you brought here with us. We're going to go have beer now because we have to finish the
Let's go
Apprentice.
have beer.
Yeah, how about that? Get us out of here, Jip.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. Nutters and beers can only mean one thing. The boys from Society were in the studio, bringing it pale and strong and oddly alluring. Follow JP on Twitter at Major Jip and join in the realization that beer does not even exist on this plane. Warren was here looking like a complete asshole. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nate Smith at Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. Production director on the session has been Push Eject. Today's show has been produced by Scott Moskowitz. JP was smelling male thighs all night long. Bevo was smelling JP's post-food smells. And your host was Justin Crosley. Be sure to find the Burn Dark on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. JP's an asshole. Justin's a nice guy and winning the race. JP does great as his charity.